gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. On behalf of IB Forum, I would like to extend a warm welcome to each one of you to the second annual State Education Conference here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. It's an honor to be in the presence of so many forward-thinking individuals dedicated to shaping the future of education and technology in the kingdom and beyond. The conference brings together academics, researchers, entrepreneurs, teachers who are responsible for delivering, implementing, and promoting state education. Saudi Arabia at the forefront of the transformation with visionary initiative like Vision 2030. Education technology are preparing the next generation to take on global challenges, contribute to scientific discoveries, and lead the kingdom into a new era of innovation. As we all know, STEM education is not just about learning formulas and theories. It's about equipping our students with skills they need to become innovators, problem solvers, leaders for tomorrow. It's about fostering a culture of curiosity, creativity, and collaboration that will drive progress in every sector. A special thanks to our sponsor, partner, whose continued support has made this possible. We are all extending our gratitude to educators, policymakers, and leaders who have gathered here today to share their knowledge and vision for the future STEM education. Once again, come second annual STEM education conference. Together, we will explore, inspire, empower the next generation to thrive in a world driven by science and technology. In this couple journey towards a bright, more innovative future, we are now beginning the conference by Dr. Al-Hakami, a remarkable leader in the field of education, as the president of has dedicated his career to advancing educational excellence both locally and globally. Serving as of for national service and general manager of the education development project. Dr. Ali will give a welcome remark about the conference. Please help me welcome Dr. Ali to the stage.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم. أيها الكرام السادة المربين والباحثين والمهتمين في مدينتنا الجلة الرياض. وأصبح هذا التاريخ من سبتمبر ولله الحمد والسنة موعد للقاء، وهذه السنة نلتقي مرة. I would like to welcome you all this morning in the beautiful city of Riyadh. I'm sure every time you come to Riyadh, you realize that something is different, something more vibrant, more developed, because this is just a mark of how Saudi Arabia is going. You see in Riyadh, you see all of Saudi Arabia, and what you see development of Riyadh, you see it in development in all sectors, in education, industry, in all of aspects of life in Saudi Arabia. And indeed, education and quality of life receive core attention from the government of Saudi Arabia, led by the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman Abdulaziz, and the Crown Prince, the Prime Minister, Prince Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdulaziz. This conference is about the new wave of integrating math and science and technology and engineering into one concept called STEM. And whatever we call it, STEAM, or STEM, it's the same approach to teach those subjects instead of separate categories, separate subjects into one unified interdisciplinary approach. And this is what this conference is about. It's about the whole taking together ideas, theories, principles from each of these disciplines and to apply it to solve real-world problems. Problems, industry, promoting innovation, the environment, and all aspects of our lives. This is the second, as I said, conference organized by IBE Forum and Nama Al-Qudrat, which is a Saudi company specializing in training and development and capabilities development. And it complements the great effort by all ministries in Saudi Arabia, Ministry of Education, as the sole responsible for delivering education in Saudi Arabia, but not only the Ministry of Education, because the whole system now in Saudi Arabia, ministries are supporting one vision, which is Vision 2030. So you have a vision, and everybody is driving toward that vision. So instead of each institution or each authority going in its own direction, now we are complementing each other. When we talk about education, we have a national program that was launched and headed by Crown Prince, which is the Human Capabilities Development Program. If we talk about education development, skill development, and all kinds of development or upskilling for people, it all falls within a unified vision within this program. So that's why we come together today to be here, to discuss, to network, to present, and to learn from each other. We are developing this conference and improving it from one year to the other, and we hope always see you. We are so proud that such caliber, such leaders in the sector, such leaders in the industry are attending our conference, and we hope that our conference will meet your expectations. This conference, we have different streams. First, we have panel discussions and lectures. We also have several workshops going in different areas, in the exhibit area and outside in another area. So we would like you to attend some of those workshops, hands-on experience. We are joined also with our teacher, or some of our students who will be presenting in the panel discussion. discussions, so hear from them directly, because we need to hear from them and need to seek for the talent and give them the opportunity to present. Also, we have our exhibitors, more than 30 exhibits exhibiting the world class of technology, and not only technologies but content, which is the soul of technology. Without it, with content and exercises and training program, technology will have no impact. So I welcome you in. I thank you for attending. I thank our sponsors. I thank our exhibitors, and we hope you have enjoyable time during this conference. Thank you very much.
Quick announcement before we start our signing program. So for those who registered for STEMA workshop, it's downstairs. Those who paid for the workshop, please proceed to workshop downstairs so you can join the program. And before starting our first panel discussion, we will start with listening to the Holy Quran. Praises to the Holy Quran.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. اقرأ باسم ربك الذي خلق خلق الإنسان من علق اقرأ وربك الأكرم الذي علم بالقلم علم الإنسان ما لم يعلم.
Ladies and gentlemen, our guests are thrilled to have an exceptional panel of experts with us today to discuss a crucial topic, aligning STEM education with the national development goals of Saudi Arabia Vision 2030. Please join me in welcoming our distinguished panelists. First, the panel moderator, Rana Abdul Fattah, the Director of International Program at the STEM Schools at Al Mutaqaddima Schools Company in Saudi Arabia. Please help me welcoming Ms. Rania to the stage. In the panel, Mr. Christopher Tamkin, please help me welcoming to the stage Mr. Christopher. Dr. Muhammad Khalid Al-Munir. Excuse me, Dr. Muhammad Khalid Al-Mana'i. Miss Elizabeth Pringel Al-Sharif. Mr. Abdul Aziz Al-Hgailan. And Dr. Abdul Al-Ghwainem.
Good morning, and we are thrilled to have the exceptional panel discussion today about aligning STEM education national development goals of Saudi Vision 2030. I would like to welcome again Dr. Christopher Tompkins, the Executive Director of AC12 Education at NEOM, Saudi Arabia. Dr. Christopher work at NEOM represents the cutting edge of educational innovation, and his perspectives on aligning STEM education with the future city development are truly exciting. I would like also to welcome Dr. Mohammed Al-Mnair, who holds a PhD in nuclear energy and serves as the chairman of Permanent Committee for Inventors Researchers at UNESCO. He is also director of Gifted Education Administration at the Ministry of Education. I would like to extend my welcome to Dr. Kemal Sahaf, the Vice Sector Head of Capacity Development at KICAR, and Mr. Abdelaziz Al-Hijailan, the Executive Director of Mishkat Interactive Center of Atomic Renewable Energy at KICAR in Saudi Arabia. Finally, and the best, I would like to welcome Dr. Abdel Mahsen Al-Ghanem, Assistant Professor at King Saud University, and I want to thank you all for giving us your time and dedicate this time in order to share knowledge with the audience who are interested in STEM or STREAM education. First of all, I want to talk about the fast-changing world and how STEM education is vital to equipping the future generation with the skills needed to drive innovation and economic growth. Here in Saudi Arabia, this aligns directly, as you know, with Vision 2030, which aims to diversify the economy and build a knowledge-based society. Our panel today explore how STEM education can meet national goals, fostering collaboration between government, private sector, and schools to shape the leaders and innovators of tomorrow. First, I want to address the question to Dr. Kemal Sahaf. What are the most critical STEM skills needed to support the future industries outlined in Vision 2030?
Thank you, everyone, and it's to be here, and I'm sure I'm going to make a lot of friends over the next 2 days. I've known Dr. Ali Hakimi for years, and it's an honor to be here and be invited. I hope I can add some value and contribution to this discussion today. So my role in KCARE, the King Abdullah Center for Atomic and Renewable Energy, is really to drive the national agenda when it comes to human capacity building and energy. So we're now looking at a sectoral approach to developing human capital, looking at the supply and the demand, looking at the projects that are targeted for the future with the new energy mix and the energy transition. And this requires a national effort, and it can't be done by one entity alone. It has to be the work of the private sector, the public sector. It has to be in cooperation with universities, schools. I have my colleague Abdelaziz Hajailan, the CEO of Mishkat, which is really the STEM arm or the science center arm of CARE, which amazingly, it was really part of the original vision of our organization when it was established, that we thought out early on, if we want to do an energy transition and introduce new kinds of energies into the kingdom, we needed to also think about the youth and changing the perception about where we were as really looking at oil and gas in the kingdom, or actually petroleum. We used the Ministry of Petroleum. And moving towards an idea of alternative energies. Mishka Abdelaziz will speak about that. It's been some early that we thought about. We were very fortunate we had that kind of, I think, approach. And we've always focused on human capacity development, and we understood that there were going to be new skills and critical skills needed for the future. And for us in KCARE, it's really at the forefront of everything we think about, because we know that today's skills are not the skills that we're going to necessarily for the future. When I think about the Vision 20 program, I have so many new industries introduced that if we don't have a collective approach to it, if we don't have a national approach policy, as Dr. Aki mentioned, we added that 13th pillar of the Vision program, which is the human capital Development Program because it was recognized as one of the most important enablers for all programs to succeed. So from my perspective, our mandate in K-Care changed recently. The Minister of Energy has now mandated that K-Care is responsible for all human capital development for the energy sector, to work collaboratively with the private and public sectors to ensure that we have operational readiness, which means we have the right people at the right time for all the new products. And if you work backwards from that, you really need to think about what are the critical skills of the future. And you're talking about AI, you're talking about having mechanical engineering, material science, electrical engineering, project management, leadership, computational mathematics. There's so much push now towards energy efficiency, climate change. These are a lot of new topics, and they can't be addressed by looking at each one individually. You really, as Dr. Hakimi mentioned at the onset, you have to have an approach where you're thinking about it collectively. And I think back to the days when I used to work in schools and I was really a pioneer. Those who maybe in the audience might know me, but I did a lot of work in private schools in my early days in the kingdom. I've been here for 40 years working in education. And I was one of the first people who started thinking about, okay, we teach English in a certain way, English language, and kids are really attracted to the way that we teach. Why aren't we thinking about teaching Arabic language in a similar way? Using big books and using stories and having story time, with moms and dads in the evening with their children. And we also started thinking about project-based learning, where we could take a topic and have all the different disciplines within the school working on that particular topic. So it wasn't, working in silos. So we were really kind of innovative decades ago, thinking about how we could do that and how we could integrate the Arabic classroom with the English classroom, and we could build projects together, and students could have their moms come in or their dads come in and see the projects that the students presented. And it really changed almost immediately the way the students were engaged in the class. It wasn't just rote learning. So go back a few decades in Saudi Arabia, there was a lot of rote learning, where children were asked to write an essay. They basically wrote the essay they learned in class. They didn't come up with any creative ideas or any creative thinking. So we really were trying to approach, even back then, how can we address sort of what we could see was coming? We needed to start addressing that. And for me, the future really is taking more of an orchestrated approach towards looking at the critical skills that we need and how we can embed them in project-based learning and across also departments. You have Arabic and English language work together. These are not two separate streams, two separate brains, two separate way of thinking. There's a lot you can do together. So for me, really focusing on the way we can use science. The science for the future requires a lot of physics, material sciences. It also requires understanding of engineering and math. And without those working in an integrated way, we can't solve the problems of the future, for sure.
Thank you. That's really great. And it summarized exactly what we're looking for and build this bridge, between the private and the public sector and in advancement of the 2030 vision. So I want to move to Dr. Abdulaziz, and in what ways can educational institutions in Saudi Arabia align their STEM programs with the needs of the evolving labor market? What do you think?
Sure. First of all, السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. بالنسبة للمتحدثين بالعربية، يعني من طبيعتنا كعرب نكرم الضيف ويعني ونحاول نقدم له ما يرغب، فاسمحوا لي أتكلم باللغة الإنجليزية إذا ما عندكم مانع. Good morning everyone. I'm humbled to be here among this distinguished panel. I believe in order to support the objectives and goals of the Vision 2030, we need to stop working in silos. Within the education system, each entity in general works in silo. We don't have to have a fully developed curriculum within each organization. We need to complement each other. What organization A offers can benefit organization B, and so on. So it's more like a puzzle. Given the rapid development within the STEM sector, we need to focus on teaching students the skills before the science itself. We need to teach them how to search and research, how to analyze and verify information. We need to offer students and those seeking information and learning different styles of learning, formal, informal. Some people prefer to read, learn from reading. Some prefer to listen. Some prefer hands-on experiences. To give an example, within our experience in Mishkat Science Center, it's all about hands-on. And to us, we never force-feed information. What we do is poke the students' brains. We try to ignite something within them. And then they can decide whether they want to learn more from our side, from videos on YouTube, which are now available, unfortunately not in Arabic, yet it's available. Some people prefer to learn from podcasts and so on. So we need to work as one big organization when it comes to education. And it's not just educators, scientists, engineers, mathematicians. Those people are the experts. They need to support us with up-to-date content, and our role is somehow to convert it to a way that the average person can understand. So the key word is complementing each other and working with each other.
And I believe the best way to achieve the goal is always to integrate and complement each other. Without the idea, we can't have hands-on practice at all. So I want to hear from Dr. Christopher and Dr. Muhammad also, and Dr. Abdel Mahsen about how can collaboration between the public and private sectors enhance the quality of STEM education in Saudi Arabia?
From our perspective in NEOM specifically, I think that we are a good example of breaking down the barriers of those silos you're speaking about, because we've created schools within NEOM that are supported by all of the various sectors that exist. So inside our school on any given day, we may have members of the sector that represents nature or tourism or technology coming into our school, and our students leaving the building and going out and meeting with those experts. And so by breaking down those barriers, we are giving our students that contact with their own future. Too often in schools, we are stuck in classrooms or inside a building, and we're not making the contacts outside. So technology has helped to break down that barrier. We can talk with anyone we want around the world. We can meet them face to face, but there's nothing like being in person and having someone demonstrate to you, and better yet, giving a student an opportunity to demonstrate their own knowledge. I would then take the next step and say, I'm thrilled I have two colleagues here in the audience with us. Inquiry-based learning, problem-based learning, these are things that are so important to us, and we will often utilize our colleagues in other sectors to come in and pose those challenges to our students, and then they can solve them there. They can take time to solve them, but we have enjoyed the opportunity over the past 4 years of operation to start developing a program that really connects. And then I'll just say, in terms of public-private, creating those partnerships beyond NEOM, beyond the kingdom even, and bringing colleagues from outside. We have an amazing partnership with Arizona State University to help us with our IB careers-related program. And I just literally, while sitting here before this, received a proposal from a group called Ready AI, connected to Carnegie Mellon University, to push our AI curriculum forward. So these are partnerships that are absolutely essential. And I think connecting countries, peoples, cultures, faiths, all part of it too. So.
السلام عليكم. الله يعطيكم العافية. بس أتمم كلام الأستاذ عزيز إنه الضيوف لهم حق اللغة الإنجليزية، وبس برضو أيضا أهل الدار لهم حق إن إحنا نتكلم معهم باللغة العربية. و yes please. والأهم برضو إنه الكلام اللي أنا بقوله أبغاه يوصل 100% إلى الجميع اللي موجودين، سواء كان أولياء أمور أو حتى تربويين من اللي أنا أشوفهم من زملائنا في المدارس. الكلمة اللي أنت قلتيها دكتورة رانيا بالنسبة للجسور اللي المفروض تربط ما بين أو الجسر اللي المفروض يكون موجود ما بين القطاعات الحكومية والقطاعات الخاصة فيما يخص التعليم ستيم بشكل عام بأي طريقة كانت، هو مهم جدا، وأحدها أو أحد أهمها مثل هذا المؤتمر اللي احنا موجودين فيها الآن، اللي هو يعني اختصر علينا مسافات كثيرة جدا ان احنا نتعرف على جهات وقطاعات كبيرة جدا ومهتمة وبشكل دقيق في تطبيق التعليم في ستيم. مهم جدا ايضا ان احنا يكون فيه انفتاح اكثر ما بين القطاعات الخاصة والقطاعات الحكومية في مسألة التعليم، لأنه الهدف في الأول وفي الأخير هو نشر العملية التعليمية بشكل صحيح إلى المستهدف الأول وهو الطالب أو الطالبة. مهم كذلك أن احنا نعرف أنه فيه جهود حكومية كبيرة جدا في عملية المسؤوليات المجتمعية اللي تتاح للقطاعات الخاصة أيضا، وما يقابلها من امتيازات وما يقدم أيضا من القطاعات الحكومية في هذا المجهود. الخبرات موجودة ومتوفرة. دكتورة رانيا والمنظمة اللي هي موجودة فيها، أنا أسميها منظمة لأنها فعلا أشبه بالمنظمة، وعندهم خبرة تعتبر الأولى من نوعها في تطبيق تعليم ستيم في المدارس. وأتمنى أيضا إحنا كقطاع حكومة مختصين في عملية تعليم الموهوبين، لأنه رعاية الموهوبين خلاص إحنا تجاوزنا هذا المسمى، وصلنا إلى تعليم الموهوبين. أنه يكون في تعاون بيننا وبين عدة قطاعات إن شاء الله بإذن الله، كممثل من وزارة التعليم أو التعليم بمنطقة الرياض، القطاعات الخاصة اللي مهتمة في عملية تعليم ستيم، سواء كانت متخصصة في العمليات التعليمية أو غير متخصصة. بإذن الله أنه يكون في تعاون أكثر، في تعاون قائم، ولكن نتمنى أنه يكون بشكل أوسع ومتطور أكثر، والهدف الأول والأخير هو الطلاب للمشاركة. شكرا.
دكتور محمد، لكن ممكن تضيف ما هي الاستراتيجيات التي يمكن أن توفرها أو تقوم بتنفيذها وزارة التعليم لكي تشجع الطلاب وتحفزهم على أن يكونوا مندمجين أكثر في التعليم عن طريق المشاريع في التعليم الذي يحقق منهجية ستيم؟
أغلب المشاريع العلمية اللي تطرح، سواء كانت مسابقات أو مؤتمرات أو حتى مشاركات على مستوى الطالب والطالبة، من ضمن الأهداف اللي ممكن توضع فيها أنه المشروع يكون عبارة عن أو بمنهجية ستيم، دمج العلوم، حل المشكلات. هذه كلها من ضمن الاستراتيجيات اللي تطرح على الأقل من عندنا في إدارة أو في قسم الموهوبين. كلها تكون قائمة على التعلم بالمشاريع، منهجية ستيم وتطبيقها للتعلم فيها. حتى بعض من ضمن الاستراتيجيات الموجودة للترشح أو حتى للتقدم لجائزة أو مشاركة في مؤتمر، أن يكون الطالب عنده مشروع أو عنده مساهمة في التعلم بمنهجية ستيم. وحتى برضو في استراتيجيات أخرى للتسهيل للتطبيق في القطاعات الخاصة المهتمة اللي حابة تتطور أو تنمو أكثر في التعليم بمنهجية ستيم. ممكن يكون في تدريب متكامل إليه، إشراف في أول 5 سنوات، إلى أن يكون فيه إتمام إن شاء الله بإذن الله وانطلاقة كاملة للجهة المنفذة للمنهجية ستيم في التعليم أيضا.
شكرا. دكتور عبد المحسن، تفضل. ما هي أهم الاستراتيجيات أيضا؟ ماذا تعتقد بالنسبة لكونك بروفيسور بجامعة سعود وأستاذ مساعد؟ ما هي أفضل الاستراتيجيات اللي تطبقوها بالجامعة على نطاق طلاب الجامعيين أيضا؟ And would you like to talk in English أو بتحب تتكلم بالعربي؟ يعني أنا احترت أتقدم بالإنجليزي أو بالعربي، صرت أتقلب، فاعذرني على السؤال
حياك الله وحيا الله جميع. صباح الخير جميعا. إذا فيه مترجمين والأغلب عربي بنتكلم عربي. طبعا احنا بجامعة الملك سعود، أنا عضو باللجنة تبع الستيم. صراحة اللي نشوفه أكثر المشاريع اللي تقام، وخلنا نقول براءة اختراع، خلنا نقول للأسف ما تم استخدام بالاستخدام الجيد. السبب أنه الطلاب أو حتى البروفيسورز لما يشتغل مشروع معين يشتغل على مشروع الحالة مثلا أو في لاب ما في أو ما في مثلا مع كليات أخرى. هذا الأهم بالنسبة لي أنا لما صرت عضو باللجنة، دائما أدقق على المشاريع اللي تطرح، لما خصوصا مع الطلاب. هل طالب، لا هذا سؤالي، هل أنت يا طالب أو طالبة عملت المشروع هذا بناء على احتياج السوق ولا لا؟ ممكن أفكر 1000 فكرة، لكن تطبيقها هل هي جدية اقتصادية؟ هي لها أثر إيجابي على السوق أو السوق المحلي والحاجة؟ هل أنا مثلا أنا متخصص صناعة الأغذية، الأمن الغذائي يحتاج إلى AI، يحتاج إلى تطبيقات ذكية حتى تساعد. مثلا تخصص دقيق علوم الدواجن قبل 90 سنة 100 سنة كان يحتاج بالنسبة للدواجن في شهرين أو ونص يعطينا أو دجاجنا كيلو واحد لما نربي. سابقا كم عندنا مليار من سكان العالم مقارنة السنة مقارنة مع السنوات القادمة، السكان يزيد، فلنا إلى تقنيات معينة أو مثلا هو السين الوراثي، فالدجاجة فيها شهر يعطينا 2 كيلو اللي هو الدب أو أكثر. هنا أصبح فيه تحديات كثير، من التحديات اللي هي إيش؟ درجة الحرارة في السورية الأوسط. أنا أربي سلالة معينة تم تحسينها وراثيا، ليس هرمونات، ما في هرمونات بالعالم تستخدم، ولكن التحسين الوراثي أو لما أعمل أي انوفيشن معين فيه خلينا نقول أجنحة أخرى تتأثر. هل الأجنحة هذه مراعاة؟ لازم إحنا لما نختار إحنا كطلاب زي موجه للطلاب الجيل القادم يعني نحفز جميع الطلاب خصوصا في قطاع الأمن الغذائي. لما أشتغل على تطبيق معين لازم أشوف إيش الشركة اللي اخترع المشروع هذا. نصيحتي دائما للطلاب وحتى البروفيسورز لما نقدم على مشروع معين أو فكرة معينة ابحث في السوق هذا وين ومين الشركة اللي انت رعاه وراح تتبع من أول خطوة. أنا لما أعمل الخطوة دي راح أوفر 3 حاجات: الجهد والوقت والمال. للأسف في مشاريع جلسوا عليها تقريبا 1 2 ووجدنا إنه الجهد والوقت والمال أصبحت قدر. فلما قارن المشاريع هذه واحد بدأ مشروع مع شركة معينة والشركة هذه عملت له سبورت على احتياج الشركة في السوق، أصبحت الشركة هذه مشروع جامعة الملك سعود تم اختراع الجامعة أمريكا اشترى شركة في البراءة وتم تصدير البراءة هذه إلى أبليكيشن أو تطبيق معين في السوق وتم استثماره. فلما أنا أقدم على أي تطبيق أو تقنية معينة أو فكرة معينة حلو إني أنا أربطها دائما بحاجة السوق وأيضا اقتصاديات السوق. شكرا.
شكرا جزيلا. Thank you very much. This is, I think, the core of the discussion for today. It's about the alignment of, you know, the STEM education with the market, the STEM education with the development goals, and those students, if we don't guide them truly, and if we don't show them the way to achieve their goals and find the sponsors and show them the right way to think about what they are going to do with the education they have, we will not reach those goals. So you mentioned also, Dr. Abdel Mahsen, something about AI and robotics, and I want to move to Dr. Christopher. And if you could tell me, you and Dr. Kim, about integrating the technology such as the AI and the robotics into the STEM curriculum, and also I think it is applied to Mishkat because they have a lot of programs related to robotics and training. So what would your insight at this project?
Well, I hope it's okay. I would love to go back for one moment to Dr. Ali's introduction. You were integrated, and part of introduction is something that I often talk with staff and parents who always want to ask me about STEM. How are you integrating STEM? And I look at this sometimes with STEM, and I say, really, we're just talking about school. If we do this correctly, we don't have to keep talking about STEM, because if we're teaching what students need to know, whether it be skills, content, that's fully integrated on a given day, then we are achieving STEM and STEAM goals that are absolutely essential. So integration for us in NEOM at this point, we've taken an approach where we start in kindergarten. We put together a program with our partner, the AI. Actually, a curriculum is not yet, but it actually be the first element of our intellectual property for NEOM schools. we sell. We want to let Neom produce things for the kingdom and
one-time thing. Your PhD, you get your master's done. No, we have to keep learning it, and I think that's part of our role. And government is looking at how can we get national orchestrate to help keep that wheel turning and keeping people really dipping themselves in. We are working in a vacuum. We have amazing organizations in the kingdom. MISC is one great contributor to so many programs for youth, and I'm sure I'm going to meet many people. I already met one in the beginning of my gathering here that are just doing amazing things that are going to contribute to the development of all Saudi nationals, and even many platforms are being developed that are trying to learn and up people even for the region. So I think that there's many good things, and the more we can communicate, share our ideas, the more we can build that collaboration that we're speaking about.
I believe so, and MISC and Sadaya, maybe Aramco and SABIC, they all have those programs that aim for innovation and training the student at high school and even the undergraduate students at the universities to prepare them for the workforce. Dr. Abdulaziz.
From our perspective, it's a bit different. So we try to change mindset and deal with types about science, scientists, technology, and so on. Normally, what we've seen, science is linked to boredom. Technology is very difficult and requires exceptional minds to use or develop. And this is something we need to work on heavily to we acknowledge different ways. So since we are trying to relay a message and trying to teach students about science, in one way we use technology to support us through the message in a proper and a useful way. Another thing is a science center, it's a permanent place where we cannot move from the kingdom or even the world. We need to use technology to extend the experience to reach other audiences, whether you are even AI and other technologies. Basically, by opening technologies that are easy to use within our sector, students will get used to dealing with technologies and step by step understand that it's no longer scary. So what we do sometimes, it's doing some sort of a survey when they just in the center and ask about whether it's about atomic energy, renewable energy, or about technology. And the answers are surprising. Some are well educated, and some have no information at all and has misinformations. So we do it later when we finish and it's changed. So people who are a bit worried of using a certain technology, in an indirect way they use it, and by the end of the journey, we tell them that you use this and that. These technologies that you use to feel are scary. So I think these are 3 ways we utilize technology within our center.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abdulaziz. And there is one last insight we have. It's about the policies and the initiatives that are needed to ensure that STEM education will sustain a driving force for Saudi Arabia, future growth and sustainability. So what do you think these initiatives and these strategies are, and how can we ensure that this driving force is going on? Dr. Mohammed, if you like, and anyone else.
قبل بس في نقطة مهمة جدا ذكرها الدكتور كريستو. بالنسبة لل ستيم أو ستيم، احنا نتكلم عن تعليم. الكلام مهم جدا للتربويين اللي موجودين معنا اليوم. ستيم أو ستيم ما بتفرق، هو مسألة التعليم بهذه الطريقة، ليست مادة تعتبر أو إضافي، هي مادة ممكن أنها تكون قائمة عليها مثل ما هي قائمة عليها مجموعة من المدارس في الرياض أو في المملكة أو حتى على مستوى العالم، بمفهوم دمج العلوم والتعليم بشكل عام. مهم جدا أيضا أن احنا كتربويين نقلل عدد المشاريع للمشاريع فقط، ونبدأ نركز على كلمة مشروع فيه مردود بالمقابل، فيه استمرارية. كثير سمعنا عن عدد المشاريع اللي تشاركت أو تقدمت من مجموعة كبيرة من الطلبة، ولكن بعد الانتهاء من المسابقة أو المنافسة اختفت تماما وغير موجودة. عدد قليل جدا قد يعد على أصابع اليد الواحدة اللي ممكن يكون في استمرارية وفي ريادة للأعمال وفي مردود، أيضا براءات اختراع وغيره. مهم جدا أن احنا كتربويين نبدأ نزرع الفكرة عند الطلاب اللي موجودين عندنا، لأنه احنا أول من يكون في احتكاك مباشر مع حتى قبل وصوله إلى المرحلة الجامعية أو حتى قبل وصوله إلى بعض المراكز المتخصصة في دعم المشاريع. المشروع له مردود مستقبلي، هل هو بيساعدك في المستقبل الوظيفي أو مستقبلك، هل تعمل الدولة، هل مقدم أيضا من الأشياء المتاحة اللي ممكن يكون فيها عملية دعم من الدولة. هذه الأمور كلها لابد أن تكون أيضا محط انتباه وتركيز من قبلنا وتنبيه للطالب عليها للمشاركة. طريقة المشاريع اللي خلينا نسميها المشاريع الفقاعية، اللي هي فقط للمشاركة في المسابقة أو لغرض معين، وبعد انتهاء هذا أو بعد انتهاء هذه المسابقة انتهى المشروع ولا يذكر لا المشروع ولا الطالب أيضا. وأيضا مهم جدا أن احنا ما ندفع الطالب للمشاركة بمشاريع قد تكون بلا فائدة أو للمشاركة فقط، لأن هذا قد يكون فيه عائد سلبي على الطالب دام المشاركة مرة أخرى في أي مسابقة، أو حتى المشاركة بمشروع هو يدعم في نفسه، يدعم مستقبله، مستقبل وظيفي، مستقبله كأمان، بالنسبة للدعم أيضا اقتصاد دولة. ولو شيء بسيط جدا في متكامل منشآت متكامل. تواصلنا يعني كان في كثير دائما يقولون ان في تواصل ما بين التعليم العام والتعليم العالي، او ما في جسور مثل ما ذكرت الدكتوره رانيا بيننا وبينهم. لا، هو موجود، الجسور موجوده، ولكن الشرط الوحيد انه المشروع يكون قابل للتطوير، قابل انه يكون فيه ايضا عمليه دعم واستمراريه اليه، ليست مشاركه لاجل المشاركه. وهذه بس يعني أكدت عليها وقررتها كثير، لأنه إحنا نعاني منها كثيرا، أنه فيه 10 مشاريع قد يكون فيه واحد ممكن يكون فيه استمرارية له. مهم جدا إحنا نتعامل مع ستيم كاستراتيجية للتعليم، ليست إثراء في للمواد. ممكن نبدأ كإثراء، لكن المفروض إلى حالة أنه ستيم يكون مفعول تعليمي كامل للطلاب. جدا أنا أؤيد فكرة أنه ستيم مدرسة، ليست مادة أو حاجة إضافية ممكن أنه يأخذها الطالب أيا كان. دمجها مع باقي العلوم الأخرى سواء كانت في الفنون أو حتى في التقنية، هذا مهم جدا متطلبة. ومستقبلا ممكن أحسن بالنسبة AI والذكاء الاصطناعي يكون حاجة قديمة، ونطمح أيضا أن احنا نطورها. ميزة مرونة ومفتوح على المشاركة مع أي علم من العلوم الأخرى اللي موجودة ويرتبط فيها بشكل سريع، ومهم جدا حسب اهتمام الطالب، حسب اهتمام البيئة، أو حتى حسب سوق العمل المستقبلي إن شاء الله بإذن الله إذا كان يطلب فيها. شكرا لكم.
Thank you very much. شكرا جزيلا. Thank you for your listening, and we would like to take question and answer now. If anybody want to participate, we have a question from the audience. Yeah, the ladies over there.
Good morning, everyone, and thanks for STEM second annual conference for this opportunity. I just 2 seconds. First of all, this is Dr. Randa Hariri. I'm Dar al Hikma University, the director of the Master Program of Educational Leadership. From my perspective and my extensive years in working at schools and at higher education institutions, I want to second Dr. Muhammad's opinion about the necessity to integrate STEM in all subject matters, and not even to integrate them in subject matter, but becoming a whole school approach. It's becoming that everything that we want to teach at schools, and most importantly to start from kindergarten, to the early exposure to STEM as the regular subject matters that we are learning, or actually that the children are learning, is very essential to grow up on these topics, not to find that this is STEM, this is a subject I like or dislike. You know, the influence of the teacher on teaching such topics. So the inclusive curriculum, basing the STEM, the inclusive curriculum included in the schools, and as Dr. Hakami mentioned at the beginning, integrating this, and what I say is more than integrating. becoming a whole school approach from the very beginning, we can build a generation that are ready for the upcoming, the fast and vast changes that are taking place in our community. Thank you.
Good morning to all of you. It's great to be back in Saudi Arabia. I've been here many times. I had the pleasure to have the best years of my life here during the 80s. I am a 35 for years now, since 1990, an educator and an author, a developer for streams, actually, science, technology, engineering, writing, arts, and social emotional learning, the whole process, the whole holistic. I couldn't agree with everybody more. The problem that I see in this streams process is two. First of all, we need, yes, to do it, because the alpha generation of students that are born after 2010, do not even trust society, do not even trust teachers, do not even trust parents, because we are bringing them up in a world full of disease, full of pandemics, full of wars, global warmings. So this is a problem. So if we do not change education to make it relevant for them, we lose them. As a matter of fact, they are away. They have an attention span less than 4 seconds. Therefore, whatever is relevant for them is. But the big problem in the question is not it us teachers, is developing educators to be able to facilitate. Educators not only teach, they just facilitate learning to happen. So developing educators and giving them the right resources, how to do it, I think is the most burning question of them all. Okay, thank you very much. I'm very excited to be here.
Very much. Thank you.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. بدنا القاضي البحرين. طبعا أيد ما تفضل به الدكتور محمد. النظام هي منهجية تتكون من العناصر، منها المعايير أو أهداف المراحل التعليمية، آخر المفاهيم والأفكار العلمية، الشيء العنصر الثالث مهارات القرن 21. العنصر الرابع هي الاتجاهات الإيجابية نحو مهنة المستقبل أو التخصص الجامعي المطلوب أن نتجه إليه. وما المشروع النهائي اللي هو حصيلة هذه العناصر الأربع، ومدى تعلم الطالب، مدى سعادة الطالب، ومدى يعني هنا قياس أثر التعلم والآليات التي يعني حصلت خلال المنهج. هو النتيجة هو تقييمنا للمنتج أو المشروع النهائي. للأسف البعض يركز على المشروع أكثر من المهارات، أكثر من الممارسات. هو مهارات، هذا هو يعني خاصة المنهج. شكرا جزيلا.
Thank you much. شكرا جزيلا for all panelists for this opportunity to share knowledge and exchange ideas and opinion. It was very fruitful conversation that we had this morning, and thank you very much, Dr. Khalid.
شكرا. What's amazing? What's an amazing, insightful, remarkable, informative experience. Thank you so much. Before we leave, I would like to call Dr. Ali Al-Hakami to honor the speakers. So first, Miss Rania Abdul Fattah Ubaid. Mr. Christopher Tamkin. Dr. Muhammad Khalid Libnair. Dr. Kim Elizabeth Pringle الصحاف. دكتور عزيز الحجيلان. دكتور عبد المحسن النم. Thank you so much for joining us today. Gathering picture. Gathering picture. Bring picture. شكرا جزيلا. So some ground rules and keeping rules for today. Just a reminder, keep all mobile silent, please. Second, please, if you are not registered, please go ahead and the front can to register. Remind you about there is coffee there, so please visit the exhibition area. If you need water and coffee, please go ahead. Remind you about the location of the room at the left of entrance. Also, there is forward and backward translation. So if you need Arabic to English translation, just pick the audio device, and also English to Arabic translation, please. And just for the flow of the program, we stick to 30 minutes, 20 minutes speaker time. We're gonna hear some music alarming the speaker stop, and then 10 minutes for the audience. And then we're gonna hear the music again, alarming the audience to stop for question and answer session. Perfect. Ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to have a truly inspiring speaker with us today. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Stephen Sommer, the Director General of Misk School in Saudi Arabia. Dr. Sommer is a distinguished leader in education, known for his innovative approach and commitment to excellence. Today, he will be sharing his insight on a fascinating topic, gaming for global health. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Dr. Stephen Sommer.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I just need to make sure I can work this one. Yes. The topic I have chosen for this, gaming for global health, is of course inextricably linked to STEM subjects. And you will find that quite a number of the slides that I've got here are leading up to a particular crescendo, and that is the topic of the presentation today. But I think it's very important that I make reference and go into a little bit more detail of what the panel previously said. And I particularly want to referred to Chris Tomlinson when he said that opportunities are really the main ingredient when it comes to creating high performers and creating students who have the motivation to really do something with some subjects. It will lead to certain statements that are the result of our educating our students in STEM subjects recently. And what we found and what the difference is that we have discovered from teaching maths and science and arts and all these things as subject, but that STEM and STEAM are actually the essence of interdisciplinary teaching that leads to the competencies that the previous panel has been talking about, competencies that are essential for the vision of 2030. And that's how I want to start. And don't really want to spend too much time talking about MISC, but it's mentioned a few times. But please bear in mind that there are different iterations of MISC. There's the MISC Foundation, and the MISC Foundation, the Crown Princess Foundation, which is there to uplift the youth of Saudi in all sorts of different ways. The MISC Schools, where I am the Director General, is really the centerpiece of that, and that is really, we are there to produce the leaders, to educate leaders for Saudi, and that is really for the next generation, leaders in businesses, in organizations, profit-making organizations, not-for-profit organizations, leaders in the kingdom as well as outside the kingdom. And of course, therefore, we are inextricably linked to the pillar 3 of the Vision 2030, and that is really the human capital piece. Everything I'm going to say next, and I'm flicking through, and please excuse that, I'm flicking through some of those slides that are just leading up to the crescendo quite quickly, but please don't worry, you'll have these slides available from the organizers and you can look at them again in great detail. The first thing I want to mention, and the panel before me mentioned that the first thing for a successful STEAM education, which for the Vision 2030, for this country and indeed for education globally, is absolutely essential, is we do need to produce critical thinkers. And that is quite a tricky thing, because critical thinking is not something that students just pick up by osmosis, or students just because they see somebody thinking critically. Critical thinking is also something that is seen quite differently here in the Middle East from what it's like in the West. So we have designed our own concept of critical thinking. We pasted against the academic tradition, the Arabic and Islamic academic tradition, which goes back centuries, as we all know. Because that will lead to the creation of high performers, and all of that is needed for natural innovation. And natural innovation is what brings the STEAM subjects, and I'll come back to the difference between STEM and STEAM in a second, to life. I just wanted to start, Professor Deborah Eyre, who is quite famous, she is the brain mother of everything that's to do with creating high-performance students. MISC Schools is the only school in the kingdom at the moment that is a high-performance learning school where really everyone who attends MISC Schools will be guaranteed a high performer because everybody's educated in that vein. In our schools, not just MISC Schools, and don't forget, we are exceptionally privileged at MISC Schools because we are founded by Prince Mohammed bin Salman, and that is a very privileged position to be in. We are literally his school. But with it, we are seen as a royal school, and we are. We've got amazing facilities, which is great, but I'm very, very keen on never standing around making a talk saying, look how beautiful we look and all the stuff that we have. Because it's there also for others to look at and others to get inspiration from and others to copy. And that's really quite important. So I do see MISC Schools as a beacon. Yes, we do have the means and we do have the opportunities to do many things that others can't do, but also do them so that you can copy it and develop further and adapt it to whatever your situation is. Critical thinking is important because of these three things, and none of us can deny that we are in a much more complex world, that we are in interconnected markets. There is no way a student can now be taught just in the context of one's own country. Whether we are in Saudi Arabia, in the US, in the UK or anywhere. No student can successfully be taught and be prepared for a successful career in any society, not realizing that we are all interconnected. And one country can only be successful if all other countries are as well. And we've seen in the pandemic, you know, once the markets are disturbed, once the supply chains are disturbed, there might be an issue in China, but we are all suffering from it. And that needs to be understood. And we mustn't forget that our children, our students, do not just pick this up. They just need to learn how all of this hangs together. Just if you haven't read this book about critical thinking, I really strongly recommend. Do it out. It's quite eye-opener, and it makes very good reading, incidentally, also for holidays. Just 3 things that I want you to take away from this. Critical thinking is difficult to teach because it's not something that including in the UK, is being taught as a subject, which I completely disagree with. And if you look at it, it is not... Oh, I hope that wasn't me. Yeah. And if you look at it in detail, you will soon realize that critical thinking is a different skill in mathematics from Arabic, or from English, or from science. You do have to apply different ways of thinking in order to get to a critical thinking. But it does in all subjects, whatever your discipline is. It does take time, it's provocative, and it is in many ways extraordinary. So it's when you have a child in your class who naturally thinks critically, it's that spark that hits you, that think, gosh, you know, it's normally the changer of a conversation or of a discussion that leads to a different angle, a different strand. That is an indication to you as a teacher that is a natural critical thinker. And that needs to be multiplied. Because rather than squashing it, it's important that we pick it up as teachers and multiply that in class. So yes, so the main characteristics for critical thinking, I just wanted you to see that once. Critical thinking is always novel, so it's always something new that isn't already part of the discussion. It's self-directed, and it means really, you're not just following an instruction, or you're not just following a flow of a discussion, you are entering a new point into a discussion, and potentially leading the discussion or the thought process into a different direction. And it's always effective. That's another characteristic of critical thinking. It's effective because it makes a difference to the discussion. You will know that one student who's really brought in a critical thought has led the discussion into a different field, leading to a different outcome in the end. So it cannot be taught as a standalone subject, and if you're thinking of that, please don't. In fact, there are qualifications around, critical thinking qualifications that you can do, and I don't particularly agree with them because they're assuming that there is only one way of critical thinking, and there isn't. It is not just a transferable skill. This is my definition of it. And this is one that we found from our experience in the schools is the one that actually truly makes sense. It is truly inherent in what you do. It's subject specific, so it's a different kind of skill in maths from Arabic or from science, but it is mindset related. So it really depends on the mindset you have, which needs to be inquisitive in order to be able to be critically thinking. You don't just accept something because you're being told it. You are questioning it. You are being inquisitive about either by looking deeper or by looking sideways. And that will enable you to pose the kind of questions and have these interjections into a thought process or into discussion that leads to discussion other ways. Now, this is just a little diagram, and you will have the slides available to you, which you mustn't forget. The critical thinking bit is the bit between, yes, of course, you need to have subject knowledge, and a lot of it too, what is there at the moment, and you have to have the inquisitive mindset. And that interface in that Venn diagram, that is the critical thinking bit, which is different from one subject to the next. The second point, if you remember the first slide, I was going to talk a little bit about critical thinking, which is that's absolutely essential for a successful STEAM education, but also that you are quintessentially a high performer and you know of yourself that is what you want to be, that is what your school, your teachers, your whole environment, including your parents, will want you to achieve. And that comes with two things. This is all this is all based on, you've seen the quote from Professor Deborah Eyre at the beginning, it's all based on her concept of what makes high performers. And there are two essential things. They are high performers do not just develop the cognitive apparatus, which is the knowledge that we teach them, the knowledge that we know they need to have in order to be successful in their exams and to have the currency to go to the next stage. So it's the how to think, but also they consider the how to behave while learning. And what that means is what kind of attributes and attitudes need to be had while learning. And that implies different ways of learning. That, for instance, you know, we celebrate hugely as if people who have learned the entire Quran off by heart, who've known the Quran. And that has my utmost respect. In fact, Doha College was my last alma mater where I was the principal, and I donated a prize for students who learn the Quran off by heart. That is a fundamental skill to have. But let's not kid ourselves. If learning things off by heart is a very important skill, but it cannot be the only skill. It cannot be, that by itself is not learning. It's an important part of learning, but it's not all of learning. Being persistent, being able to overcome difficulties, things that I can't do, not being disheartened, but getting on and standing up again and trying a different approach. That is also, these are all qualities, behavior types that students need to develop while learning. And over the last few decades, I have to say, almost entirely through the 20th century, we've seen a lot about this, that actually, apart from the knowledge that our children need to have in order to be successful in their exams, they also need to have the ability to have learning qualities, attitudes and attributes that will enable them to be lifelong learners, which now, as we heard that in the previous discussion, is more important than ever. Because we now have students sitting in front of us. I mean, I've got students in grade 10 who are graduating in 2 years' time. I have no idea what they're going to do at university because some of those courses won't exist yet. But in 2 years' time, they will exist. So the world is changing so quickly that we have to stop running behind what's going on. When in fact, in education, we have one raison d'etre, and that is to prepare the students of the next generation for the job market and the university market as it presents itself at the moment when they enter it. And that moment we can't foresee because we are not clairvoyants. We can't see in the future. So therefore we need to educate our students knowing that what they're learning today might be wrong tomorrow. So they need to know that at the moment when they learn it, they must know, well, it might well be wrong tomorrow. But it is a vehicle. They still need to know that knowledge because the knowledge is a vehicle for teaching the skills that they need in order to develop new knowledge. And that is what they need to be able to do when the old knowledge is defunct. Sorry, I seem to have... This has given up on me. I don't quite know how to carry on clicking it here. Can we have a... No. No. Ah, yeah. Can we go one back? Yes. This is just carrying on that profile of high performance. Can I just say, you know, it's all about advanced performers, global leaders, and enterprising learners. Enterprising learners, learners who take risks. Carry on, please. I just want to show you that quickly. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Yeah. This is what the Miss Diploma looks like. And I just wanted to say at Miss Schools, we've designed our own diploma. And it's there really to encapsulate all the things that I've just said. Because that's absolutely essential for making sure that the next generation are ready for what they need to be able to do, for making sure that the Vision 2030 materializes, that all of this thought process, all of what we're doing at the moment, preparing young people for this, that they can actually do this in the future. So yes, there's only one aspect of it that's academic, and the others are other things. You know, learning things about society, working in a company and picking up skills there, never forgetting their roots and their national identity, but also learning about leadership. Because leadership is different nowadays from what it was like in the 1960s. But it will be different again in 2030. And our students will still be there. They will still be in their careers in 2030. Anyway, let's go to the essence of what we're doing here. We are running a program at Miss Schools, which takes the entirety of STEM education slightly beyond what we normally do. And we thought it's very important that rather than just combining science, technology, engineering, and mathematics into STEM, we need to make sure that it's taught and experienced by the students through their learning as an integrated discipline, which is an interdiscipline, really, which engages all of them. You will notice that I specifically want to refer to STEAM here, which actually has added the notion of creativity. And that is not only creativity like art, what creativity normally stands for, but also creativity of thought. But because in order to bring STEAM to life, creativity of thought is needed. And that is creativity of thought of the teacher teaching the various disciplines, as well as the teachers working together between those disciplines to make sure that actually, while I'm doing art, or while I'm doing creative things, I could be combining that with a project that's running in physics, with a project that's running in computer science, or a project that is running in maths. I've talked about the importance of critical thinking and actually basic skills of learning to make sure that students are motivated to do this. What I said before about high performance learning, it's really quite important that it sinks into the students' minds that we care about how well they're doing. We care very deeply about the kind of grades they're getting, but more importantly, the depth of the learning that they are that they are experiencing. Now, when on the next slide we will see a bit more about that. It's when we come to STEAM, the science, technology, engineering, mathematics, but combined with art. We have found that in those, and the school, Miss Schools, and we are the only place that is already in existence in Miss City. I said before that we're very privileged, and the campus is quite extraordinary because there isn't really such a campus around anywhere else in the world. And when you go through it, you will see that we don't really teach in a compartmentalized way. You know, there's a maths department, there's a science department. Well, yes, there is. But they're all interspersed with huge spaces for interdisciplinary learning, where actually the students can sit outside, different classes coming together, different subject areas coming together, particularly with STEAM. So projects are being run that all these subjects are being combined together, not seen as monoliths, as only maths or only science. Oh, here we go. Yes. Motivation is one of the big drivers of performance and also of self-belief, almost like a self-fulfilling prophecy. It's when students believe that they can do well, when they're being told by their teachers, by their parents, that they will do well, and we will all be there to support them to do well, they will do well. But what is important is motivation. You will all agree that motivation of students is actually more difficult now than it used to be in the past, because there's one big thing that we tend to teach students, and if you watch your teachers, you will find that quite regularly, I still find it a lot, that we tend to teach the students like we think they ought to be taught. When in fact the future, and I'll come back to that with the project we're running here, the future is all about teaching the students in the way they want to be taught. And that's really quite a different thing. You will see that on the next slide, how we do that. And when I talk about divergence here, it is very important that everything we teach and the way we teach it has for the students a real life connection, because that is the real motivator. What is the biggest demotivator for children nowadays, I find, however able they are, is if we are talking about something that already bores them. And let's not forget, they have the world's libraries, all libraries in their pockets, in the shape of their phones. So the likelihood that you'll be telling them something new is actually not very high in a lesson. But what might happen is that they already know what you're talking about, but they get completely the wrong stick, the wrong end of the stick. They don't really know how it's connected to anything else, because they just saw it on Instagram, or they saw it on Twitter, or whatnot, and that kind of thing. And putting that right is also, and we heard it before in the previous discussion, a certain media competence is also important for our students to have, so that they can filter that. Now, what we've done, we have linked up with the Human Perception Lab of Stanford University in California. And they ran 2 summer courses at Miss Schools this last summer, heavily subscribed by our students, and they were absolutely mesmerized. And that was living STEAM, because it was all about the interface between the human brain and technology, AI. And it was quite interesting for them to see that actually they contributed this summer to this project, which will revolutionize everything we know about gaming. And we all know that gaming is a very big thing here in Saudi. It's a very big, in fact, at Miss Schools, just in case you didn't know, we have an enormous esports and gaming suite at the, in the basement of our sports center, of our Olympic Sports Center, where these kind of things can happen. If you don't know the Space Invaders 2 game, I just gave a bit of a description there. That's what it does. So the players use weapons to obliterate aliens attacking Earth. That is what it is. And I know what you'll be thinking. Oh gosh, if my kids were playing this, I'd be absolutely mortified. But we mustn't forget one thing. There is light at the end of the tunnel. Fact is, that is what our students do. If we love it, and our children as well, if we like it or dislike it, that is what they do. And we can tell them all day long how much we hate it. They will still do it because they will use the excuse, oh, you were born in a different generation where all of this wasn't there. But here it is. I'm a digital person. We're growing up with this. That's what we are playing. So what are we learning from this? There are two things. Now, A, there is the fast gaming. And did you know that? That it actually doesn't only identify dyslexia, but it helps cure it. And there is now significant proof of that. Because it is all about the synaptic connections that are formed at high speed while the students are gaming. So if we just think for one moment, when attacking these aliens, and I don't know if you've watched your children or indeed the students in school doing a game like this, it is absolutely fascinating with the speed they are picking up what needs doing and how quickly they translate that into a physical motoric action of reacting on that joystick. And actually, if you haven't held the joystick, I strongly recommend you do, because it is actually quite sensitive. It's quite amazing how quickly you can get it wrong, and yet they don't. So, and that actually forms very different connections, because that's not what the brain normally does. And what they have found is that in dyslexia, this connection of what I'm seeing in a book or on a screen and what I'm translating into reality of life is actually a bit discombobulated, is a bit skewed. That's why children then can't spell. They find that difficult, because that connection is, but this helps creating these connections, and therefore it improves their ability to recognize and reproduce things that are written down. So I've just noted a few things there that we have noticed as the results there. What the outcome is, but that's not the only one. That is a medical. That's a medical thing. You'll see on the next slide there is more that we can learn with computer games, and that actually children are contributing not only to their own health, brain health, to global health. And I showed just now.
Thank you so much. Time is over. Yes.
Right. Well, if I can just have one. If I just.
Sure.
Well,
go ahead.
I'll open up for questions.
Sure.
Maybe you'll have questions. It's almost the last slide anyway. Please, if I've been reminded that it's the end of the talk. If you do have questions, please, I'm very happy to answer them. It is when you expose children. I come back to the previous panel here, when it was mentioned how very important, and I think it was Chris Thomason, how very important opportunities are. These opportunities, and I agree, maybe not everybody can do this, but there are these courses available, these outreach courses that universities offer, and our students can sign up for in the summer holidays and that kind of thing. It opens their minds to different things, and if you then allow them to share that in class and with the rest of the school, that makes a difference. Thank you. You have a question? Sorry.
First of all, thank you for this inspiring presentation. With this team, I think our STEM or STREAM, whatever, I think it's time to focus on learning rather than teaching. It's time to think about the opportunities that we as educators can provide to the students to learn, to teach them how to learn, but not to teach them the topic itself. Because if we look for the information, for anything, it is there, specifically now with the AI, but we need to focus on how to teach them to learn how to invest in whatever there available to be able to construct their own knowledge in the right way. This is the focus for this generation, and this is from my experience as educator, and I saw it there in your last slide, focusing on the learning how we need to focus on the cognitive skills and all this stuff that the children themselves, the students themselves need to construct and not to be offered, because knowledge is never ever offered. It's always constructed by the learner. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That is a very wise comment. In fact, I think we all agree that nowadays, also when you are accredited as a school by whatever the accrediting body is, including ETEC, we've only just been accredited by ETEC as the first school, and the focus was learning outcomes. Whether you are a Saudi school, whether you have Saudis like we only have Saudis, but it's an international curriculum that we've designed ourselves, and they don't care. What they're looking at is learning outcomes, and that's very, very important. It's the learning that counts, not the teachers. And also, incidentally, when you go around your classes and you look at what your teachers do and how the students learn, I do that quite a lot, and I always enjoy it, but I only ever look at the learning. I don't really care much what the teacher's doing, because this is not about the teacher being on stage, doing a performance. It's about how the teacher enables the students to go about their own learning. That is what really matters. So thank you so much for that comment. Any other questions? Yes, just in the back there.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hello, Shada
Hello.
Khalid Radaan. I'm from Al Fasailia School in Jeddah City. I'm really glad to be here with those brilliant minds, and I hope everybody is having a good day. So I have a question on behalf of the students from all around the world. Is how can we precipitate and how we can affect the education. So as students, we really need support from schools, and I'm really glad my school supports our students. And I really want to know how we can affect Neom City and how we can affect in the world as students, as young generation. Even if I was like 10 years old, how I can affect, because I see a lot of brilliant minds in they're 10 years old, but they don't have the support or doesn't have the resource. So that's my question. Yeah, thank you.
Well, thank you for the question, and we've all heard it. It's quite a philosophical and far-reaching one, and I don't think I can answer this completely. But I think one answer is quite clear, and one is a political one, because for all schools, and you heard me say that quite a few times, we know at MIS schools that we are very privileged. In the MIS Foundation, in the MIS schools, we are very privileged, which is why we are very keen on sharing what we do with everybody else, so that you can do it yourself, either in exactly the same way, or you adapt it to your circumstances, as I said before. So I think it's a political question, and that really lies with the Ministry of Education. But there's good news. There's very good news, and I can tell you that. Because we are who we are, we've got a very close relationship with the Ministry of Education, and I know that their thinking is very much in tune with the Vision 2030. So they're thinking about that all the time. Yes, we're doing this. MIS schools is one place. We're now having the Riyadh schools, that's another place. We'll have other beacon schools, great schools, but they will only ever capture a number of students. I mean, in MIS schools, we've got just over 1,000. That's not, if you look at the kingdom, that's not very many. So there needs to be a way of what we call multiplying. That needs to be multiplying. And a lot of money is being spent in the kingdom to make sure that these schools are as effective, as innovative as they can be in order to radiate out and create multipliers. But that also needs a system, and I want to come back to that. And they haven't done that yet, but I know the Ministry of Education are very, very keen on creating that system, that all schools have a way of cooperating, that there is training for teachers where these things can be shared, and they can actually, where are the government schools? There are thousands of government schools. Why aren't they all here to listen to this, to take this out? And I think that takes a bit from the Ministry of Education and organization, that these opportunities are created that they can do this. But the good news is I know they're working on it, so it will be happening. We've seen a lot of change in the kingdom in the last 5 years, and I'm absolutely confident that in the next 2 years, we will see all of that change. And I've heard and I've seen that the right moves are being made to do that. But we also mustn't forget, we need to be a little bit patient. I know children who are now 10, who are 12, for them it makes a big difference. If they're waiting 3 years, then they are 3 years older. So it's and I know that is true. But these things also take time because there is an academic history in the kingdom as well, and that history needs to be taken along with us when we are making these changes. So you can't just ignore it and say, well, actually, it was all wrong. It wasn't all wrong. But society's moved on, and we need to do things differently. But at that level, I'm pretty sure it will be happening very soon. Thank you.
Take the last question. Last question. Yes, go ahead.
Here.
Yeah, hello.
Dr. Stephen, I want to say a huge thank you for really such an inspiring session, and a big thank you to the panel before you. I come from Dubai, from the United Arab Emirates. I'm the founder of Studio Lab. I have a center where we truly believe in kids learning in an immersive way through hands-on making, particularly with woodworking. But I want to say a big thank you to you as a mother, because I have 3 children. My eldest is almost 16, and he absolutely loves his gaming. And I personally find a huge struggle with that, but your session has made me look at his passion for gaming, and he plays very, what can I tell you, strategic, intelligent, difficult games like Elden Ring, for example. And my son, I am told, is brilliant. He's a writer. I mean, it's not, I'm not talking about him, but you've changed my perspective on the world of gaming and how to look at it as a medium of learning, and very important learning for that generation. So really thank you for that.
Well, thank you so much for saying that, and please let us all take that. That's the whole point of me talking about this, that we keep an open mind as adults and don't just poo-poo and say, oh, what are you doing, such a senseless thing, you're wasting all your time. Actually, you will also find, if you test your boy, I am absolutely certain he is a fast, cursive reader. When you have a sheet of A4 full of writing, he will grasp the essence of that within 2 seconds, which actually, I was in school, I had to learn this. This was not something that I just did. This is another thing that gaming produces. It produces a fast ability to grasp the essentials of big writing very quickly and put that into a different context.
And I think importantly, it also helps us in bridge what that lady, there was a lady here who talked about the gap.
Yeah.
Like, I'm a dinosaur for my kids, but they are, you know, part of the digital world, and we have to respect that. So really, thank you. You've given me hope.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. That's all I was trying for. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Dr. Steve, thank you so much. I think you changed the perspective of many here about gaming. Please be with us. I would like to call Dr. Ali Al-Hakami to honor Dr. Stephen Summer. Please, let's have you on the stage. Thank you so much. Okay. So now, time to take a break. Tired? I can see you are tired. So please grab a cup of coffee, check your mobile, make calls, and come fresh. Thank you so much. Thank you. To remind you, we're gonna start at 11:10, so be quick. 11:10.
اوكي حبيبي متشكر جدا حبيبي متشكر جدا حبيبي
النشيد الوطني. What is the age of your child?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Our esteemed guest, please join us. Please join us in the hall, please, right now. our esteemed guests, thank you so much for joining us. Hope you had a wonderful breakfast. Now, I'm pleased to introduce a visionary leader in technology and education, Mr. Mokan Kumar. Please welcome Mokan Kumar, founder and CEO of Equilibrium. Mokan Kumar is at the forefront of innovative thinking, dedicated to preparing individuals for the future of work and technology. Today, he will be speaking on a topic that's both timely and crucial: developing a human intelligence skill for an AI-driven future. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Dr. Mokan Kumar. Thank you.
Can everybody hear me back there? We're good? Awesome. Can you see if I stand here? All right, amazing. So, hi everybody, good morning. My name is Mokan Kumar, and I am the founder and CEO of Equilibrium. If you haven't seen what we're all about, it's booth A6. But more importantly, I'm here to talk about a very important topic. We've discussed STEM, STEAM, what it means to build in this world of robotics and AI. But moving forward, excuse me, is this up and running? But moving forward, what we really want to discuss is how what we build as human beings, the human-centric abilities that we have, eventually impact the outcomes when it comes to robotics, when it comes to coding, when it comes to building for the future. And we've all heard of AI. Everybody in this room, being an educator, I'm sure would have. But how many of you have heard of the term human skills? Can you put your hands up, please? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, a handful of folks here. So we're really going to explore this category. We want to understand how us being human might be the key to unlocking how we interact with machines. And this is a different space, but it does link to everything we've discussed today. So this is just me, just so you know who's on the stage. I'm Indian by heritage, but I grew up in Canada most of my life. Before Equilibrium, I founded another company called Hindsight. We help tens of thousands of learners globally. I used to be in finance, and then I graduated from a business school in Canada, one of the better ones if you've heard of the Richard Ivey School of Business. So it's not about me, but just so you know who's on the stage. How many of you have seen the World Economic Forum Future of Jobs report over here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, a handful of you. If you haven't, please do check it out, because what it talks about is the key skills that employers are looking for moving forward. And if you notice, it's all linked to human-centric ability. Skills like analytical thinking, creative thinking, self-awareness, digital literacy, curiosity, self-awareness. These are all unexplored categories within traditional education. You have math, you have science, you have physics, you have all these subjects. And that's amazing. You should, because they're still the foundations. However, if a student and eventually a candidate for a job in the modern world wants to thrive, they need to supplement that with human-centric ability. And they need to be able to talk about it, communicate their ability. And we also ask the Oracle the same question. So again, a lot of you use ChatGPT, or your students probably use ChatGPT here. We ask them the same question. Because of ChatGPT, because of AI intervention, what does this mean for education, work, and eventually human happiness? Because that's a big part of it too. And you realize the sets of skills that it talks about aren't too different from what we've been talking about. Critical thinking, communication, adaptability, creativity, emotional intelligence, self-awareness, etc., etc. And we hit upon resilience in the previous session, how implementing it and understanding yourself really matters. So these tend to be the human-centric skills that we need and our students need in order to thrive in the modern day workforce in an AI-driven climate. Next, the question becomes, how do you develop these skills? Where do you start? And how do you develop these skills as a pathway that eventually leads to a learner when they graduate school to have all of these skills and be able to communicate all these skills as a new language? Because skills as a language is the next phase of learning. Because if you cannot tell people and communicate exactly how you develop yourself, it's not that useful. Does that make sense? Is that hopefully clear? So what we studied here is that if you start with intrapersonal skills, skills in green, skills within your own mind, goal setting, time management, critical thinking, creative thinking, self-awareness, it eventually leads to your ability to build confidence. And each of these skills builds on the previous skill. Because how can you be self-aware if you're not a critical thinker? And if you're not self-aware, how do you become empathetic? And if you're not empathetic, how can you be a leader? And if you're not a leader, how can you create an organization with collaboration? So every one of these skills is intertwined with the next. And this is what we like to call compounding skills. By building one skill, you set yourself up for the next skill. And over time, as students start to build skill by skill by skill, they start to develop their own sense of identity, their own sense of confidence, and then eventually their ability to use this skill in any setting. Building a robot, making more friends, doing better in mathematics, doing better in physics, regardless. They're able to take these skills and achieve anything that they want. And that's really, really important here. So let's dive into the actual framework for developing some of these skills. I assume you've all heard of Bloom's taxonomy, or most of you would have heard of Bloom's taxonomy as educators. So if you take an adapted version of that, at the bottom layer, number one there, you're trying to teach students how to define and conceptualize human-centric skills. What is the definition of being self-aware or being a critical thinker? Do you understand the key attributes, the ABCs of each skill as a language? Secondly, can you identify the skills in the real world? As students, these skills show up academically, extracurricularly, in their personal lives, during internships, during family events. They're all around us. But most people, even adults, do not identify when they show up in the real world. So the ability to identify when skills show up in your life experiences is a very, very strong foundation. And then finally, how do you apply the skill, how do you reflect on the skill? So I'm going to do a quick exercise here. Let's take a skill like goal setting, and I'll link it to STEM very shortly. Would everybody agree, generally speaking, that being good at goal setting involves creating supportive and aligned goals, building supportive habits, setting actionable goals? These are things that most educators would agree upon, or most human beings would agree upon. But if you teach this to students as just goal setting, to them it's a buzzword. It goes over their head. They got goal setting, okay, I get it. But if you teach it to them as the actions that you need to actually be good at goal setting, it starts to translate into real world application. That's what we see. So you teach them the competencies, and then you give them situations and scenarios, which then mimic when the skill might show up in their lives. In this situation, as you can read, they are leading a volunteer group project tasked to design new activities. And so they're asked, how can you get started? What would you choose? So there's multiple options here. Does anybody want to tell me one of the options that they believe they'll start with? I'll give you 2 seconds to think about it, or 10 seconds to think about it. You can just say it out loud, perhaps.
Ask the team to reflect on a shared objective.
Ask the team to reflect on a shared objective, correct. Any other that you see linking to it? Which one? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 2. All right, tell the team what they need to do. Okay, potentially, but I think instead of maybe telling them, you want to make them part of the process of breaking down how to set goals. Okay, correct. So what are your needs and translate them into goals, correct? Anybody else? Yes? So because there's no mic with you, maybe you just want to number them 1 to 7. The last ones. Number 7, okay, ensure goal alignment in your planning. Number 3, set SMART goals for the project. Number 5, set a long-term goal for the project. Number 3 again. Number 4, okay.
None of the
None of the ones? None of the ones. Okay, fair enough.
I'll just throw them in and give them again later.
Right, fair enough, fair enough. Anybody else? I think we've covered everything. So if you want to break it down into some of the competencies, the ability, telling somebody what to do is probably not the best starting point to galvanize or motivate your team. Some people tend to do that. Hey, just do this. Here's what we need to do. Getting them involved as your partners in this project is important. So for a student to have the ability to pick out, I would do 6 out of the 7, I wouldn't do the second one because of XYZ reason, links back to these competencies that we talked about. So once you start understanding how the student's mind is developed, you can start giving them some kind of data and feedback around these competencies. You can start giving them these skills as a language, as a subject, so then they understand with their level of thinking, they might be at a level 3 today, and within each competency, there's things they're better at and things they need to improve upon. And that's all humans. Nobody's perfect. Nobody's going to be perfect. It's all about this discovery process. So this is the mindset development of a skill, like goal setting. What next? We care about STEM, that's why we're here. We care about the student applying it in a situation that matters to them. So this is really what's happened. It's a real student that's applied SMART goals, which is one of the options, in their robotics and AI related class. Once you give them the language of goal setting, they're able to apply the language of creating a SMART goal to building a robot, to working with the team, to achieving a goal. And this is really what we've realized leads to a scalable solution for skills learning. If students do not have the foundation thinking, they do not have the foundational language, it's very difficult for them to all of a sudden start scaling their STEM-related outcomes. Because in order to build a robot, and they're able to apply it to anything that matters to them. And so in this scenario, we've seen students apply critical thinking to choosing a birthday present for a friend. That mattered to them, so they did it. On the right, you see students using critical thinking to do better on a physics test. You might think these two things are completely different, but it's the same underlying skill that helps students achieve anything that they want to achieve. Doing better in mathematics, improving in mental health, improving in sports, it doesn't matter. If you want to improve as a human across all areas of your life, STEM-related, non-STEM related, building skill sets as a foundational language is the best way to do it. How long do I have? 5 minutes? Great. And I've been the messenger, but this is the team that's really developed this. So my team members from Harvard, Yale, and Columbia, they couldn't be here today. Hopefully next year we can bring them to the conference. They've been assessing these skills for decades. And the ability to see trends in learners, patterns in learners, is really important when it comes to identifying skill sets and scaling it. And so I've been the one talking, but they've been the one doing all the work behind the scenes. And so this comes with a lot of research and a lot of experience behind it, and now we're obviously implementing it at scale globally. I do want to do something really quickly, because we are running out of time, is we ask these basic questions to learners, and we've had thousands of them globally. We wanted to understand if they know the key aspects of critical thinking. So you see this on the board. What is the most important capability of thinking critically? There's two buckets. Asking questions and memorizing information, having a strong opinion. What percentage of students do you think pick the asking questions bucket versus the other bucket? Just throw out a number. What percentage do you think would pick this? Or your students? What percentage of them do you think would know that critical thinking involves asking questions? 70%? 70% would pick this? And 30% would pick that? It's funny you say that because it was literally the opposite. And so the reality that we see, and this is globally, this is across every curricula, every layer of students, is that their minds today are not structured in a manner where they're able to identify the foundations of even critical thinking or these skill sets. So until you do that layer, teaching them complex robotics might be fine, but it's not going to get the best out of them. So we've seen this globally. We've done this across a bunch of skills. I'm not going to spend time with it. We've done this across a bunch of grades from grade 7 to 11 and younger. And while there are gaps foundationally, we see that as students become older, they tend to grasp on these skills a little better. But the grade 11 is not way above the grade 7. So age is also not a factor. We've seen that students who are younger can often learn these skills at a faster rate because their minds are not open, they're not distracted with things. And so there is an upward trend, but there is a gap that's closing. Once you start tracking the development of these skills through a series of assessments and real-world application, you start to see a trend line in a learner's performance. You start to understand at what rate are they learning and how are they developing. Because the only thing that you should probably be imparting for students in the beginning is how to learn, how to grow, how to adapt. Once this happens, they're able to see themselves through a lens of a learner, not just a student. We've done another interesting study. Students who did really well in the beginning through one of our diagnostic assessments often aren't the ones who do the best over time. Just because you do really well on one test doesn't mean you actually know at a very foundational level how to apply the skill or any subject that you learn. We've seen students who actually did more, I guess, poorly, quote unquote, but have an open mind, put in the effort, improve over time. Their ability starts to scale because they are invested in the long-term development versus just trying to get one high grade. And I get it, exams, you have to do well. We're not telling you to fail your exams and then start to improve. But when it comes to these kinds of skill sets, long-term motivation, the right infrastructure, the right guidance goes a long, long way. This is the last slide. It's just about implementing these in institutions. What we've seen and done is that if you really, really want to improve and implement skills as a language, you need to have some kind of bi-weekly periods in the calendar. Do it as a once-a-semester thing or workshop, that's fine. I've seen it in your student on the other end. It's not registered to them as part of central, acts of being school. If you start having this calendar, it starts to make a real impact. You don't need a lot of time, but you need consistency. If you have 30 minutes, 1 hour a week, consistently over 20, 30, 40 weeks, you're going to be amazing results for students. So that's what we've seen and done. It's important to track the real world outcomes. This is not learning math science where they get 99% and they're perfect. There is no perfect thing. There's no perfect thing. There's no perfect leader. Doesn't exist. We all go up and down. The ability is to have consistency in our development. And so give them the space, track their outcomes to the real world, and make sure that they actually grow in confidence. They need to grow that self-belief. If they grow that self-belief, they can learn anything. They can build a robot, they can build a spaceship, they can do anything. So with that, I will yield my time. Hopefully that was informative. If there's any questions, I'm happy to take them. I believe there's a question here. Can we get the mic? Thank you.
Hi. I agree with your final word. I will will challenge though the process. Okay, I come from higher education. We are developing curricula for young children from kindergarten through 6th grade. Because this is where all the learning and the change can be intervened very nicely.
Yes.
Not later. We need to do it early. What I have witnessed in most of the talks today is you are talking about critical thinking, and then you are talking about creative thinking, and then you are talking about self-awareness and all of that. These things are intertwined, should be intertwined when we are solving problems. And I allow me to share with you an example. When we are solving a problem, okay, we need to have definition of our problem. We need to very, very, very strictly define the problem. The problem is there is where we apply our critical thinking. Critical thinking is about conversion. It's about specifying pinpoint. I want to find a way to go to Jeddah, for instance, tomorrow. This is something very specific. Critical thinking, convergence. Then creative thinking is when I try to find ways to do it, okay? And then critical thinking again, seeking and selecting the best way to do it. Because I don't have a lot of money, maybe I take a motorcycle. So if we start teaching the children during the problem-solving approach to when to think critically, when to wear that creative mind. For instance, evaluation, it's all about critical thinking, because if you set goals, these goals need to be specific, it's critical.
Yeah.
Right, yes, okay. If you are creative thinker, is where you try and find solutions. Okay, so solutions
Exactly.
So we put in context the children understand that because the young one do not differentiate between thinking all about creating also. So in temporarily well, it's for that and thinking about critical thinking. So we need to put a very simple word for our students. We cannot use it with everything. What I mean?
For sure.
And also our teachers.
That's a good point. It takes years. So
it took me 5 years.
Yeah. So
I have to it. And finally, it was in all European countries. At the moment.
Let me. Thank you for that. If this lets me get to that, here we go. So this takes years. This is a pathway. If you start 5 years, go 6 years, go through, you cover everything. You start with the point, and you're okay. I want to. You said, well, I want to go on a trip. Then you got to plan your trip. Then you like critical creative. And everything is intertwined. It is a circle. Exactly. So that's the entire point. Exactly. It goes over time and it's a circle. Thank you. Any other questions, Dr. Ali?
Thank you, Mokin. I think what you have illustrated is very important because most of the time we teach hard science or engineering or medicine and we don't touch on the psychological aspect, the passion. I've seen some young people graduate from engineering school or medical school and they shift jobs afterwards.
Yeah.
Because, and then we lose a lot of investment as a country and their education. You know, how much it costs to, graduate one medical student. A lot of millions of Saudi riyals or dollars.
Yeah.
So most of most institutions, they emphasize great learning, facts, knowledge, practice. To this strategic aspect. And one aspect also you indicated that I think very important that should be present with every child, every adult is resilience. You know, when we meet obstacles, frustrations, when we fail, what do about it? You know, I'm sure everybody remember in their experience, young people who left school. We are not resilience. You become stronger than your situation before you fall. We are missing, you know, this angle in our parenting, in our, teaching. We need to go to the basics. In education, we need to go to the soul and the heart before the knowledge. And
I think traditional education, no doubt, it doesn't credit how much students to hear. Actually, in most traditional math or that is, I will bet on a person, right? I bet on somebody can go and then back up and sustain their development. Because universities, employers, I'm an employer. That's all I for. First year, and the day you do bad math tests, who cares if you did better the next one? You're not given credit for that. In this area, we can try and do that to give students everything they're missing in traditional education, right? And I think building self-confidence and them the ability to link. We talked about gaming. We've seen students link critical thinking to gaming and get credit for it. Maybe you care about buying your a birth present. Maybe that matters to you. Amazing. Write about it. Practice it. So the canvas to link interests to skills, outcomes, exists. It's all about you get good in math and science and physics, otherwise you're a nobody. And yes, you should do well in academics, but supplement that with skills and the psychology element of everything. So that's about it. Thank you all for the informative. Appreciate it.
Mr. Mukan Kumar, thank you so much for this insightful speech and demonstration of the skills needed to apply this education. I would like to call Mr. Arafullah to honor our speaker, Mukan Kumar. Now, we're going to have a flip class. We hear from educators, but now we're going to hear from the student. It's like what you're doing when you conduct a flip class. It's a great honor to introduce a remarkable, young, talented, outstanding, intelligent, clever, brilliant, sharp, skilled student who embodies the spirit of our simplicity and excellence. Our speaker will be Nourana Youssef, a Saudi student currently studying astrophysics at UC Berkeley. Nouran is not only pursuing groundbreaking research in one of the most exciting fields of science, but she is also here to share her passion and insights on inspiring tomorrow scientists the power of STEM beyond the classroom. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Nuran and Yusuf. I have a quick announcement. There is a workshop going on right now with Mukan, so please join the workshop. For those who paid for the workshop, please proceed.
It's just workshop 3 that's across the hall. It wasn't paid, it was just registration.
It's just a free. Okay, so it's a free workshop. Good. Congratulations.
You can register for it. You can join. We'll talk about it.
Okay. The Flipper class started. Go ahead.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Nuran Yusuf, and today I'm going to be speaking about STEM beyond the classroom. When we look at our lives, it's not usually the big events that have the largest impact on our goals. It's the small moments that seem insignificant that have a huge impact on our dreams. Today, I'm an astrophysics student at UC Berkeley. But 12 years ago, I was a curious 8-year-old in the 3rd grade. It was Tuesday morning in my science class, and I checked out an astronomy book from my school library. That book blew my mind. I was awestruck. And so I ran to my science teacher and I told her all about it. And with the confidence that only an 8-year-old could display, I declared that I was going to be an astronaut when I grew up. In that moment, my teacher could have smiled and moved on. Many would have, but she decided to tell me to go to the front of the class and tell everyone what I had learned. Those 5 minutes that I spent talking about astronauts and space in front of my 3rd grade classmates changed the trajectory of my life. That was the catalyst that inspired my journey in astronomy. Today, when we look at today's youth, how can we provide them the resources and opportunities to succeed in STEM? How can we provide them access to resources so they can thrive? My astronomy journey may have started inside the classroom, but it blossomed outside of the classroom. And today, I'm going to be speaking about 4 main avenues where we can support our youth with STEM outside of the classroom. First, we have STEM summer camps, 2 science fairs, 3 STEM clubs, and 4 museums and other science centers. From the age of 7 to 14, I was living in Lubbock, Texas, with the NASA headquarters close by. So, after I expressed an interest in astronomy, my dad drove 8 hours to take me to the NASA summer camp. That program allowed me to explore astronomy in a hands-on way. It was such an incredible opportunity to engage with other kids who also loved astronomy. Throughout my childhood, I also got the opportunity to attend STEM summer camps in so many different fields of STEM. From robotics to forensic science, I got the opportunity to explore STEM fields that weren't taught in my class. And the positive impact these programs had on me isn't unique. A study published in the International Journal of Science Education found that students who attended science summer camps were 2.1 times more likely to show an interest in STEM careers compared to students who didn't have that opportunity. And when I talk about STEM summer camps, I'm not only talking about programs targeting elementary school students. Throughout my high school years, I got the opportunity to attend research-based programs. For instance, the summer before my senior year of high school, with the sponsorship of the MISC Foundation, I attended the Research Science Institute, where I got to conduct an astrophysics research project with the mentorship of a research scientist at MIT. That opportunity cemented my desire to pursue a career in academia, And I wouldn't have had that opportunity if it wasn't for the strong STEM programs that I had access to in my youth. In addition to STEM summer camps, science fairs are also fundamental. When I was in 5th grade, I had the opportunity to participate in my school science fair. I spent weeks with my small telescope every single night working on this project. And despite not winning, I learned 3 fundamental things that all kids learn when they participate in science fairs. One is the scientific method. Now, all science teachers here know that the scientific method is a fundamental thing that is taught in every single science classroom. However, children learn about it in theory. When I got the opportunity to do a science fair project, I learned about the scientific method in practice. I better understood the reasoning behind every single step of the scientific method. 2 is critical thinking. We've had lots of discussions about critical thinking today. And critical thinking is not a skill you can teach. When kids are in a science class, they're taught scientific information. But when you conduct your own science fair project, you're not being taught science. You are discovering science on your own. And that's fundamental to inspiring children in STEM. And 3rd is communication skills. Communication skills and public speaking are crucial to every single field, whether you decide to go into STEM or the arts. And science fairs allow students to understand how to communicate scientific information in a concise way. The scientific programs I attended in my youth inspired me to give back to my community. So, in March 2020, I started the Saudi Youth Space Association. And the main focus of our organization is to inspire and engage Saudi students in astronomy and aerospace engineering. There are 2 main focus points of the Saudi Youth Space Association. One is webinars. I hosted various webinars with astronomy professors in academia and astronomy professionals in the space industry. Students got the opportunity to ask them questions, and they better understood how to go into the astronomy field. For instance, Dr. Stephen Beckwith, a professor at UC Berkeley, talked to students about his current research. And when students heard about his research, they were inspired to explore it on their own. Second is astronomy lessons. We hosted various astronomy lessons in Arabic and English for kids. And we focused on topics that kids weren't being taught in the classroom, like our 3-day sunspot boot camp, where we just focused on sunspots, and our Hubble Space Telescope lesson. These astronomy lessons introduce kids and youth to different topics in astronomy, and our webinars allow kids to imagine themselves as future scientists. Throughout my childhood, one of my most recurring memories is visiting science museums. Science museums are crucial to allowing children to engage in science in an informal environment. Many times when we discuss STEM education, we focus on formal learning experiences. And while these experiences are crucial, informal learning experiences have a huge impact on children's relationship with science. An article published in the American Scientific found that informal learning environments improve children's understanding of science, and specifically free choice learning, where children voluntarily have the opportunity to engage with exhibits and science on their own terms in informal settings like museums and zoos. My childhood experiences at science museums inspired me. So, last January, I started working at the Lawrence Hall of Science. The Lawrence Hall of Science is UC Berkeley's science museum, and I started working there as an education facilitator to help kids better engage with our scientific exhibits. There are 5 main learning experiences I focus on as an education facilitator. 1 is STEM content, 2 is STEM behaviors, 3 is social and emotional learning, 4 is physical and motor learning, and 5 is connections. Today, I'm going to be taking you through these 5 learning experiences by showing you some of our exhibits at the Lawrence Hall of Science. For instance, this is the parachute maker. The main objective of this exhibit is to get kids to think like engineers. We offer them a wide variety of supplies, and they get to build their own parachutes and then test them out in our wind tunnel. Is it more effective to use popsicle sticks for your parachute or to poke holes and use pipe cleaners? Does the number of coffee filters you use affect the effectiveness of the parachute? Will there be any negative consequence to using a bowl instead of a cup? These aren't questions I answer, but these are questions I can pose to children to get them to deeply think about what they're doing. Many times when we think about STEM learning, we think about STEM content. And that is important. Many times I talk to kids about the physics behind a parachute or why the wind tunnel works. But that's not the only form of learning. And some kids may not be interested in understanding the physics behind parachutes. When they exhibit STEM behaviors, that's just as important. STEM behaviors are asking questions, looking for evidence, and making sense-based observations. These are all the behaviors of a scientist. And kids can't be taught STEM behaviors, they learn them through these informal learning experiences. For instance, I had a kid who spent 30 or 40 minutes making multiple parachutes. And he came to me and told me that he realized if he added more popsicle sticks, the parachute's going to fly higher. That is him making sense-based observations. This is a form of learning that's crucial. Today, we also discuss resilience. Resilience is super important. And you can't teach it directly to kids. You put them in environments where they will have to exhibit resilience. Sometimes kids will make a parachute that doesn't work. They have to try again and again and again to make multiple versions of the parachute. Making mistakes and trying again is a form of social and emotional learning. And it's crucial, and it's a crucial part of STEM education. Another one of our exhibits is the shake and rattle earthquake simulation. Students design and build a building that will be earthquake safe. Then they press a button and the bottom platform will shake. They will get to figure out if their design is effective at making a building that's earthquake safe or if their building is going to collapse. Many times, especially in California, children already have so much information about earthquakes. They'll come to me and tell me facts or information about earthquakes they heard from their parents or teachers, even their siblings.
And when they connect their previous knowledge to the exhibit they're currently working on, that is them making connections. And when children make connections with previous activity, past knowledge, and past observations, there's a higher chance they will remember what they learned. This engineering activity resonates with children long term.
Because I get to see kids be inspired every day. So many kids come to me and tell me that they want to be scientists because of the activities they engage in. So the big question is, how can we integrate these STEM experiences in the lives of today's children? One of the themes of Vision 2030 is a thriving economy, which requires an educational system that meets market needs. We know that STEM is the future, and that STEM jobs are going to be more in demand in 5 years than they are today. But when we discuss STEM education and investment in STEM education, we shouldn't limit that to the classroom. STEM education outside of the classroom is just as crucial. So, it's important that we make STEM camps accessible and affordable to all kids. They shouldn't be in Saudi Arabia, only in Saudi Arabia's major cities. They should be spread out in towns and villages. All kids should have the opportunity to access STEM camps. Also, science fairs. They should be present in both public and private schools for all grade levels. Many times when we discuss science fairs, people think of the competitive programs we engage in as high school students. But even at the elementary school level, science fairs are crucial to children's development. We should also encourage our youth to start clubs in the local level so they can teach other kids what they learn. And we should increase the number of science centers in the kingdom by 2030. For me, my catalyst was a book and a really wonderful teacher. And my STEM journey was propelled by the activities that I had access to. We need to make sure that all children in Saudi Arabia and the world have access to the STEM education resources they need, so we can be the catalysts in the journey of the future, in the youth of the future. Thank you.
MashaAllah, just on time. So, questions?
Not a question, but first of all, Nuran came all the way from Berkeley to speak today. So that shows her passion. So we are thankful for her to take the journey all the way from the West Coast to Riyadh. Second, the teacher who gave you the opportunity, you know, we need more of those teachers who give young people the opportunity to explore their hobbies and to give them confidence. But more importantly, it's your father who is supporting you. Please tell me. Give them a big round of applause. And this shows the power of families. Families are the ones who inspire us, who support us. So we need to work more at the family level, and we thank Nuran Sadar for attending today and for giving this great scientist to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and inshallah we'll see more of Nuran in the future. Thank you.
Question, comments?
Hello everyone, good afternoon. This is Ra'ad Al-Ghamdi, the CEO Executive Assistant of Magnesium Centers in the KSA. Talking about the summer camp, do you think it is important to you and children have summer camp? Do you think it is important to their IQ and development journey? It is something must. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your question. Yes, I do think summer camps are really important because they allow kids to explore like a niche topic. For instance, within a science curriculum, teachers have to cover so many different topics. Maybe astronomy will get only 2 weeks out of the entire year. But if a kid is really passionate about a specific topic in science or engineering or math, going to a summer camp and just focusing on that and having that supportive environment where it's not about grades or how well you do, they don't have any pressure to do well, but they get to explore in a very relaxed environment. So I do think it's really important that it's affordable and accessible to youth in the kingdom.
السلام عليكم. معك الدكتورة خلود الهاجري ومعلمة رياضيات. أول شيء فخورة جدا فيك نوران، وأعتبرك طالبة من طالباتي وأتنبأ لك بمستقبل إن شاء الله رائع، عالمة صغيرة إن شاء الله في المستقبل. بالنسبة لي العرض اللي قدمتيه جدا رائع وجدا مشوق، بس سؤالي لك بحيث إني أنا متخصصة بالستم وبالرياضيات بالتحديد، كيف ربطتي الفلك بالستم بمثال بسيط؟ بحيث اني انا احاكي في اي طالب يعني متشوق لمعرفه الستيم وكيف يطبق في الواقع.
Are you talking about like applying STEM, applying astronomy within the science classroom?
Yes. Small example مثلا اي مثال في الفلك بحيث ربطتي فيه كل مواد ستيم.
For instance, if we talk about an exoplanet, when we talk about, let's say, exoplanet research, it's not just the astronomy aspect. You need to know coding, which is computer science.
problems for kids to solve about connecting exoplanets in a math problem. Because math is, like, having a strong math foundation is so important to going into astronomy, and sometimes kids don't want to study certain areas of science because they're worried about the math aspect. So if we can give them a strong math foundation and show them that, you know, you're going to use math in astronomy, you're going to use it in all aspects of science, maybe that will encourage them.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
وعليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أمان الغامدي، جامعة الإمام عبد الرحمن بن فيصل. يعني شكرا نوران، وشكرا لوالد نوران على يعني نموذج عالمة صغيرة. السؤال يعني هو مش سؤال ولكن تعليق على اللي تفضلتي فيه. أعتقد لكي نصل إلى هذا المستوى نحتاج نغير مفاهيم متجذرة في الثقافة العامة في المجتمع وفي التربية والتعليم بشكل خاص. يعني نقطتين أساسية، إنه التعليم أو التعلم رحلة وليست نتيجة، and you have hinted to that، صح؟ إنه تركيزنا الدائم على الجريدز وعلى الدرجات وعلى القدرات وعلى التحصيلي يحول الفوكس أو يحول التركيز من التعلم كرحلة وبروسس عملية إلى نتيجة، وهذا طبعا حقيقة يعني يدمر السيلف استيم للطلبة والثقة بالنفس وأشياء كثيرة. النقطة الثانية طبعا في أشياء أخرى كثيرة بس أحب أنوه لها وأيضا أنت أشرتي لها، دور التعلم باللعب بالذات في مرحلة الطفولة المبكرة، التركيز الكبير على الدريلينج وعلى الاختبارات وعلى الاختبارات المعيارية تحديدا اللي بصراحة في نقد كبير جدا عليها في دول العالم وفي أمريكا تحديدا، واحنا نتبناها بشكل يعني مستمر وما في نقاش ولا في critical thinking من قوسين انه ما فائدة هذه الاختبارات. فاعتقد العودة الى مرحلة الطفولة المبكرة وتعزيز فكرة التعلم باللعب وتعزيز فكرة دمج التكاملية في تقديم المقررات هذه المهمة اللي هي الرياضيات والعلوم والهندسة والرياضية والتقنية، هذا سيساعدنا في المستقبل. لكن الإصرار على المضي قدما في نفس العوالم المفصولة عن بعضها حتى في تقديم الدروس يعني أعتقد يحتاج إعادة نظر، وأتمنى وزارة التعليم فعلا تتبنى دمج وتكاملية العلوم مع بعضها البعض. شكرا جزيلا. أنا تخصصي بالأصل فيزياء، بكالوريوس فيزيكس وماجستير from Canada and then masters and PhD من كندا برضو في التعليم.
ما شاء الله.
شكرا.
Thank you so much.
أول شيء بدي بارك لك والله يبارك بعلمك وإن شاء الله فيوتشر بعملك نوران، وطبعا الشكر للسبورت الكبير من الوالد وأولا وأخيرا لله سبحانه وتعالى. أنا الحقيقة بدي أثني على اللي قالته هلأ الدكتور، وبدي جاوب بالأستاذ اللي سأل بخصوص السمر كامب. نحن we believe, I want to start from our belief of the importance of the free time that the children or the students they need during summer. ولكن alternatively يا ريت نقدر مع الوقت I think it's time إنه نحول school days لسمر كامب، يعني تصير كلها كامب where hands on، يعني teaching and learning should be changed where it should start with an opportunity. يعني learning starts with an opportunity. كيف الساينس تيتشر تبعيتك عطيتك opportunity، فيس learning should start with an opportunity and we as educators we are the opportunity providers. نحن أحسن ناس بنعرف نعطي opportunities for learning، بس الطالب هو يلي طبعا grasp this opportunity to work on it. Why I'm emphasizing the free time in summer? في research was conducted in 2009 and proved that ناسية بصراحة مين الريسيرشر that 98% of the learning is informal. يعني أنا when I read it قلت أنا what I'm doing teaching at school for only 2%. So we need to capitalize, we need to emphasize this time, giving the free time for the students or children, whoever, to take their time to play and invest in our classes, yes, لازم يعني it's time for a mind shift. And this mind shift لازم تطبق على الأرض بكل اللي all what you have mentioned. والله يحميك. شكرا.
Thank you so much for your point. And just building a little bit on it, I completely agree because I've seen so many students get bored of science because it's just focused on memorization. Like for instance, biology is such an interesting field, but then students go to school and all they do is memorize and they don't really get to go into the exploration, which is so important for a kid developing a passion and an interest for the field. And when it comes to the point of free time, you're right, free time is so crucial for kids and for them to explore on their own and not to be fully packed. And especially for like programs related to STEM, that's why they should be focused on fun and really engaging a child in a fun way, and have a complete shift and a change from the typical school environment.
At the moment, and I want to congratulate you and your father, okay? But how about re-engineering our classes, re-engineering our schools, and have the STEM camps inside the schools and have fun learning all the time, interrupted. This is what I am proposing.
Especially for young ages.
Especially,
it's so sad to see like first graders.
I don't know if you are familiar with Rich Resnick from MIT. I am very privileged to work with him. He's the one who developed Scratch, actually. Scratch, the computer game. So he wrote books about lifelong kindergarten. In other words, like we are teaching in kindergarten, seamlessly, all the disciplines, the children having fun, the children enjoying themselves, and of course the teachers enjoying themselves. Why not continue it? Why have the school boring? And go to summer camps. Let's bring the summer camps and the museums in our classrooms. Thank you.
Wonderful.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
What an impacting, inspirational session, was it? Do you agree? So I would like to thank, repeat after me, I would like to thank the remarkable, say remarkable, talented, outstanding, intelligent, sharp, skilled, future scientist, Nouran Al-Yusuf. Okay. Now I would like to call Miss Rani Abdel Fattah Atiyah Ubaid to honor our future scientist, Miss Nouran Al-Yusuf. I would like also to call her father, Dr. Maher Al-Yusuf, to share also this moment. دكتور ماهر هنيئا لك هذا الثمر الطيب ونعم الحاصد الزارع ونعم الثمر الطيب. Now, I'm going to switch gears and come back to educators and innovators and entrepreneurs. With our amazing speaker, I'm pleased to introduce a visionary in educational innovation, Mr. Tudor Atanasu. Mr. Tudor Atanasu is a pioneering and exciting approach to education, and today he will discuss an intriguing topic: how we get a 12-year-old to use university level facility at school and race under the northern lights. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Mr. Tudor Atanasu.
Thank you. Test. Can you hear me in the back? Excellent. I need the clicky thing for the board. That one. Excellent. All right. So yeah, the title in the booklet was how to get 12-year-olds to use university level equipment and race cars in the Arctic. So we'll talk about that at the end. So hello everybody. Yeah, today's topic is that, but to get to that, or what that really is, it's how to modernize a school STEAM curriculum and infrastructure. So the result of that, at least in my case studies, have been racing in the Arctic with secondary students. So the photos from the slides, they're taken by us on this adventure. So we'll start with a few assumptions. So we all agree STEAM is a good thing. It's something we should be doing, but that it's relatively complex. So emphasis on relative here, relative to a topic that doesn't require equipment. In that sense, it's more complex. That we're all here to learn how to innovate, how to educate, and how to do that in a 21st century relevant manner. That you're not here to, in this particular talk, you're not here to learn how to tick curriculum boxes and educate for a mark scheme exam. This is important. This will get that done, but it's not the primary purpose of this talk. Bigger is better. So you can teach the same thing in multiple ways. Generally, the more real-world relevant it is, and the more the larger it is, not necessarily in scale, but in impact, the more you're going to get out of it, and the more the kids are going to get out of it. So this red box is going to become important throughout the slides. Do not neglect insane practical experiences, right? People, kids and adults, we don't really know what we want, and by don't know what we want, I mean, if I ask you, why is it that you're doing what you're doing, you're going to have a hard time getting to the bottom of that, because I'm going to keep asking why. You're going to give me an answer, I'm going to ask why, and it's going to be difficult to get to the end of that, right? And if I ask you on a different day, your answers might change. So it's a continuously moving target. This reason behind doing whatever it is each of us are doing, and same goes for kids. And our job should be to guide the kids towards finding this continuously moving target, or at least finding the direction it's moving in, and how to do that, right? I've never personally come across a situation where somebody sits on that target for a very long period of time. Oh. Right. So, a little bit about who you're speaking to. So I've been in education for 20 plus years. I don't have really good skincare. I've just been in it so as a client and in part as owner of a school. So I understand the as a student in a school, I had some unique insights into how the school was run. I wasn't just simply a student receiving the education. I saw sort of the back end of things as well. So I understood how I understand how things work on both sides. So when then doing things as an adult, I had that memory in me of, hey, this is how students perceive all these things that they're receiving from the teachers. I'm a mechanical engineer, an aerospace engineer in R&D. My purpose behind PhoneBlock has been to prepare the educational landscape for children, but primarily as any father, their own children. And every case study you'll see here has been something I've been involved in directly. And yeah, the title of the topic. So, how do we prepare a facility and a curriculum 21st century relevant and be effective, right? So the effectiveness is important here. You know, you can prepare something to be 21st century relevant by buying the latest gear, spending a lot of money, you know, downloading the latest approved stuff, whatever. This is relatively simple to do. Now, making sure that the kids sort of benefit from that is a bit trickier. Kids are not sponges that you throw things at and they, you know, they receive it as long as you do it the right way. It's a thing sometimes bounce back. So again, the red box, do not neglect insane practical experiences. So I speak here with regards to STEAM. So step one, build a versatile real-world relevant curriculum and facility. So real-world relevant is the phrase that does a lot of heavy lifting here. You want to make sure that when a student, a recipient of your education undertakes it, they know why they're doing this, right? They don't just sit there and say, okay, I need to do this because grades, or something along those lines. They understand from inside why it is they're there today, that day. They live consciously and purposefully, right? Two, make it robust, right? There's no point in investing a lot of money into a really cool curriculum, a really cool facility, if it relies on a few members that set it up, and then in 3-4 years, they leave, go to another school, and you're left with a bunch of really cool equipment, gathering a bunch of. And step three, 1 + 2 makes 3. You want to leverage them to help kids find purpose. So that is really the thing I'd like you to focus on during this talk, is the importance of purpose here and how to find it. So, purpose is a little bit vague in the sense that it's, I believe it's a bit misunderstood because it's not been clearly defined within narrow lines. As an engineer, I like to define things in narrow lines. It makes navigating the world a little bit easier. So, if motivation is the horse, discipline is the rider, and purpose is the road that motivation and discipline are on. There's no point in being the most motivated, disciplined person if you don't have a purpose to ride on. Then, are you equipped for the road that you're riding on? So, have you selected a purpose that fits you, right? If I've got long arms, long legs, if my purpose were to be a swimmer, I might do a bit better than if I had really short arms and short legs, right? So you have equipment when you're on your road with your horse. So it's your innate talents. These are things you're born with. And then you have skills and abilities that you acquire through education. So you want to, with your students, you want to make an assessment. Hey, here's you can do this through CAT tests or whatever assessment mechanisms you use to determine innate skills. Here's my abilities and skills at the moment. Do we have the capacity to boost those together with talent to equip you for whatever purpose it is you want? But if we don't know what the purpose is, we can't do that. So we come back to here, finding purpose. So if you don't have your direction, your purpose, you're a amazingly equipped, fantastically spectacular boat sailing in the sea with no rope. I think the sir here in the line said something and asked the question to the speaker, two speakers before me. One of the important things is resilience. Exactly. So we want to, when finding purpose, you combine curiosity and resilience together to build upon that, because purpose is something that's cultivated over time forever until you die. So when you're looking to develop purpose with a student, you want to do things where they curiously explore a topic. So I heard this mentioned earlier. You want to do some curious exploration, And then usually what happens during exploration, because you're exploring new territories, you're going to, so you want to not fail so hard that you don't get back up, but you also want to be taught how to get back up at the same time. And you want to do this loop. Explore curiously, fail, get back up, explore curiously, fail. And as you do this more, you'll get better and better at doing it. So when designing your facilities and your curriculum, you want to think about this. Is my class, is what I'm teaching going to instill curiosity? Is it going to be easy enough to do, such that people don't give up the minute they try? Is it going to be interesting enough such that they go at it themselves? It's self-driven. So one of the things I wanted to mention about purpose was it has to be from within. So something like getting good grades, that's not a purpose, because that comes from outside. No kid wakes up in the morning and says, I want good grades. They're told at some point in their life, getting good grades is an important thing. It is an important thing. I don't want to detract from that. But it's something that they give in their life from outside, right? What comes from inside are other things, like say, for example, you're playing with your friends in the snow, and you like that. It's a fun activity. Over 5-6 years, at the age of 5, when you're about the age of 9-10, it kind of stops snowing in your country, or it doesn't snow as much. So that really exciting activity that you really like doing with your friends gets taken away from you, and you think, I don't like this. So you start looking, Mom, Dad, why doesn't it snow in my country anymore? And you learn about climate change, things like that, and then you think, okay, my purpose is to bring the snow back so I can play with my friends. That's something developed innately, right? But without guidance, it can lead to things that are not so great. So that can develop into a person that develops the next solid battery and solves the energy storage challenge, or it can develop into an individual which superglues themselves to a highway. To an approach to a purpose with varying degrees of success. So, red bucket, and do not neglect insane practical experiences. But doesn't work. Right. So, there you go. So you have some, when looking to do this, you have some curiosity killers. These are really effective. They're like curiosity, anti-curiosities, right? Here's a set of instructions, do it this way. You've killed curiosity. You're in the robot area. Do it because the course said so, or the mark scheme said so. Same thing. You've now moved away from what the kid wants, why the kid's there. You've moved it into what I want. And the kid's like, well, I got to do this because adult. These are important things, but they cannot be held within a vacuum, right? One of the things that I've noticed throughout my time researching and looking into this topic and trying to find ways to implement this has been, I find staff members and teachers are really good at one-to-one stuff. When you have a class of 30, you're not able to focus on 30 kids worth of purpose. It's really difficult because you have this feedback loop of doing something, the kid replies to you, then reply to that, and you have this psychological communication that goes back and forth. Devoid of the theories. And this easy to do one, and it's difficult to do across these students simultaneously when you see them only hours a week. Right? So that's how you simplify down. You shrink the projects. You don't have in practical experience. You have practical experiences. It's easy to multiply across 30, because how else are you going to do this in an hour? It's impossible. If not, but so yeah, you end up having this efficiency feedback loop, which which leads you into this because you simply don't have time. And then after you finish the class, you have all the marking, and there's a lot of back work rooms. So you don't have time to do big projects on your own. So that's really the tricky part. How do you do insane, the red box, insane practical experiences multiplied across a lot of students in a way that develops curiosity and resilience and helps you go through the curriculum in a linear, continuous way without overloading you as a staff member, right? It's if done the right way with a little bit of practice and over a few years with the help of the school, it's possible. So I'll go over a few case studies of things I've been involved in where we did this. So you've got the topic of V equals IR in physics, right? You have a general way of teaching it. You get a 9-volt battery, you get a resistor, you measure the voltage across the resistor, calculate the current, use the equation, done, right? So what are the use cases of this? If the student wants to go into that specific part of electronics, that there's a use case, but across a class of 30, the percentage probably will be maybe in the low teens. What's the direct follow-up to this? If you're really creative with how you, and you're really good at speaking to the students, and you have very good slides, there are ways to do that, but it's trickier. It relies on the staff member again, right? Ideally, the course, the thing that you are delivering to the students, does that work for you? Does this work of curiosity, resilience, insane practical experiences, it does it for you, and you just need to be there to guide the students through the experience. Then on the flip side, I'll get out the way of the photo. On the flip side, we have the same thing, but at a much larger scale. So in that bucket, we have a resistor. It is not in the milliwatt size. It is in the kilowatt size. We're running at 60 volts, so it's still at the limit of what's considered low voltage. And instead of pulling milliamps, we're pulling amps. So the kids will be able to see the amps, right? And this is important. So when you turn this on, I did this with a class of 25 students all at once, varying degrees of abilities. You turn on the resistor using a remote relay. All the cables jump like this because of the magnetic inductance in the wires leading up to this giga coil. Everyone goes, whoa, cool, and the water starts to bubble. So that's recirculating water, and then it starts to bubble. So you've got a few things going on here. You have the V equals IR, so the students will do the same thing. They'll measure across those gigantic bus bars and measure the voltage, whatnot, figure out the current. They'll do the same thing, but with much bigger numbers. And kids like typing in giant numbers into calculators. It's really cool. So you then have the use case of this. So what was this used for? This was a project that I was working on for a 150 kilo payload drone that I brought into class because I thought it would be cool for kids to see. And you have a direct follow-up. So you have V equals IR. You're teaching this in physics. It's one of the chapters. You have other chapters in your physics curriculum, magnetism or electromagnetism. You now have a really nice segue from V equals IR into electromagnetism because one kid is going to ask, why did the cables jump? Because it's quite spectacular. And then you now talk about that and say that's next week's chapter. You've now made everybody curious because they saw a really cool phenomenon occur. And they're like, well, I want to know why the giant cables in Mr. Athanasiou's class jumped, right? Oh, yeah, I'm going to learn about that next week. Great. Then you've all got the bubbles, so you could then lead that into, you've got phase change going on there. So you've got a few things you can segue into from there. It's not a standalone practical. Now, you could not do a practical. You could just show that video. But the impact is, yeah, it's not comparable. Right. Oh, let me go back a bit. So, how do we go about getting, here you ask, okay, where do I get a gigantic resistor from in a gigantic power supply? So universities have solved this pretty well. They have their researchers working on various cool things, and they bring the students in to see those research projects. So you get funding to do the research, you buy your equipment using that funding, and then instead of getting funding to buy something specifically to teach students, you've already secured that because you're doing research, and the bonus is you can now teach students using really high-level equipment. This is also possible in schools, not the same way because schools don't get funding for research projects as easily as university, but you have other things going on. So I'll give you the example of this science lab we built. So the school wanted to modernize their science facilities, right? And they had the issue of, well, it's expensive because a science lab with, you know, high-end equipment costs tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands. Okay. They figured out a way that they could do this internally because they'd had a workshop that was quite well kitted out, and we talked about this, and we figured out a way that together with the help of some students, we built this for about 1/3 of the price internally. They managed to buy a lot of equipment for their DT facilities to build this, and then they split the costs of this together with a DT investment, and now they have a bunch of cool equipment in DT that that they can now use off the back of this. Right. Let me get to the final thing. Okay. Oh, yeah. So back to my red box. Do not neglect insane practical experiences. I've got about a minute going. The racing on ice. So this was this is sort of an extreme version of what I was explaining here, curiosity, resilience. We give students parts, materials, and a goal, which many of them tend to be quite interested in, which is racing on ice in Sweden. That's quite cool, and many people are like, I would like to try to do this. It's very difficult to go from not knowing anything to that. But they have 2 years, and with proper guidance, they cover about half of what's in a physics curriculum, about 20% of what's in a chemistry curriculum, and do that while doing something incredibly exciting. So they end up doing a lot of self-research on tangent topics. So yeah, they then, after they finish this, their minds have been whiplashed around because they went into this amazing experience, and we end up having a lot of conversations with them about, hey, why are you doing this? Why are you here? How did you feel about going to the Arctic, about driving on ice? And this loop of finding purpose starts to be self-perpetuated by the students instead of you as the staff member having to push the train. You push the beginning, right? You push the boat off the dock, and then the boat off the dock with the cool gear gets, the kid starts to pull the rigging, figure out how it works. You help them from here on, occasionally, and then they end up steering the boat and asking you questions while you're, having a ride with them. So yeah. Right, there we go. Okay, so I think now it's the Q&A, right? All right, perfect. So if anyone has any questions about that, my apologies for speeding through it a little bit.
Hello. How are you, sir?
Who? What? I don't see. Oh, hello, sir. Yes, hello.
First of all, thank you very much for providing such an informative lecture. But there are a few questions which I would like to ask related to the things which you mentioned here. You started from assumption. You talked about different assumptions related to that particular thing. then you move to different purposes. From purposes, we move towards curiosity. You talked a lot about the curiosity. What are the certain measures a teacher needs to take if he or she does not have that much resources to build up the curiosity within the students? You also mentioned that it's altogether a different field to teach one student, or it's a different method to teach 30 students at one time. There are different approaches or different mindset of the students, especially in this modern era. Students are very much equipped with modern techniques or modern technological gadgets. So my question is that what are the certain measures an individual, being as a teacher, facilitator, needs to take to build up the curiosity within the limitation which he or she has in the classroom?
So, okay, your first question is, how does a teacher develop curiosity if they don't have access to
within the limitations?
Within the limitations, yeah. So within the limitations of whatever equipment or facilities they have in class. So that's the one. There were not two questions. That's the.
I'm focusing towards that. Yes.
Okay. Okay. So. How do you build curiosity if it's a bit tricky to answer to this, because the limitations, it depends on what the limitations are. So if you have, I'll take an example. Let's say you have a room with a desk and chairs, and that's it, and a chalkboard, right? So you don't have any equipment, you have nothing, right? You go outside. So if you want to teach physical principles, you're not, hopefully nobody constrains you to your room, and you can go outside with the students, right? And you can try and use the natural resources that the world provides you in some way, right? So if we're taking, for example, if you want to teach about desalination, right? It's fairly easy to go and find a foil and the rock, and you can talk about, you can get a cup of water that's salty. You can dig a hole in the sand, put the cup in the hole, spread the sheet on top, put the rock in, and then the next day, the water will evaporate from the heat of the sand overnight, condense during the morning, and then drip down the foil into your cup, right? So you can do it that way, or you can draw it on the chalkboard, right? You've got two polarized examples here, but both these things can be done within the limitations of a classroom that doesn't have anything in it. It's the mindset that leads you to the mindset of, I would like to instill curiosity and develop purpose in kids in a practical, insane practical, what was the red box? Insane practical experiences. That's a relative term. So for somebody that's coming from a workshop full of Apple laptops, insane practical experiences mean one thing. For somebody that's coming from a classroom with a chalkboard, insane practical experiences mean another thing. It's a relative term. So it's that's the focus here. Does that answer your question, sir?
Yes. Thank you very much.
Anyone else? All right, thank you very much.
Remain here, please. Yeah. You can remain. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Tudor Atanasu. I will never forget your red box. Do not neglect insane practical experience. I like it. It's advocating for adventure experience. Yeah? Okay. So I would like to call Dr. Adnan Al-Qadi to honor our exceptional speaker, Mr. Tudor. Please welcome Dr. Adnan. شكرا دكتور عدنان. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Atanasu. Thank you. Our last speaker before the lunch. So hold on. Please join us from the exhibition room. This is an amazing session with our distinguished speaker, Dr. Haya Al-Mazrou. I'm pleased to introduce a distinguished expert who is making a significant contributions to education. Dr. Haya Al-Mazrou from the Teaching and Learning Department at the College of Education and Human Development, Prince Noor bint Abdurrahman University. Dr. Al-Mazrou will be speaking on the important and timely topic, landscape of women in STEM careers in Saudi Arabia. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Dr. Haya Al-Mazrou.
Okay, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My name is Dr. Haya. First of all, thank you all for staying here. It's lunchtime, so I see most of people are gone for lunch, but I'm going to have a prize for those people who would stay here until then. So, so I'm going to share my thoughts with you about landscape of Saudi women in STEM careers. When I was walking this morning to the conference, I was reminded of a little story. When I was in the first grade, our teacher asked us, what do you want to be when you grow up? So I think we were about 35 students. All of us wrote a mother, a wife, a sister, except one. She said, I want to be a doctor. And we all ran to her and asked her, you cannot be a doctor. You are a girl. You're a woman. You cannot, only men, they can be a doctor. You cannot. We were just, that was a long time ago. Now the situation is changing, but that was the situation. That what triggers me to look or do further research on in this issue when I got my PhD and doing research now. So the presentation will be divided into mainly gender disparities in STEM, Saudi scene, and my thought or my call for a new perspective on the issue. So I think most of you know about the leaky pipeline. We are losing women as long in the education, STEM education, and also in STEM careers. This is an international concern. It's a phenomenon. It's a worldwide phenomenon. So did you know about the Saudi unique perspective? It's interesting that unlike many countries, Saudi girls exhibit superior performance in mathematics and hold significant lead over boys in science achievement. That's OECD. Also, TIM result, also Saudi girls outscore boys by 26 points, showing a notable performance differences. Moreover, gender differences in academic performance are among the highest observed globally. So the difference between boys and girls in Saudi, it's one of the highest around the world. Nearly half, 48% of undergraduate students in STEM fields being female. So that's the case in Saudi. Very interesting to me. But did you know the disparity? Saudi women excel in STEM education, but not in STEM workforce. It's sad for me and for any woman, and it's sad for science because we are losing those minds. In fact, if we look at statistics, we have imbalance of women in STEM fields compared to the number of female STEM graduates in Saudi Arabia. We have 48% in the graduate program, STEM graduate program, but when they disappear, they evaporate. Where do they go? Unfortunately, Saudi Arabia ranks 127 out of 146 countries in the Global Gender Gap Report. If you are familiar with the Gender Gap Report, it's an annual report for gender gap around the world, and it looks at different indicators, one of them earnings and degrees and so on. The last one, only 30% of STEM workforce comprises women. 30% is not very low, it's good, but as an ambitious society in Vision 23, we are looking for more involvement. So why do I have this situation? Okay, there are challenges. I am moving here and there. I want you to see everything. We have challenges, or the research say that women face challenges: absence of role models, gender biases, old boys club, culture, and the balance between professional commitment and social life. These are all listed as barriers to women in STEM around the world. The impediments spanning socio-cultural, educational, professional domains, stereotypes, prejudices, wage differentials, and conflicts between work and familial duties. These are all challenges. These reasons could explain why we are losing women in STEM. But STEM research, the conclusion or the reasons that we just presented, it's out of STEM research which most has captured the experiences and perceptions of individuals from Western and industrial countries. In fact, limited research has specifically examined gender differences in STEM pursuit among individuals in non-Western nations. More than that, when we look at the Arabs or the Gulf, the GCC countries, we have limited research on STEM in the Arab world, lack of understanding, it's lack of understanding of women's experiences in the Arab region, notably the Gulf region. Scarcity of investigation addressing the gender gap. So we have STEM research about women around the world, but when we look specifically to the area, the Middle East, or to the Gulf areas, it's still untouched area. very early findings. Me and my colleagues, Dr. Prof. Amani, where are you? Prof. Amani, we have just finished, published a paper. We did qualitative research with the STEM pioneer, Saudi STEM pioneer woman. And very interesting, we have this finding, which there is positive impact of men's support, namely fathers and husbands, on women's STEM career decisions and accomplishments. And Nuran, where is Nuran? Nuran and the support of her father, I think, set an example for us today. So this is very interesting in conclusion or result, I think, we found. Okay, see, or look at other culture, Malaysia. Very interesting case, very interesting. Women represent 45% in engineering, 61% in science and math, and almost 50% in engineering and technology research. So in Malaysia, women almost equal to men in STEM career. Why is this situation? There is one explanation by a university professor, which she said the tech industry is considered women-friendly. Why? It's offer secure indoor environments. Unlike Western norms, there are no masculine stereotypes associated with tech field in Malaysia. So it's a different culture, different perspectives. You want to see other culture? Finland. Finland is almost all the time we are looking at Finland. Let's see what's going on in Finland. Finland almost have similar situation to Saudi. Girls outperform boys in science literacy. However, Finland has one of the world's largest gender gap in college degrees in STEM fields. Norway and Sweden almost the same. So in Finland, girls perform very well in secondary schools, but at college level, they only constitute 25% of STEM program. So girls, they do not prefer to go to STEM programs at the college level. And very interesting, that is in Norway and Sweden. Why is that? It was very interesting to me when I did the research. One of the explanations for this, a theory, it's gender equality paradox. What it says countries with high levels of gender equality have some of the largest STEM gaps in secondary education. So when you have gender equality, women or girls, they do not like to be involved with STEM, either programs or career. It was very shocking for me. But it's a theory. It's very recent. I look at it. Very interesting. So my argument or my purpose today is that here in the Gulf area, we should be learning. We should be learning from Malaysia and Finland, and also the initial Saudi research that has just started. I aim to further investigation of the intersection of Saudi culture and STEM participation for a comprehensive understanding. Why is that? Of course, that can inform and tailor strategies for promoting women's participation in STEM. We should think globally, we should act locally. So we should know what are the barriers here. What are the enablers? You could have other enablers than the general going on research in the world. So that's my argument or my saying today. So this is me. In the National Day, I'm saying, okay, let's do research about STEM Saudi women. Dr. Aman, inshallah, will continue with me and others. Why is that? In fact, we have big changes now. Like during the last 5-6 years, let's see at the Vision 23, women now enjoy an enhanced and pursuing higher education, engaging more in politics and in accessing leadership roles. If we look at numbers, also, I try to, it's very hard really to get statistics, but I succeeded to communicate, personal communication, the Ministry of Communication and Information Technology. And the good thing is 7 to 35% increase in women participation in ICT. 30% rise in Saudi female overall labor force participation. Look at the last one. 40% of digital entrepreneurs are women. 40%. So these are good numbers. This is very good progress. Why is this happening? How? And how to encourage more women in STEM? Okay, that was my argument, and that was my ideas I wanted to share with you. Of course, you are welcome to agree or disagree or collaborate more on the idea. Before I take your questions, I will provide you, as I promised, those of you who stayed here, I will provide you with my book, but I have to ask a question. How many women are involved in ICT jobs nowadays? The one who knows the answer will get the book. Huh? How many women are involved in, this is very recent statistics. How many? 7 to? Yes. This is the increase, and in fact, 40% now are in ICT jobs. Thank you so much. And another question, or you are, or I'm ready for your questions. Any question?
Thank you. Good afternoon to everyone. This is a very big opportunity for us, especially for us teachers from the Philippine school. I am Lenore Puno, and I'm talking in behalf of our teaching force from Elite International School. And maybe I would also would like to raise not a question but a comment about the role of women, not only maybe in Saudi Arabia, but I think also in the Philippines and all around the world. It is really amazing to note that the number of female engineers and female IT workers have been increasing, but it is also good to take note that in education there is also a larger percentage of female women working than the percentage of men, not because of the assumption that we women are better than men in the aspect of teaching. But I think the main point here with Dr. Hia's research, and I'm glad that you have brought this up, and I'm glad that you're having on this research ongoing. But we would like to note, as a Filipino and as a woman, it is really um, interesting to note, and we would like to be glad about the increasing number of women working in any field, not only in engineering and in STEM. But it is because, maybe because we want to not only to earn equality with the men, but we want to, you know, we women, we would like to also contribute, no, with in our economy, in what has been going on in the society, and we would rather eradicate the stereotype thinking that men are stronger than women. This not bring about a debate on these two genders, but we would like to, of course, take note the contribution of both sexes in the economy and in the global setting. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, thank you for the comment.
Okay, thank you for your presentation and highlighting all these results. And of course, I also read more about this like hot topic, especially in like some countries. But for interested results, I know like for Finnish, we know the quality of that education. But my question is about the K-12 education. Do you think that this issue is starting from the K-12, or do you think that like female teachers at the K-12 level has some rules to affect this like situation, like especially from like primary school or middle school and high school? Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the question. As we mentioned, the research say that there are many factors starting from schools, of course. We have seen Noran when she said, I went to summer schools, science clubs and all of that. So her passion with science started a long time ago when she was a student, a little girl. And that's for education, STEM education. But when you have when women have passion or they get the degrees in STEM education, then at workforce they evaporate and they don't continue in education. Then this is this is a loss for the society and the economy. And of course, at STEM careers or the workforce also, they have barriers at the research, as the research said, which is the old boys club and the prejudice, the stereotypes, and also family. Family, usually women are committed to her family more than the work. So these general reasons, that's why today I say could be more here in Saudi, less or more barriers and enablers. Because every culture has its own unique strengths and weaknesses and thinking about women and the values in the society.
السلام عليكم. أهلين دكتورة هيا. حياك الله. دكتورة هيا، سؤالي لحضرتك الآن، تعليم ستيم معروف أنه تعليم يحقق مستهدفات رؤية 2030، يخدم سوق العمل، يحقق الاستثمار في رأس مال الفكري. هذا التوجه، هل هناك خطوة جادة من جامعة الأميرة نورة كونك أستاذة في كلية المناهج وطرق التدريس أو التربية، خطوة جادة لتدريس ستيم أو إعداد معلمين ستيم، أو على الأقل توجيه طلاب دراسات العليا لخوض تخصصات ستيم في الوقت الحالي أو لا؟
طبعا يعني ستيم I think it's يعني هي أعتقد أنها أجندة على مستوى يعني البلد وعلى مستوى التعليم العالي أيضا. احنا عندنا يعني جامعة نورة عندها فيجن مهتمة بالصحة، صحة المرأة والسستينابيلتي، فأكيد في توجه على مستوى الجامعة والخطة الاستراتيجية وأيضا على مستوى الأساتذة. يعني كلنا مهتمين بهذا الموضوع، يعني المقررات دائما بالذات بتعليم العلوم والرياضيات نتحدث عن الاتجاهات الحديثة وكيفية التعلم وفقا لما تشير إليه التوجهات الحديثة. فيعني موجود هذا التوجه
موجود
ليس بالشكل الواضح
أي
انه
هذا
هناك.
هو. انا كلام اجتهادات فرديه، انا اقصد لا يكون تخصص ستيم يعد معلم ستيم بحيث انه يتبنى كتعليم نظامي حكومي في المستقبل القريب يعني.
هو يعني يبدو لي كما يعني اليوم اشرنا الصباح ليس هناك ماده اسمها ستيم.
أيوة.
لذلك لا يوجد معلم اسمه ستيم تيتشر، ولكن ساينس تيتشرز المعلم العلوم يعد بحيث انه
أيوة.
يعمل على تكامل العلوم فيما بينه، بحيث انه لا يدرس العلوم مجرد حقائق وبمعزل، لكن لما يدرس العلوم يدرسها مع الرياضيات ومع وهذا موجود احنا في كتبنا ماجرو هيلث المترجمه. صحيح. موجود النظره التكامليه للعلوم، موجوده انشطه لها، فهذا الذي يدرس حاليا.
شكرا دكتوره.
العفو.
السلام عليكم.
السلام.
I'm over here. هنا أول شيء أنا بدي أشكرك على الكتاب القيم وعلى جهودك بالترجمة. تاني شيء أنا بس حابة أسأل عن البارادوكس يلي that you came يعني you mentioned in your slides about the paradox. What the justifications that you reached in your research and why is this paradox? Why, for example, people in the countries that they perform highly in STEM and they are females, nevertheless they have little interest in studying STEM. What did you come out in your research about the reasons behind that?
Yeah, it was very interesting to me. They say, or one of the explanation. Well, this researcher, he looked at the PISA results, and he did analysis of PISA result of the numbers. So he noticed this correlation. When the gender equality is high, the STEM program is low. So his explanation, and I think it's could be applicable to any country. He said, when there is an economic and life risks, when there is no gender equality, the gender equality is low, and so there is economic and life risks. So that will push individuals to work more hard and prove themselves. And of course, woman is a part of the society. So this is one of his explanation. Of course, he proposed this theory, and he gave the explanation, but it's still going on. This is one of the explanations. Could be other explanations. You're welcome.
Yes. في question هنا يلا quick question لأنه lunch time.
يعطيك العافية دكتورة هيا. مريم القشطة، مدربة مدربين ستيم بمركز تطوير العلوم بالوزارة. كتعقيب فقط على ما ذكرتيه حضرتك من إحصائيات، أنا أعتقد دكتورة الدراسة هذه الآن على أعتقد أنها 2022، لو أعيدت الدراسة على مدى 2030 وما بعدها أعتقد أنه النسبة هذه حتكون بإذن الله مرتفعة. توجه الوزارة جدا قوي ناحية ستيم، إقامة المراكز العلمية، تفعيل ستيم في داخل المقررات الدراسية، فتح آفاق جديدة للتخصصات، تغير معتقدات الأهالي في بعض التخصصات. أنا أعتقد بمشيئة الله أننا حنوافق نواكب فنلندا وغيرها من الدول اللي تكون نسبة توجه الطالبات أو النساء ناحية ستيم حيكون معادل للدول المتقدمة بمشيئة الله. يعطيك العافية.
بمشيئة الله. يا أنا يعني قلت نبحث نحدد الأسباب تحديدا خاصة فينا، وبالتالي خططنا واستراتيجياتنا تبنى على ما يدور داخل المجتمع.
صح.
بدل من أن نستوردها ونعتقد أنها أسباب قد لا تكون تنطبق لدينا. يعني في أشياء بالكلتشر ثقافتنا قد يعني تدفع للستم. يعني مثلا سأسمي مثال نظرتنا الشرعية للعلم، الحب العلم وأنه العالم أفضل من العابد وما إلى ذلك، هذه قد تكون أحد المعززات لبناتنا وبنائنا إذا استغلت بالطريقة الصحيحة. فالفكرة اللي بوصلها أنه لازم نركز على ما نملكه وما يعني قد يؤثر سلبا أو إيجابا، وبالتالي نبني خططنا تحديدا لهذه الجوانب.
بإذن الله. يعطيك العافية.
الله يعطيك العافية. بعطيك هذا الكتاب هدية إذا
تستاهل تستاهل زين.
بسم الله دكتورة، لو حضرتك متواجدة بكرة حأعطيك كتابي تم
جميل.
تأليفه اللي هو تعليم
جميل.
ستيم، فعالية تعليم ستيم في تنمية مهارات الابتكار وريادة الأعمال. الآن كان لي قبل الصباح كان الساعة 10 لي ورشة في هذا المجال،
ما شاء الله.
فإن شاء الله بكرة إذا حضرتك متواجدة حيكون لك نسخة هدية بإذن الله.
دكتورة مين عشان
لا، أستاذة مريم مقبل القشطة، ماجستير مناهج وطرق تدريس.
يعطيك العافية، شكرا.
I call for gender equality when distributing books. She's not with me. Okay. Any gender equality? Can you give me? I stayed till the end. Dr. Maha? Dr. Haya? Okay. Anyhow, gender equality definitely is very important topic. I strongly believe innovative mothers create innovative leaders. Mothers, I mean women, they are our mothers, wives, sisters, and daughters. And we live with them daily. Before ending the morning session, I would like to call Dr. Kim Elizabeth Pringle As-Sahab to honor our honorable speaker, Dr. Haya Al-Mazrour.
عبد الخالق يقول انه
في يعني gender unequal bias. أنا أعطيته I have one book for you.
Thank you so much. Okay, this one will hold that one. Hungry, are you hungry? Yes, even the monitors angry. Angry? Say yes, I'm starving. So we have now the prayer and lunch break. Please come back at 1:40. Enjoy your break. Until new experience.
ما في عصاير
empowering global leaders to carve a better future. Through collaboration and innovative solutions, help businesses build a sustainable future, bridging the gap between academic research and practical application. Our extensive industry reach includes partnerships with leading sectors such as education, energy, healthcare, finance, technology, and various other industries. These are training solutions that address specific challenges. You can also build training designed to meet the needs of an organization. Whether it's a customized curriculum or a board course, we ensure that each program is aligned with strategic goals. Your boards help your business thrive and build a sustainable future. With global footprint spanning across 98 plus countries, IB Inform has worked with 7,000 industry consultants and has 1 lakh plus impactful training hours with 2,000 plus development providers with more than 6,000 professionals, fostering growth and innovation across continents. Our strong collaboration with the Senior International Association ensures that our training programs are backed by advanced industry standards and industry leaders who experience the transformative impact of our training programs. Empowering the teams to drive innovation and shape the future with IB Inform. Contact us today to learn how to elevate your organization.
حياك الله دكتور تونس ما شاء الله لا 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 انت واصل لا لا طالب ان شاء الله كبير عايز يا اخي رغم عن التربيه عايز لك تكون مكتوبه المستوى الثاني الثانوي الثاني للعلوم الرقم الثاني
Get something to eat and see what they have.
Oh, yeah.
The card is a representation of yourself. So if you take it,
first. She didn't come. Rajal, Riyadh, Haya.
Rihan?
No.
Fine. No file is
Not coming.
She didn't get
Four ladies only and Mr.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Welcome back. I hope everybody is full and happy and the serotonin is high right now, yeah? Am I right? Good. So what an important session after lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, we are delighted to host an exceptional panel of experts who will be discussing a topic of great significance, women in STEM. Please join me in welcoming our distinguished panelists. First, the moderator of this panel discussion, Dr. Ra'ad Al-Hassan Al-Amir, Event and Program Supervisor at Imam Muhammad University. Also would like to call the following panelists. Ms. Noura Al-Mehezri, please join us on the stage. Mrs. Reem bint Muhammad Al-Gabbar. Dr. Randa Hariri. Can you give a warmer round of applause? Yeah. You can feel it. The last one, not the least, but I want with the warmest. Riham Ados.
Assalamu alaikum. In the name of Allah, He is the cherisher, a sustainer of the world. Saudi Arabia's Vision 2030 is extensively and intensively paving the road to the prosperity in all aspects of life, in particular education system, by equipping the workforce with all means that build sturdy edifice and shape future robustly. Not to mention working in parallel with the most effective approaches, implementing technology, empowering women, tackling data, and so forth. Great examples in Saudi Arabia, such as Kaus University, Smart Cities, Mawhiba, and many others. Women are equally adjacent to men in various domains. Thus, it is manifested that the influence and leverage of women in these domains are mandatory. Hence, we all notice the breakthrough of achievements occurring and obtaining goals because of the women's contributions every day. However, thank you. A STEM conference and the second annual is ceaselessly continuing the blueprint to the industry and investment of education locally and globally. This magnificent gesture is genuinely a canvas for shaping the future of education in Saudi. This superb leaping gets inspired by the Vision 2030 in order to lead education substantially. It is an auspicious moment to welcome all of you, abundant audience. Another welcome and special ones for my guest, my team. Ustadha Noor Al-Mhezai, Country Management for KSA at Starlight Education Group. Ustadha Reem bint Mohammed Al-Gabba, Education Supervisor and Head of the Science, Technology and Environment Department at the MOE, General Directorate of Education, Riyadh. Dr. Randa Hariri, Associate Professor and Chair of the Education Department, Director of the Master Program of Educational Leadership and Supervisor of the Accreditation Unit at Dar al-Hikmah University in Jeddah, and Riham Ad-Dous, Content Development Specialist and Acting Manager at the Mishkat Interactive Center of the Atomic and Renewable Energy. You are the most welcome. Starting from ambition and inspiration in STEM with Ms. Riham. What inspired you to pursue a career in STEM?
Hello everyone. Hi, good evening. Thank you, Brad. I will go back with this question to childhood. There's a term that is called science capital, which is how you see and think of science. I grew up in a house where science was normal to talk about, to discuss, to explore. And apparently it was not the case when I went to the world. And that's what got me into education.
How did you navigate the challenges, if there is any, along the way?
Oh, there's many. Working, I would say exploring as a person, as an individual, exploring STEM wasn't easy. It was doable in the house, within our, creative minds. It was normal. We did it all the time. We was in school, and that was a great barrier. I was supported with the family mindset in my years of growing up. But I would say in professionally, working as a STEM educator, I wouldn't say I'm an educator, I'm more of a creator of the content itself. It was difficult to explore the local mindset and how to work adapting the STEM thinking that is there available around the world and localizing it to meet our local community. So we had difficulties along the years, but I would say that listening, communicating with your targeted audience was the key to overcome the challenges in being a STEM content producer.
I think it seems there are difficulties and obstacles.
True.
We will throw it to Noura. What are the biggest barriers women face in STEM?
Good evening, good afternoon, everyone.
You're welcome.
Women actually face several barriers. The number one barrier, and the most obvious, is that gender bias and stereotypes. I mean, persistent stereotypes can actually lead women to have this lack of encouragement, to have this lack of confidence. Otherwise, other barrier is that underrepresentation. In 10 men, you're going to find 1 or 2 women representing women, actually, and girls in STEM fields. So that is a big problem because women need to envision themselves in such roles in STEM fields. Otherwise, also, it's really important is that the pay. Women actually don't have this transparency in the pay structure, and they have this pay gap compared to men. So they have to have job satisfaction and career longevity, and they're not going to continue in such field if they're not going to have the right payment. So we need to really look at these barriers and address them as more as we can. Also, one more barrier is that lack of representation and mentorship. We find support for women, yeah, but imagine years ago, do we have these networking areas for women? Can they access it like men? That is a big problem. women to have this career development in STEM actually. So we need to adjust and address these barriers as we are doing now.
And this is one of aim of the opposite today. Can we collectively work to overcome them?
Obviously. I mean, addressing the problem is the first step in a problem to solve this problem. Otherwise, how can we collectively work to overcome it? First of all, we have to promote inclusive education. And I can reflect on that from my humble experience being a teaching assistant actually a few months ago at KAUST with my company Starlight Education Group. We hosted 150 plus students from all over the kingdom, girls and boys. And I can tell you the spark of passion that comes into girls when they really start to think about pursuing a career in STEM or even studying a field in STEM. I mean, this spark is something worth teaching and providing this inclusive environment and letting girls have equal opportunity as boys in pursuing a career in STEM in Iran, and I have to point to her. Otherwise, we have to create these environments, the supportive environments that that celebrates actually achievements. And it's not biased. And we have to celebrate these environments actually, and that is how you establish these supportive environments. Also, we have to have, say, mentorship programs and also supportive events specifically for women to network, to share stories, to know that there are role models there like her, to just encourage each other and see someone that you can relate to in STEM field. So I think that's how we can overcome these barriers.
Thank you very much. Consequently, barriers become so obvious and apparently can be defeated, which will take us to another step with Dr. Randa, please. What role can mentorship and networking play in supporting women to thrive in STEM careers?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you, Mr. Raad. Yes, the mentorship is becoming increasingly adapted or adopted program or practices in not only in educational institutions but even in other institutions. Why mentorship? Because mainly the mentorship provides the guidance, not only the support, but the guidance through the whole process of any task or any kind of work that the mentee is going to start or to pursue. For example, in the mentors always they are selected to be or nominated to be the seniors in the field. If a faculty member, senior faculty member, if administrative staff, senior administrator, and so they have they are veterans, have extensive years of experience, and they can provide the guidance step by step to the mentees, in addition to what my colleague just mentioned, being role models, providing representations, advocacy for their mentees. They can provide them with massive opportunities to network with others, provide them with, guide them to make a life balance between the work, between their work and their own life. Why? Because women specifically, they have a very specific lifestyle as mothers, as parents. They are not like the men, specifically in our context, whereby they have something essential to do at home, something essential at the same time that they have to do at their work, and we are trying to empower them to excel. We need, when we say empowering women, means yes, we want to support the women to excel in their positions. So this guidance toward creating confidence in order to make a balance between her work and her life at home is very essential. This can be led wisely by a mentor who's been for a long time in this position and knows the ABC and the nitty-gritty details about a specific task. And this is exactly highly needed for women, empower
empower women to not only to do certain tasks, but to lead these tasks, especially the STEM, at a later stage.
That's truly interesting. In order to crystallize things and depth and have a new vision of it, we need to know about some project and accomplishments in the field. So, Ms. ريما لو سمحتي، هل ممكن تشاركينا بمثال لمشروع أو إنجاز ساعد في تمكينك كامرأة في STEM؟
حياك الله أستاذ رائد، حيا الله الجميع. أحب أتكلم من واقع عملي بالأنشطة الطلابية كمشرفة تربوية في النشاط العلمي. حقيقة كثير من البرامج عملنا عليها برامج STEM أو سواء تدريب، حقائب تدريبية أو أنشطة طلابية ساهمت في تمكين الطالبات والمعلمات والمشرفات التربويات. حقيقة من معروف أن التعليم بالعلوم والتكنولوجيا والهندسة والرياضيات يوصف في إطار متكامل على أنه أحد متطلبات القرن ال21 من خلال بناء أنشطة متكاملة تحفز الطالب على الاستكشاف والابتكار، الاستعانة باستراتيجيات نقل الخبرات الفاعلة التي تعكس تمكنهم العلمي. طيب، حقيقة البرامج الأنشطة الطلابية اللي تهتم فيها وزارة التعليم وتطلقها لدينا كمبادرات وبرامج تهتم دائما بالستم، خصوصا البرامج العلمية. مثل عندنا بعض البرامج، مثل عندنا برنامج العالمي وحاليا منطلق حاليا وبدأ التسجيل فيه. عندنا أولمبياد الفارس ليجو، وتحدي فارس التقني، مسابقة الشيخة فادية سؤال الصباح في الكويت، وحقيقة تشارك فيها المركز سنويا. طيب، الحقيقة هذا بالنسبة للبرامج اللي على وزارة التعليم. احنا نتكلم عن البرامج اللي على مستوى او الانشطه اللي على مستوى اداره التعليم او المبادرات اللي اطلقناها في الاداره، وحقيقه كنت فيها معد ومدير ومالك لهذه المبادره. عندنا مبادره مثلا روبو كاب اللي هو تحدي روبوت كره القدم، روبو كاب المتقدم والمبتدئ، السنه هذه حنكون مقدم. عندنا روبوت ثنائي القدمين، الطالبه تبرمج وتصمم وتنشئ روبوت وتعد بحث علمي المشاركه في المسابقه. عندنا مسابقه حاليا يعني حقيقه اني الفرصه اني اعلن عنها، ستنطلق في الرياض، هي مسابقه وطنيه. يعني احنا دائما مسابقات الروبوت تكون يعني بصفه بثيم غير عربي. هالمره هذا الروبوت بيكون عربي وطني. هذا الروبوت اسمه مزدي روبو. لو احنا سمعنا الكلمه فالبعض يظن انها كلمه مزدي كلمه اجنبيه، لكن في الحقيقه هي كلمه عربيه نجديه تستخدم في اللهجه العاميه وتستخدم في اللهجه الفصحى. يمكن الكثير من اللي هنا الموجودين يعرف كلمه مزدي يعني أزدى او انه جيد. هذا الروبوت هو روبوت وطني متظلل برؤيه 2030، سينطلق من قصر الحكم ويتنقل في الرياض داخل منطقة الرياض، سينتقل بوليفارد، ينتقل المربع إلى المكعب الجديد، إلى وادي أوبير. يمكن كثير من ما يعرف في وادي أوبير، يعرفون في وادي حنيفة، لكن أوبير ما هو معروف. يعني الرموز الوطنية أو المعالم التاريخية الموجودة في منطقة الرياض يمكن تخفى عليه من الطلاب. بيتنقل، بيروح حي شميسي، يطلع حي ياسمين، يمر نادي الهلال، وهكذا. راح يجمع مجموعه من النقاط، وراح يكون في مشروع. هذا المشروع يخص مدينه الرياض. يمكن الكل يعني يعاني من هذا الازمه اللي احنا فيها، اللي هو ازمه الاختناق المروري.
ما شاء الله تبارك الله. من اللي برمج الروبوت هذا؟
الطالبه هي تبرمج.
هذا ايضا women empowering. ما شاء الله تبارك الله. Riham, can you share us an example of a project accomplishment that has empowered you as a woman in STEM?
This will sound biased, but it's the fact. Mishkat Interactive Center for Atomic and Renewable Energy is the major project, I would say, in empowering at least me in this occasion to pursue my career in STEM. I will give I didn't plan to share the story, but I actually I do believe it's the core of the empowerment that I received. So I am, as I mentioned earlier, I love science. I love communicating science with everyone. As I started before college in trying to communicate science with the public through volunteering and social activities. And after college, it didn't feel right to work in laboratories alone with machines and still having to face the reality that people would never have a conversation with me about science. So I found about Mishkat through Mawhiba, and I went to Mishkat, and I applied for volunteering there. When I met the CEO there, he said, "You'll do all of this for free." I was like, "Yeah, I'll do it, totally." And he said, "For 8 hours daily, 5 days a week." I was like, "Yeah, true." And he said, "Okay, we'll hire you.
Mashallah, tabarakallah.
We'll give you a payroll and a salary." Yeah. So yes, this is Mishkat. This is the mentality that we have. To elaborate on how Mishkat is empowering women, Mishkat is, I should probably give a background. I'm not sure if everyone is familiar with this. Mishkat is a science center based in Riyadh. We are an initiative that is offered to the public by the government. We are under the Ministry of Energy, and we are meant to communicate the science and achievements of the country in nuclear and renewable energy. Government, non-profit, we are here to communicate science to the public, schools, and everyone. So Mishkat is 58% female.
MashaAllah.
Yes. So we lead the power there in Mishkat. We also have, which I find strangely not the common, globally even, we have equal opportunities for both male and female in learning through STEM the science of nuclear and renewable energy. I would proudly say that we are the one and only science center in the world that is communicating nuclear energy. And it's the same case for both energies, renewable and nuclear. And we offer all our programs equally to both genders. We empower the females who work in our institute to learn and I would say equally, but say female more because of the number. So yeah, we are a prime project of hands-on experiences just for learning the science of energy.
That's touching and amazing. Thank you very much. We glance, there is some rules for institutions. Institutions might have a way or create a way for that. With Dr. Randa, the expert right here, how can educational institutions and industries better support and encourage women to pursue and succeed in STEM disciplines?
Thank you for this question. Actually, the industries, the work of the industries or the role of the industries along with the role of the education institutions, they complement and supplement each other. Both of them, they need to provide the proper support to the employees, and we are talking here about women, in order to lead or in order to pursue their work and to lead properly. So in relation to the education institutions, they have to design, to tailor the proper kind of support in the form of professional development, continuous professional development, or what it is famously called CPDs, or a form of mentorship programs, as we just mentioned, in order to help the women to improve in their work and to reach their goals and aims. Towards the other side, where the industries, they need to implement, first of all, to plan, strategic plan, and implement practices to hire women with equality. For example, I don't know who mentioned regarding the lower, I think our colleague, the lower in pay. Frankly, I didn't know about this, but no, there should be equality in the payment as long as we are requiring the same task, that same job description
from a woman or from a male, they should be paid equally as long as they are implementing or doing their task properly according to specific criteria. So the support that we need to design according to the context, I like that we're using the word tailor. Yes, we need to tailor it according to the to what I have, to the individuals or to the employees that I have, especially women, to support them in their task. So develop mentorship or even any kind of, but not workshops, the short-term workshops. No, we go for the long-term workshops in order to help them do their tasks. And we have a name in our mind to lead these projects at a later stage.
Thank you very much. Since the amount of women here is greater, in number than men, which is definitely, okay? So they are either interested in STEM or passionate about the STEM. So Noura, please, what advice would you give to those women who are passionate about STEM but may feel carried by some societal or maybe cultural norms?
Well, thank you, Rad, and thank you for every women and men in listening to us. I am actually a fresh graduate with honors, and with my humble experience, I could give an advice to my colleagues here, to the young women me. Well, first of all, don't let societal norms deter you. I know that's easy to say, but hear me out. You are an individual in a society. You are a part of this society, so we can work together to change the society that has these barriers, to change it to norms that actually suits us better as women. And how would you do that? What's going to be the why behind it? You are an individual from 8 billion people. Well, that is wrong. You are an individual from a network of 8 billion people. What is the difference here, adding network? Meaning that you're not alone. If you to stop pursuing your passion in STEM, you're not just stopping yourself. You're stopping a girl and woman that is taking you a role model from your friends, even on social media. For example, imagine you are a celebrity or a role model on social media, and there is this one studying, and I'm gonna run again as an example. She wanted to be an astronaut. She's gonna be, inshallah. Imagine if she's following you up and seeing you on social media, how you're overcoming these barriers, how you're succeeding. All of a sudden, you decided to stop. How is Nuran gonna feel? Maybe she's gonna feel discouraged. You're not the main reason for her to pursue this career or this passion and field, but you're one of the best reasons. You are her fuel. And as I like to say in other words, Marianne Williamson quoted in her book, she said, "As we let our own light shine, we unconsciously give others to do the same. As we are liberated from our own fear, our presence automatically liberates others." Whether you like it or want it or not, you know about it or you're even not aware of it, you have an impact on everyone. Now, at the moment, I have an impact on you, even if it's like for 1 hour or 40 minutes. That is the huge impact you're putting on everyone. And you know what's the great thing? You don't even notice it. Sometimes you might affect people that you'll never meet in your life. And I'm talking about social media here in networking. That is what we should all feel. You're not alone. You're taking a whole bunch of girls and young men with you in your journey, even if you're not a celebrity in reality. So that's why you gotta always stay passionate and persistent. You have to seek supportive communities. Try to find mentors who will offer you encouragement and guidance. And remember that your unique perspective will always be valuable to society. And your contributions will change the society we live now with all the barriers we have. You will change the game. You're not just play it. To be honest, you're not always gonna fit in. Sometimes you're not gonna find your place. And I quote from Jenny Anush when she said, "Never give up. And if you can't find a seat at the table, make your own table. If you want STEM club for students at your university, at your school. Make your own change. Everyone wants the change. Who's making it? Who's being it? If it's not now, then when? If it's not you who's going to make the change, then who? That is my advice.
Splendid speech. Thank you very much. Dr. Randa, please, how do you envision the future of women in STEM?
Within this era, which includes fast and vast changes at all levels, contextual, economical, all political even, the women, they have a high having leadership positions, more and higher leadership positions, and specifically in STEM. And that's because mainly the women, they are living in challenging situations. And when they are challenged, they put and exert more and more efforts in order to make it. Yes, this is the nature of the human being, number one, which according to Vygotsky, they like to work in a challenging, and even they attain more in challenging situations. And also the woman, she's a human being. When she is working in a challenging situation, she achieves more and she accomplishes more. Now, still, in spite of all the advancements and in spite of all the doors that are increasingly opening day after day for women, but still we are facing certain challenges. So this will, or this impacts positively the woman, because she is working more and exerting more effort in order to make it. And yes, so the leadership positions and even STEM, they are there and waiting for the woman to occupy, and inshallah she will be there.
Creativity or pressure appears among women.
Yes, mainly the challenges. The challenge, what mainly motivates not only the women, motivates even the children. This is what we work on in our classes when we teach. We see always we give the students challenging situations to help them achieve certain learning outcome. The same for women. Now all women, specifically in the region, they are, and this what was explained by our colleague in her research studies, the paradox that she explained. I don't know if everyone was there. No, and I was interested in this highly. The countries like Finland and
Malaysia.
Yes, where not Malaysia, Finland and Norway, where gender equality is high.
Yes.
Fewer females they get into the STEM because they are not challenged, because they can get it. However, in our countries, because there is a challenge to occupy leadership positions in STEM, we fight as women. We fight to earn it, and inshallah, women can make it.
Inshallah.
Successfully.
Running the time, okay. What steps should be taken to ensure greater gender equality in the field, Dr. Randa?
To ensure the hiring, for example, as I mentioned earlier, we have the education institutions and we have the industries. We have to provide equal opportunities for both, in both places. Equal opportunities for females and males with the same job description, with the same criteria, with the same standards. These opportunities to work, opportunities for networking, opportunities for professional development, opportunities for engagement, for encouragement, these are needed from both educational institutions in order to help the females obtain their careers at a later stage. And when they are in the industry where they are working, also we need equal opportunities for both. And this is feasible. It's not impossible.
It is. Thank you very much. The last question with Ms. Rima. كيف تتصورين المستقبل للنساء في STEM؟ وما هي الخطوات التي ينبغي اتخاذها للحصول على المساواة بين الجنسين في هذا الحقل؟
حقيقة المساواة بين الجنسين سواء في العلوم والتكنولوجيا والتقنية لتحقيق تعتبر أولوية عالمية. لو شفنا جدول أعمال القمة 2030 الهدف الخامس من أهداف القمة هو تحقيق المساواة بين الجنسين وتمكين النساء والفتيات. لذلك من هذا المنطلق المملكة العربية السعودية خصصت هدف استراتيجي هو تمكين أو زيادة مشاركة المرأة. وفي الحقيقة يعني إحنا الجدير بالذكر يعني لو عدنا إحنا تعامل المملكة العربية السعودية مع المرأة نجد أن أنظمة المملكة العربية السعودية مستمدة من الشريعة الإسلامية تعتمد على مبدأ المساواة التكاملية بين الرجل والمرأة مع مراعاة خصائص الجنسين طبعا لتحقيق العدالة. طبعا احنا نعيش حقيقة في يعني وطن هدفه الإنسان أولا سواء كان رجل أو امرأة. حقيقة حكومة المملكة دائما تولي اهتمام دائما بالفتيات. حتى لو احنا يعني شفنا عندنا دائما بالمملكة حنقول تمييز إيجابي شوي. مثلا عندنا الجامعات النسائية الخاصة مثل جامعة الأميرة نورة تعتبر أكبر جامعة حاليا تضم فقط الفتيات. المقاعد البحثية المتاحة للطالبات. المدن الجامعية الملحقة سواء جامعة الملك سعود أو جامعة الإمام وغيرها من الجامعات اللي ما تخفى على الجميع. حقيقة العالم بحاجة إلى العلم والعلم بحاجة إلى النساء والمرأة السعودية تتقدم لإثبات ذلك حيث أنها حققت تقدم باهر وساعدت في تقديم حلول وحلول مبتكرة تحديات اليوم. لو رجعنا للدراسات مطروحة سواء دراسة أجرتها وزارة التعليم بحكم عملي في وزارة التعليم نجد أن في أحد الإحصاءات بحسب بحث أجرته وزارة التعليم السعودية أبدت نسبة 80% من الفتيات السعوديات اهتمامها بتعلم اختصاصات STEM. أيضا دراسة أخرى ما يقارب 60% من الخريجات هم من النساء من تخصصات STEM. في دراسة يعني ما أطول عليكم بس هذه آخر دراسة أشارت أن المهندسات السعوديات حاليا وإحنا متأخرين شوي في هذا المجال أنه في هذا التخصص 6% من الخريجات المهندسات هم سعوديات بحسب آخر دراسة أجريت. الكل يعرف أمثلة كثيرة يعني من المرأة السعودية تقدمت. أنا ما راح أطيل عليكم بالأمثلة والأمثلة معروفة بس من الأمثلة يعني الجميلة اللي حبيت أن أذكرها المهندسة ريما ربيعان هي السعودية الأولى الوحيدة والتي تقوم بالعمل بالهندسة المعمارية في المترو الأنفاق فهذا شيء جميل حقيقة. العالمة في مجال النفط الدكتورة عبير العليان ما أعرف إذا كان أحد يعرفها أو لا هي أول عربية سعودية حازت على جائزة امرأة العام للغاز والبترول في الشرق الأوسط. يعني الأمثلة كثيرة ريان برناوي وغيرها الكثير معروفين
ما شاء الله.
آخر شيء أختم بمقولة قائدنا سيدي صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير محمد بن سلمان مستقبل المملكة مبشر وواعد وتستحق بلادنا الغالية أكثر مما تحقق. لسنا قلقين على مستقبل المملكة بل نتطلع إلى مستقبل أكثر إشراقا.
How much time for the questions do we have? 2 minutes for the questions. 3 minutes before we end this discussion.
Assalamu alaikum. Dr. Randa, I have a question for you. So I recently read a paper that in Muslim countries, we have more women studying STEM majors than in some of these, Western non-Muslim countries. And they discussed the concept of the fact that here there's like all girls schools, and so girls are able to like identify themselves with their teachers, and they don't view certain STEM subjects as like male or female. What's your opinion on this phenomena, and how can we make sure that when our women go and study STEM majors that they enter the workforce and have an impact?
Thank you for your question, Nouran. Actually, this was also brought in the previous research that our colleague did, and this is the paradox that I just talked about it. It seems that, and according to the justification based on research, that the women, when they are challenged here, it's not, and I think that it is because we are in women or only girls' school, that women, they go more into STEM education. but it is because of the challenge that women are put in. And this was explained in the previous research that, as I just mentioned, in Finland, fewer females, even they excel in STEM, but they don't like to go to STEM, although it is open for them and they have no challenges. However, in our country, on the contrary, because we are challenged and there is a question, it doesn't suit you or it suits you, we are a girl and we don't have that gender equality, or I prefer to mention gender equity, because you know, as our colleague mentioned, the females, they have, and males, not 100% musawat or among them because of the nature of the women and males, but yet this challenge put you also and put, for example, other people who majored in STEM to challenge themselves and reach there. Now, this is my explanation for this. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello. Good afternoon.
Go ahead.
Well, my name is Dr. Masood. I come from India. I live in Saudi Arabia since 1976. When I came to Riyadh, the population was 600,000 only. Now, Alhamdulillah, the population is more than 7.8 million. I have seen a lot of transformation in this country. And really, when I came here, very few people used to go to school or colleges. There were one university was here, only King South, which was established. I'm really proud to see, happy to see the transformation from that stage as at least to this stage. Now we have more than 44 universities with 6.18 million students and all going, and one day it will be excel in every field of the world, and they will rule, inshallah, one day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Shall we end? Yes. Okay, a minute, please. At this end of this panel, what we have discussed is a proving experience, evidently, in terms of empowering women with expert right here, expert team. We will delve into, interpolate, and extrapolate actual results from brilliant people in the field in order to clarify and reflect their tremendous experience, which is insightful and helpful to break barriers, to build efficient future effectively. I would like to thank sincerely my speakers here for their recognition, and participating and empowering discussion they delivered. On behalf of my team, wonderful team, and I extend many thanks to cherished audience for their attendance. وأشكر كل من جاءوا إلى القاعة على حبل طويل من بلاغتنا. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
Shukran, Dr. Ra'ad Al-Hassan Al-Amir. May I ask all the panelists to be on the stage to honor them, please. I would like to ask again and again our distinguished speaker, Ms. Rania Ubaid, to come to the stage to honor the panelists. Yes, please. إذا ممكن نكون more active شوية، ما نصير باردين شوية في. First, honoring the first speaker and the moderator for this panel discussion, Mr. Ra'ad Al-Hassan Al-Amir. الله، جميل جميل التصفيق. أحر بلغ، نبغى شوية more energy. The second one, Mr. Nora Al-Mihez'i. Good, we can do much better, inshallah. I think somebody needs to. Okay. Mrs. Reem bint Muhammad Al-Gabba. with warmer applause, please. Dr. Randa Hariri. And last but not least, with the warmest applause, round of applause to Ms. Riham Dos. Yes. Good. Gathering picture together, please. Thank you so much. Our next speaker will be Aris Givenchy. It's a great pleasure to introduce our next speaker, a leader at the forefront of education innovation. Mr. Aris Givenchy is the Managing Director and Head of Global Strategy and Implementation at Perceived Design based in the United Kingdom. Mr. Aris Givenchy is here to share his insight on a crucial topic, transforming education in the digital age, how immersive learning solves the crisis in engagement and achievement. Please, warmly, join me in extending a warm welcome to Mr. Givenchy. Do they have the your slide?
Can I put this? Okay. Hello, hello. Hi. Perfect. Salam alaikum. Hi, everyone. Thank you all for being here. I also want to thank IB Forum and Nama for organizing this wonderful event, especially because all the people who are here are very targeted. You all work in education. You all have a specific role. Sorry, I spoke like to so many people today, so my voice is breaking. Thank you. And so I was very happy this morning to speak with teachers, to speak with school directors, to speak with consultants, to speak with government officials, all here for the same mission, to ameliorate the education of today. I've prepared a presentation today to speak about an important topic. The world is moving at a fast pace, and schools are one of the most important things that ever existed. We're teaching toward the next generation many different topics, and today we'll speak about the STEMs. The STEMs has a lot of complex concepts, and today most of the school, by speaking to a lot of school, a lot of different classrooms, we realize that some are still using the old traditional method of potential books. Sometimes you'll find PDFs, sometimes you'll go online and look at some videos, etc. But because technology is evolving so fast, there is a lot of tools nowadays which are immersive to be able to interact with concepts, to finally be able to visualize those concepts. And so hence why I wanted to speak today, because we need to understand the different type of people you have in an education institution. You have the teacher who has 20 kids to take care of, kids coming from a different background economically, kids coming from a different gender, kids coming from a different language, kids coming from different culture. How do you adapt to all those kids who are learning at a different pace? How do you make sure they are stimulated today? Are you using any single digital tool to be able to improve that? If not, why? Let me move to the first topic. So this is the agenda for today. And so this where you're able to exercise yourself and finding the solution by yourself using your mind. And this is done through VR, through 3D, where I could, for example, if I just show you here, I can expose this VR content, this 3D content we have here. You have the lungs on the left side. You have on the right side a PDF that could be uploaded by any single teachers. So we're complementing what we're doing. We're not replacing it. We want you to use your content on the right side, and on the left side you'll have the lungs. You can interact with it, play around with it, record your voice, annotate, send the recording to the kids back home, so that any single kid who does not have the economical background to pay for a tutor, that's okay. We have a recording for you of 40 minutes where the teacher is explaining the lungs. You have his PDF, which is on this side, and then you're able to have the voice, have the annotation, have the face of the teacher, all in one place. You're ready for the exam. You have it. It's at home. There's no excuse. Now we need to understand that there are people from all over, but there are also people with disabilities. And so it's about companies like mine to create content which is fitted for everyone, which goes to the pace with everyone. And so that is our main focus, is to make sure that we're touching everyone with it and we're helping kids, teachers, school directors to transition into the new phase of education. So I'm going to quickly just wrap up. The point is not to impose a technology to the world. The point is to make sure the technology we're imposing provides value to the person utilizing it. But we want to make sure it's simple, it's easy to use, and we guide you through the whole process. So this presentation is made for teachers, it's made for school directors, but it's also made for any content provider, any single platform provider. I spoke to a lot of schools, I spoke to a lot of teachers, I spoke to a lot of children. The reason why they will implement something and use it after is because it's way too complicated. Let's simplify things for them, provide them with the tools which are very intuitive and just what's needed for them. And then the transition will be smooth. Also, be creative. When you're personalizing content, when you're using this content, gamify everything. You can ask a kid to come up to the stage, and if we go back to this picture, and tell him, could you please write every single aspect of the lungs for me, and then we will ask one of your colleagues to come and correct you. You can just, be creative with it. I'm sure there's plenty of ways to use it. But yeah, so this is the presentation. I'm sure you might have some questions. But it was a pleasure talking to you, and yeah, I'm here to answer any of them. And also to get some feedback on how's it working on your school, if you've already used any technologies, if it worked well, if it didn't, why. Any single person who is willing to share their stories in their school is much appreciated also. Thank you.
Any question? Yeah, there is one question.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Mohammed Nihal. I'm a STEM instructor from India.
Hi.
So your session is very insightful.
Thank you.
I'd like to share an experience of mine. So while in Kerala, we were from the government, we were assigned to integrate curriculum into the public schools. So we went to a public school, and we were assigned deliver the content in an immersive way, it will be really helpful for us.
Thank you for your inputs. And yes, the aim of the game here is that my aim today was not to speak about Perceived, but because Perceived, which is the name of our company, is providing this type of content, I can just only use the examples that we have in-house, but I'm sure there are also a lot of other companies who are doing things very well. But if just to add on what you were saying, we now customize content. So the sense that we have a team who are very creative, which means that we follow your requirements, but we also have some in-house expertise to ask the right questions. We know how to create this technology. So for example, our case, we do alongside you to make sure that the content you create is stimulating enough and is answering the questions you'd like to answer. And is also what we can potentially do is gamify the whole process for you, right? So this could be done through VR or through 3D, because I think I also missed a very important information. The less hardware, the better. And here's why. First of all, hardware is expensive. Second of all, it cannot be used everywhere. What you want to create as a technological company creating content is something that can be put in every single devices. It could be a phone, it could be an iPad, it could be a smart board. You want to be on multi-platform. You want the kids, while the teacher is explaining something, to either have it on their iPad or their phone. You want the teacher to come to the smart board, use their smart pen to annotate everything. So you want to make it very easy and very accessible for everyone. So just to add out to what you were saying, it's something that we do. We sit around with people like yourself and we create them for them. Which are not physics, biology, chemistry, whatever you think needs to be explained in a visual manner, we can do it. Any other question? Or if anybody would like to, I've spoken to a lot of people today. They told me about their school, the way it was working there. But if somebody is willing to maybe share if they are using some technological tools, or if, let's say, their school is still not up to date with that, or any single stories would be very interesting to know. How is it in Saudi? Because we're just entering the Saudi market, and so any insight could be very interesting for us as well, so that then we can adapt. If not, it's not a problem. My stand will be right here, and anyone who would like to continue the conversation, I'm more than willing to discuss more with you and show you in detail what we do. Thank you. Yeah.
So thank you, Mr. Aris Jifensi. Amazing demonstration using the 3D and AI. I would like to call Dr. Randahiri to honor the speaker. Please let's give a warm round of applause. شكرا. Now we have an amazing session with an amazing speaker. He's a figure when it comes to gifted, talented education, or gifted education, gifted people. He has been a speaker in multiple universities around the kingdom. I'm pleased to introduce our educational distinguished expert, Dr. Adnan Muhammad Al-Qadi, an assistant professor in gifted education from Kingdom of Bahrain. Dr. Al-Qadi will be speaking on the vital topic of assessment criteria for STEM-based learning. Dr. Al-Qadi will be speaking in Arabic, so if you need a translation, please pick up one of the audio devices for translation. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Dr. Adnan Muhammad Al-Qadi. Thank you. Can we have a warmer one?
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم أجمعين. موضوع التقويم عندما نعمل نوع من المسح في الدراسات العربية والأجنبية فيما يتعلق بتقويم التعلم القائم على منحى ستيم، فنجد دراسات قليلة، وحتى الكتب التي تناولت هذا الموضوع كتب يعني قد تكون بالعشرات، لكن عندما نتكلم عن البرامج، عن المناهج، عن الجانب المهني في مجال التعلم القائم على ستيم، فنجد المئات من الدراسات، المئات من الكتب باللغة العربية واللغة الإنجليزية. قد تكون ثقافة عندنا أن احنا دائما نتجنب مسألة التقويم لأي شيء نقوم به أو أي شيء نعد له، سواء كان في مجال التعليم أو في أي مجال من المجالات الأخرى. لذلك أنا حاولت أن يعني أتلمس هذا الموضوع وأثير هذا الموضوع كأفكار وليست كمعلومات. كيف ننظر إلى التقويم؟ دائما التقويم أنظر إليه من التعريف نفسه، من الكونسبت نفسه. نلاحظ الكلمات اللي باللون الأحمر هي التي تمثل العناصر الأساسية التي ينبغي أن يطالها التقويم حتى تكون التجربة ناجحة، وحتى تكون التجربة ذات عمر نوعا ما يعني طويل. هذا التعريف الذي اجتهدت في بنائه، هناك 4 عناصر أساسية يدور حولها التقويم الذي سوف يعني استطرد في تبيانه فيما بعد. النظام التعليمي ناحية سياسة التعليم، فلسفة التعليم الستيم في المؤسسة نفسها، ينبغي أن يكون هناك يعني يد على جانب التقويم. كذلك يتم تقويم الجانب المفاهيم العلمية، المحتوى العلمي، الأفكار العلمية الموجودة، المحيطة بالطالب أو بالطالبة، الغرفة الصفية، المختبر، الأنشطة اللا صفية، أيضا ينبغي أن يكون في أيضا تقويم. بلا شك أن الموقف والممارسات التي يقوم بها المعلم ينبغي أن تصبح أيضا مجالا مفتوحا من أجل تقديم التغذية الراجحة. التقويم هو ليس نقدا أو ليس صوتا على سواء كان ظهر الطالب أو ظهر المعلم، وإنما هو التقويم دائما هو الذي يعني نوع من إعادة البرمجة، ريستار مرة ثانية، بحيث أننا تتجه البوصلة بشكل صحيح. فيما يتعلق بالتقويم هناك في يعني ممكن طريقتين أو منهجين بالنسبة للتقويم. في نوع هو قائم على المعايير، وإن شاء الله أنا راح يكون هناك في نوع من الكيو ار في المعايير اللي ممكن ان انتم يعني تحصلون عليه باللغه الانجليزيه. النقطه الاولى بالنسبه عناصر التقويم بناء على التقويم القائم على المعايير ينقسم الى 5 عناصر: التخطيط، التعلم واداره الصف، الماده العلميه، التقويم نفسه يحتاج إلى التقويم، والمهنية والأخلاقية الخاصة بالمعلم. إذن هناك 5 مساحات ينبغي التركيز عليهم في بناء أدوات التقويم الخاصة بالتجربة، الخاصة بالممارسات التي تكون داخل إطار المؤسسة التعليمية. راح نتكلم بشكل مفصل أكثر في كل خطوة أو كل عنصر من هذه العناصر ال5. نلاحظ الكلمات اللي هي باللون المختلف، باللون الأزرق، هي المفاتيح لفهم العناصر ال5. فيما يتعلق بالتخطيط، تخطيط ماذا؟ تخطيط الدروس، تخطيط الأنشطة الصفية واللا صفية. فيما يتعلق بالتعلم وإدارة الصف، أيضا لدينا مفاتيح ينبغي يعني التركيز عليها، وهي البيئة الصفية، المناخ الصفي من حيث التعامل، العدالة، المساواة، الأمن، شعور الطالب داخل الغرفة الصفية بأنه يستطيع أنه يستخدم الأجهزة ويستخدم التكنولوجيا بكل أريحية دون خوف. كذلك كيف يدير المعلم الصف، خاصة أن التعلم القائم على ستيم هو ليس تعلما تقليديا، وإنما التعلم القائم على ستيم المعلم الحصيف هو الذي يستغل المواقف غير المتوقعة من أجل إكساب الطلبة الخبرات الجديدة. أحيانا يعني تقريبا الآن 15 سنة في مجال ستيم وستيم، أحيانا أنا كمعلم موهوبين أو مدرس في الجامعة، أحيانا نضع خطة ونضع أهداف، والخطة تكون يعني زمنية دقيقة، لكن أحيانا يكون هناك موقف غير متوقع. أنا بالنسبة لي أعتبر خبرة جديدة وموقف جديد أفضل مما أنا تم الاستعداد له أو أنا مخطط له. فأنا استغل أيضا أحيانا بعض الظروف اللي أحس أن الأثر راح يكون أفضل مما لو أنا قدمت ما لدي من معلومات. كذلك المادة العلمية كمحتوى وكمهارات وأيضا كأساليب تدريس أنا أقوم بها. فيما يتعلق بالتقويم نفسه، وقوم التقويم التنويع، الأشكال، ما هي أشكال التقويم؟ هل فقط أركز على البروجكت، على المشاريع، ولا أركز على خطوات ستيم نفسه، أو أركز على تقويم المهارات المكتسبة، أم هل أركز على ما هي المهارات الحياة المكتسبة؟ هل أركز على الجانب التعلم التعاوني والعمل الجماعي؟ أركز سلوكيات بين الطلبة؟ إذن التنويع هو طبعا هو الأفضل. فيما يتعلق بالمعلم أيضا يعتبر عنصر مهم جدا أن يتم تقويم المعلم من الناحية الأخلاقية وأيضا من الناحية المهنية، وهل هو يطور نفسه أم لا. فيما يتعلق بالتخطيط بشكل سريع، أنا يمكن يعني ألمحت في الشريحة السابقة بنوع من الآن التفصيل ما هي الاحتياجات التعلمية، التخطيط الجيد للأهداف. هل هناك في تخطيط لمراحل الوحدة اللي راح يتم تدريسها؟ هل هناك في مخطط وضع خطة زمنية واضحة؟ كذلك استخدام الاستراتيجيات، متى استخدم هذه الاستراتيجية ومتى استخدم هذه الاستراتيجية. أحيانا بعض الاستراتيجيات تطلب مني أن أكون أنا خارج المؤسسة التعليمية في زيارة إلى مرافق أو مؤسسات مختصة. كذلك الأنشطة الصفية والأنشطة اللا صفية، هذه جوانب تحتاج مني أن أسلط الضوء عليها فيما يتعلق بالتقويم والتقديم التغذية الراجعة. التعلم وإدارة الصف بلا شك أنه ممكن اختصارها بقضية الممارسات التي تكون داخل الغرفة الصفية نفسها. هل المعلم ميسر أم المعلم هو مقيد؟ لذلك أنا دائما يعني أنا أشبه معلم الموهوبين بالحكم في المباريات. الحكم دائما قريب يقول لك والله المباراة هذه المباراة كانت فاشلة، مباراة يعني لماذا؟ لأن الحكم قرارات الحكم غير واثق من نفسه، الحكم ما قاعد يعطي توجيهات بحيث أنها تكون المباراة ممتعة ويعني صحيحة. فمعلم يجب أن يكون ميسر الخبرات، دائما يفاجئ الطلبة بخبرة جديدة يجب أن يتعاملوا معها. يعني على سبيل المثال أحيانا في بعض المعلمين يدخل نوع من المرح والمتعة من خلال استخدام المسرح العرائس. يعني ما علاقة ستم بمسرح العرائس؟ هو يعني يحاول أن يدخل الفنون في ستم بحيث أنه يتم تقبل المادة العلمية بشكل صحيح. إثارة الدافعية والواقعية فيما يتعلق بالمشاريع وبعض الموضوعات، حل المشكلات والتفكير الناقد، كله فيما يتعلق بالتعلم. إدارة الوقت جدا مهمة. توجيه الأداء المتعلم يجب أن يكون بين يدين المعلم نفسه في أدائه في سلوكه. لا يتدخل المعلم ولكن يوجه ويلاحظ هذا السلوك ويلاحظ هذا الأداء، بحيث أنه هو أحيانا أنا أوجه تغذية راجعة فورية وأحيانا أؤجل التغذية الراجعة إلى وقت آخر. المادة العلمية طبعا الكثير أسهب فيما يتعلق بالمادة العلمية من خلال هذا الصباح. التمكن من المادة العلمية لدى المعلم، طريقة البحث عن المعلومات. الآن يعني تم الإشارة قضية مثلا الذكاء الاصطناعي الIA. الذكاء الاصطناعي من خلال البرامج والتقنيات يستطيع واحد أن يعرض برزنتيشن في دقيقة ونص دقيقتين، لكن الآن ما أصبح المعرفة هي المهمة، وإنما اللي أصبح هي كيفية استخدام الأدوات للوصول إلى المعلومة الصح، إلى المعلومة المطلوبة. لأننا يعني نحن يعني غرقانين في محيطات من المعرفة، لكن أنا أحتاج هذه المعلومة، يجب أن يكون لدي الثقافة التكنولوجية للوصول إلى المعلومة اللي أحتاجها لهذا المشروع. ستيم وستيم أيضا دائما نأكد على البنية المعرفية. لما أتكلم عن مثلا مفهوم الضوء، يجب أن تكون لدي معرفة بالعناوين الرئيسية، كان خارطة معرفية فيما يتعلق بالموضوعات المهمة فيما يتعلق بالضوء أو الصوت. كمعلومات يجب أن يكون أنا محيط بالبنية المعرفية لهذه الوحدة، لكن التفاصيل كل طالب يغوص في التفاصيل التي تثيره وتمثل له تحدي حتى يستطيع أنه يذهب بها إلى المشروع الذي يعني يستمتع به ويريد أن تكون له بصمة في المجتمع من خلال هذا المشروع. فيما يتعلق بالتقويم، معذرة ظاهر الخط، التقويم يجب أن أنوع ما بين التقويم التشخيصي والتكويني والختامي، استخدام الأدوات والتنويع في أدوات التقويم. أحيانا أنا أطلب عرض برزنتيشن لموضوع معين، أحيانا أطلب تقرير معين، أحيانا نركز على مشروع، أحيانا بعض الطلبة يمكن في بعض الطلبة طلبة الجامعة نقومهم من خلال مواقف، نعطيهم قضية علمية ونقول لهم كيف تتصرفون في هذه القضية. حاولوا يعني تفككون المعضلات الموجودة، تحلون هذه المعضلة من خلال هذا الموقف. فنحن نقيم أدائهم، نقيم المعلومات والمهارات من خلال كيفية تعاملهم مع هذه المعضلة. يعني أو شكل على الانتهاء يعني. هذا طبعا جانب مرتبط بالمعلم. قضية المعلم يجب أن يثق بالمتعلم. المعلم يجب أن يعطي المتعلم، يعطيه وقتا للتعلم، يجب أن يعطيه فرص للتجريب، كذلك احترام شخصية المتعلم، حتى لو بدت منه بعض يعني نسميها يعني العثرات أو المبادرات المتواضعة. كل ابتكار بدأ بمرحلة من التواضع، ثم بعد ذلك تطور إلى أن أصبح ابتكارا له العشرات بل الملايين من الناس ممن يستفيدون منه. الالتزام بقواعد وقوانين العمل المعلم، استخدام التقنيات، الاستعارة وهكذا، النمو المستمر، الاطلاع على القراءة. طيب، شيء أخير فيما يتعلق الآن بجانب آخر، فيما يتعلق لو أردت أن أقوم، لكن التقويم مركز على أداء المعلم في ستيم. هناك في ثلاث جوانب، ثلاث ممارسات: التخطيط والتنفيذ والتقويم. بشكل سريع فيما يتعلق بالتخطيط، هناك في أيضا تشابه، تخطيط وتصميم المواقف، تحديد الموضوعات وترتيب هذه الموضوعات. الآن راح أتجه إلى هذا الجانب من القاعة. بناء الأنشطة، تحديد احتياجات، التنفيذ بمعنى الآن ننتقل إلى الممارسة الميدانية، إلى الواقع، إلى التعامل مع الطلبة. استخدام بيئات تعلم مفتوحة بمعنى أن الطالب يستطيع أنه يبدي رأيا، يستطيع الطالب أن يقدح أفكار، وبالتالي تحصل له من الإلهامات والأفكار الجديدة غير المألوفة. دعم العمل الجماعي والتعلم التعاوني، إيجاد الفرص. سهل أن يكون عندي كتاب وأشرح محتوى هذا الكتاب للطالب، ولكن صعب أن أنا أبحث عن فرص ومواقف جديدة غير متوقعة وغير متوفرة لدى الطلبة نفسهم. كل ما كان الموقف والفرص فيها من التعقيد والتحدي، كلما كان التعامل معها والإقبال عليها كان أكثر قوة وإيجابية. ثالثا طبعا اللي هو التقويم، أشرنا إليه التقويم بأنواعه. التغذية الراجعة سواء كانت الفورية أو المؤجلة، التقويم يجب أن ينوع، يجب أن يشكل. طبعا هذه طبعا من أشهر المعايير، الأسسمنت and planning tool for STEM. هاي طبعا الكتاب موجود على اليسار، وأيضا STEM Self Evaluation and Improvement Framework. أيضا هذه معايير من الكي جي إلى صف يمكن 12. هذه مجموعة من المعايير. أنا حقيقة أنا خلصت. أنا حقيقة حاولت فقط أن أثير، فقط حاولت أن أؤكد على أهمية التقويم في أي جهد ممكن أن يبذل في أي مؤسسة. التقويم لموقف مدته 15 دقيقة، أو أنه يكون مدته ساعة، أو يكون مدة البرنامج شهرين أو 3 شهور. إذا التقويم يجب أن يكون موجود في كل حياتنا، يجب أن يكون هناك فيه من التقويم. فما بالكم إذا كان تعليما راقيا، تعليما هناك فيه اهتمام به، تعليم فيه نوع من التداخل والدمج بين كثير من العناصر، مثل ما ذكرت أنا من ساعة صباح هذا اليوم، أن في ستيم عندنا مفاهيم وأفكار، عندنا محتوى معرفي، عندنا مهارات القرن ال21، عندنا اتجاهات نحو الميول المهنية، عندنا مشاريع، وهذه المشاريع يتوقع منها أن هي تصلح أن يكون هناك براءة اختراع. أتمنى أن أنا يعني رميت حجرا في بركة راكدة، لعلكم تبحثون أكثر وتطلعون أكثر على هذا الموضوع. شكرا جزيلا.
السلام عليكم. شكرا دكتور عدنان على لفتة التقويم في ستيم. سؤالي: هل توجد مقاييس سبق أنها طبقت على فئة لكن التعليم العام وليس الموهوبين؟
هو طبعا الأدوات المتاحة في مجال التقويم في الغالب هي اجتهادية. يعني الإدارة العامة للموهوبين والموهوبات بالرياض عندهم كتب في مجال ستيم وستيم، اقترحوا أدوات معينة. اشتغلت أنا مثلا مع إدارة التعليم في ينبع، ولذلك ليس هناك أدوات مقننة يعني على مستوى الجميع. لذلك أنا أفضل الاعتماد على المعايير اللي أنا أشرت لها. من خلال المعايير أنا أبني الأدوات اللي أنا أحتاجها. أختار أنا البنود، المعايير ثابتة، لكن اختار أنا بنود هذه المعايير بناء على حاجتي، بناء على المواقف التعليمية اللي أنا قاعد أوفرها. لكن أدوات ما في. يعني أنا عندي كتابين في مجال ستيم وستيم، يعني بحث على المستوى يعني الدول العربية ما في، لكن في أجنبية يتم ترجمتها، لكن أحيانا في بعض البنود أنا ما أحتاجها لأنها ما تنطبق علي، خاصة فيما يتعلق بمثلا قضية التحيز مثلا للغة الثانية، أو الناس المحرومين اقتصاديا، أو يمكن هذه هنا ما يعني ما يناسبنا هنا كثقافة وكبيئة يعني إسلامية.
يعطيكم العافية.
طبعا بالنسبة أيوة
بالنسبة للتقويم عن طريق الكابستون اللي هي المشاريع المتكاملة، فين تصنفها ضمن هذه التقاويم اللي حضرتك ذكرتها؟
يعني مثل ما ذكرت، يعني أنا ذكرت الآن صنفين من الأصناف، قائم على المعايير، والصنف الثاني أو اللي هي مرتبطة بأداء المعلم اللي قسمته إلى 3. اللي تفضلت فيه هذه يمكن يعتبر نوع ثالث، لا فلسفته ولا رؤيته، يتداخلون مع بعض لكن لا هوية شوية يعني مختلفة.
السلام عليكم وشكرا للمحاضرة القيمة. بس فين ممكن نتحصل على كتبك بالنسبة للستيم؟
يعني ممكن خلال الإيميل أرسلها لك مجانا بالPDF يعني.
أوكي.
حاضر.
شكرا لك.
واعطيك زياده عليها اكثر بعد.
اوكي شكرا لك الله يسلمك.
بس هي عملك.
طب حط لنا الايميل لو سمحت.
هذا يقول لك البحرين عن عذاري تسجيل بعيد وتخلي قريب.
Assalamu alaikum. Dr. Adnan, what an impacting, amazing, remarkable speech about the criteria of assessment for gifted student, and also talking about the 20th century skills, yes? 21st century skills needed for youth. I would like again to call Mr. Arif to honor Dr. Adnan Muhammad Al-Qadi, please. Would you please give the warmest round of applause? Thank you so much. Now, again, amazing session with amazing speaker. It's an honor to introduce our next speaker, a prominent leader in smart learning and STEM education, Dr. Asad Subhi Abu Hussein, General Manager at Al Mutaqaddima School for Smart Learning, STEM Schools in Saudi Arabia. Dr. Abu Hussein will be discussing the impact of implementing the STEM system on human capital investment and the labor market. Please join me in extending the warmest welcome to Dr. Asad Subhi Abu Hussein.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين، والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم. لو طرحنا سؤال ستيم، هل هو فكر أم هو نظام أو برنامج أو منهجية وطريقة؟ يعني ممكن يكون عندي أكثر من نموذج، ممكن يكون عندي بعض المؤسسات أو المدارس تطبق كنظام، هذا القصد، والأخرى كبرنامج. نعم، يعني أنت تقصدي أنه حتى نستطيع أن نطلق على مؤسسة أنها تعمل بنظام ستيم، تعمل بنظام، يعني نظام هي الحالة الأخيرة، إذا لازم تمر بهالمراحل هاي. طيب، لا شك الكلام يعني دقيق صحيح، لأنه عندما نتحدث عن ستيم نتحدث عن حالة نهائية، ونحن في يعني مدارسنا استطعنا أن نبني نظام ستيم. وفي حديثي اليوم أنا سأنظر للموضوع ليس من الجانب خلينا نقول الأكاديمي الدقيق بقدر ما هي استنتاجات، لكن نحن نربط من خلال هذا النموذج الموجود لدينا نشوف الأثر، لأنه كما تعلموا التعليم بشكل عام أي شيء لا يحدث من جراء هذه الاستراتيجية أو هذه الطريقة أثر على التعلم لا فائدة منه. ولذلك الاستراتيجيات تتغير سواء كانت داخل الغرفة الصفية أو كانت في النظام أو كان في أي شيء آخر. إذا التغير يمكن أن يحدث حتى نصل في النهاية إلى أننا نحدث الأثر. طيب، إحنا بالنظام الموجود لدينا راح نناقش مجموعة من النقاط. الحديث راح يكون بالثلاث نقاط التالية. الجانب الأول، إحنا ماذا نهدف من تعلم الطلاب وفق نظام ستيم؟ يعني شو هدفنا بالنهاية؟ إحنا إلى أين نريد أن نصل بهم؟ الجانب الثاني، أثر التكاملية باعتبارها ندخل شوي في العمق، أثر التكاملية في تكوين رأس مال بشري مبدع ومبتكر. هناك في آثار بالفعل لما نشتغل على الجانب التكاملي، والتكاملي هي العمود، يعني تعتبر من الأساسيات في تطبيق نظام ستيم. لا نستطيع أن نقول أنه مؤسسة ما بتشتغل على التكاملية نقول والله نطلق عليها أنه هاي المؤسسة مكتملة الأركان. الجانب الآخر اللي هو الربط بين ممارسات التعلم بنظام ستيم والمهارات المطلوبة في سوق العمل. راح يعني نتطرق إلى بعض الاستنتاج إن أدركنا الوقت، بس محددين ب20 دقيقة لازم نخلص يعني. لكن حقيقة هناك في مجموعة من الممارسات التي يمكن أن تمارس كنظام داخل منظومة أو نظام ستيم سيكون لها آثار كبيرة جدا على تكوين رأس المال البشري، هو الشخص نفسه، الطالب نفسه، الأثر، ثم بعد ذلك الأثر الممتد عندما يذهب إلى الجامعة ثم إلى سوق العمل، ولذلك يكتسب مجموعة من المهارات التي تؤهله بالفعل لأن يكون ناجح في سوق العمل. بطبيعة الحال ما بدنا نتكلم كثير عن هذا الموضوع لأنه أتوقع صار في كلام حول ستيم. ما هو ستيم؟ ستيم هو لا شك أنه تعليم، هو نهج متداخل التخصصات يدمج بين العلوم والرياضيات وأيضا اللي هي التكنولوجيا، ولذلك احنا خلينا نذهب لشيء يعني مختلف شوي. بطبيعة الحال تعليم ستيم بشكل عام هو في اهتمام دولي، في اهتمام أكاديمي، وبنفس الوقت في اهتمام بحثي. واحنا سنضيف عليه أيضا أنه اللي هي الاهتمام في امتداده إلى سوق العمل. المبادئ التي يمكن من خلال نموذجنا، احنا نموذجنا اللي عندنا في مدارسنا، احنا بنينا النموذج بالعكس. يعني عادة النموذج يبنى يكون عندك نظرية تستند إليها أو شيء جاهز تروح تطبقه. فاحنا وجدنا أنه بما أنه لا توجد نماذج 100%، يعني خلينا نقول ناجحة أو مجربة، وحتى التجربة ليست تجربة طويلة، لذلك بدأنا نأخذ مقتطفات من جميع النماذج الأخرى لأن بنينا في النهاية نموذجنا في مدارسنا. بعد ما بنينا النموذج كتبنا، يعني لدينا نموذج مكتوب، لكن أنا الآن راح أشير لبعض مكونات هذا النموذج اللي ركزنا عليها من خلال بناء ستيم في المدرسة اللي احنا بنشتغل فيها من خلال النقاط التالية. الجانب الأول اللي هو جانب التكاملية. طبعا التكاملية لا شك أنها إدراك العلاقة بين المفاهيم. لما نعمل تكامل احنا بندمج بين العلوم بشكل عام لنجد ما هي العلاقات المشتركة حتى نبني خلينا نقول اللي هو الجانب الفكر التكاملي لدى الطالب. طبعا هذا سيكون له أثر زي ما نتحدث بعد قليل. عندنا أيضا من النقاط المهمة في بناء النموذج مهارات القرن ال21. تحدث عنها الدكتور وأتوقع كثير تحدثوا عنها. لا شك أنها هي من أساسيات دمج مهارات ال21 في النظام. عندما نركز على بعض المهارات مثل الجانب الرقمي أو بناء الشخصية أو هذه الأمور كلها، لا شك أنها في النهاية أن يكون لها أثر وأثر كبير في النهاية على الطالب ثم على المجتمع ثم في النهاية سيكون على العالم كله. طبعا من ضمن المبادئ الأساسية التي توجه تعلم ستيم لابد أن يكون هناك في ربط بالحياة، يعني التعلم يرتبط بالحياة. فإذا استطعت أن أوجد نظام يعني من خلال التدريس الموجودين أن أربط هذه المفاهيم بالحياة، لا شك أننا في النهاية سنصل إلى الحالة التي نريد. بطبيعة الحال الجانب الآخر أنه إحنا لازم نتحدى قدرات الطالب، وتحدي القدرات يكون بأنه تضعه في مشكلة معينة يحاول يحل هذه المشكلة، لكن حلها بتكون من خلال مشروع أو من خلال اقتراح أو مبادرة وإلى آخره. طبعا ماذا نهدف من تعلم الطلاب بنظام ستيم؟ لدينا كثير من النقاط، منها نقل متعلم. احنا بننقل من واقع الحياة، عفوا من واقع المادة العلمية إلى جوانب تطبيقية عملية، ولذلك نوظف الجانب العملي في الغرفة الصفية من خلال هذا الجانب. أيضا تعزيز القيم المرتبطة بالعمل التقني. الجانب التقني لابد أن يكون له دور ويكون له أيضا يعني أساس في بناء النموذج أو في تطبيق نموذج ستيم. أيضا تشجيع الطلاب على الجوانب العلمية وحثهم على أنه يذهبوا إلى التخصصات العلمية لما لذلك من أثر في النهاية إلى حالة الابتكار والإبداع الموجودة في أي بلد، لأنها تركز في النهاية على المواد العلمية، الرياضيات والعلوم وما شابه ذلك. طبعا التدريس وفق مبدأ التكاملية. يمكن نشير هنا لنقطة. عندما نتحدث عن التكاملية بين العلوم سواء الرياضيات والعلوم والمواد الأخرى، سواء كان ستيم أو ستيم، ذهبنا إلى ستيم في الجانب العلمي أو ذهبنا إلى الجانب الآخر اللي هو ستيم كان علمي أو ستيم في الجانب العلمي والأدبي. في النهاية احنا ماذا نفعل في التكاملية؟ شو بتعمل التكاملية عندي؟ هي تخلي الطالب يفكر، وهذا التفكير تبني فيه معرفة متكاملة وشمولية في ذهن المتعلم، وهذه المعرفة الشمولية أو المتكاملة في ذهن المعلم لابد في النهاية أن يكون لها أثر كبير جدا في موضوع الابتكار، وتبني قاعدة ابتكار وإبداع لدى الطالب. نعم. احنا لما نربط بين العلوم، عملية الربط تحتاج إلى مهارات عليا، ولذلك هو يفكر أكثر ويبدع أكثر ويصبح منتج. وهنا هذا سينعكس بعد قليل في بعض الحديث راح نتكلم عنه، انه في النهايه شو اثر على تكوين راس المال البشري لديه، ثم في النهايه التطبيق على اللي هي سوق العمل في النهايه كموظف في المستقبل يعني. ولذلك نستطيع ان نقول انه يعني مصير الامم مرهون بابداع الافراد. هذا الابداع الذي يجب ان يستثمر في بناء المهارات، ونحن نعيش في عصر المهارات. يعني احنا يعني يتخرج عدد من الخريجين، بعض الخريجين المؤسسات تاخذهم والبعض الاخر لا تاخذهم. في عاده بجوز يكون نفس التقدير او نفس الشهاده العلميه، لكن عندما تجد مؤسسه تحتاج الى مهارات اعلى، وبالتالي تاخذ الشخص الذي يمتلك المهارات الاعلى. فلذلك احنا يجب ان يكون هناك في تركيز على هذا الجانب. إذا استثمرنا في الأفراد وامتلكنا المهارات، يصبح هذا الممتلك المهارات أكثر قدرة للاستجابة لتحديات العمل ومتطلباته، وهذا كله يلبيه من خلال تبني لنظام ستيم. أعتقد في وراها آخر شيء. آخر شيء هيك. في مجموعة شرائح هي أهم واحدة. أيوة نعم. أيوة. مهارات نربط بين ممارسات التعلم بنظام ستيم والمهارات المطلوبة في سوق العمل. احنا تكلمنا قبل شوي عن التكاملية، وقلنا ان التكاملية ما دام احنا بنعلي جانب التفكير عند الطالب، اذا الطالب اكثر عنده قدرة على التعامل مع المواقف، لانه هو يفكر اكثر وبينتج اكثر واخذ التعليم بشكل افضل. من المهارات المطلوبة، يعني المهارات اللي خلينا نقول مهمة تمكن الطالب ستيم للحصول على فرص عمل، الوعي العالي. تتضمن المهارات أن جميع الأشياء متصلة ببعضها البعض، وحدوث أمر في العالم يؤثر على الآخر. وهذا من ضمن الفكر اللي يتبناه المطبقين يطبقوا ستيم في مدارسهم، لأنه يجعل الطالب اللي هو يعني يكون عنده تحدي، وهذا التحدي يحاول يحله سواء على مستوى بلده أو على مستوى العالم. وهذا تستطيع أن نقول اعمل محليا وفكر عالميا. إذا تدريب الطالب على التحديات في جميع المستويات محليا وعالميا مكتسبة من خلال التعلم بالمشروع. مشاريع الكبستون اللي يتم عملها في المدارس، بطبيعة الحال إنه إحنا عندنا شيء ممارس على داخل الصف بالمنهج من خلال مجموعة من الأنشطة التكاملية، ثم يردف بمشاريع أخرى تعمل هذه المشاريع الإثرائية تعمل على دعم تطبيق فكر ستيم. وبالتالي كل هذه المكتسبات اللي بيكتسبها الطالب لا شك أنها تؤثر فيه وتجعل هذا الطالب أكثر وعيا بالمشكلات الموجودة سواء على مستوى بلده أو على مستوى العالم. الجانب الثاني المرونة. كيف المرونة؟ يعني عندما الطلاب يأتون إلى عمل المشروعات، طبعا من ضمن أساسيات نظام ستيم هو إتقان العمل الجماعي سواء داخل الغرفة الصفية أو خارجها من خلال يكون هناك عندي مشروع معين يتعاون الجميع. ولذلك هو بشكل عام هذا الطالب يمارس التعلم بنفس الوقت يقوم ببناء المشروعات من خلال مجموعات، وبالتالي هناك يكون في تلاقح في الافكار، انه لازم يكون ياخذ ويعطي. اذا صارت عنده مرونه، اذا عودناه على هذه المرونه لا شك انها نبنيها ونغرسها في ذهن هذا المتعلم، بالعكس في ممارساته، وفي النهايه سنجد انه هذا يؤثر ايجابيا في سوق العمل. طبعا القياده اكيد واضحه، يعني لما الطالب عندي داخل المدرسه اشتغل عليه في اشركه في اكثر من مشروع، ثم اعطيه في النهايه يتحدث عن مشروعه، ثم يكون هو بجوز مسؤول الفريق، احيانا بيكون هو قائد الفريق، ثم يعني ياتي وقد يمثل المدرسه في مكان، قد يمثل ايضا المملكه ايضا او البلد يمثلها خارج بلده. وبالتالي هنا غرسنا في مهارات قياديه هذه اهلته للمستقبل لان يكون بالفعل هو يعني طالب او موظف ناجح في سوق العمل. ثم المبادره، طبعا هذه المبادره مشكله بتكون خصوصا عند ارباب العمل، يعني اصحاب العمل في عندهم مشاكل كثير، انه احيانا يحتاج انه يخبر الموظف شو اعمل الخطوه الفلانيه، اعمل الخطوه الفلانيه الى اخره، ولذلك يتضجروا كثيرا من غير المبادرين. فكلما يعني ادخلنا هذا النظام، ادخلنا الطالب في هذه المنظومه بشكل صحيح، لانه هي اصلا نظام ستيم قائم على المبادرات، لانه مطلوب منه يعني يكون عنده عصف ذهني، يعمل عصف ذهني، يختار المشروع، يبادر بالعمل، ياتي في اوقات دوام يجوز غير الدوام المدرسي حتى يستطيع ان يبني المشروع، اذا هو اصبح مبادر. هذه النتائج كلها لا شك انها تؤدي الى تشكيل شخصيته بطريقه افضل، بحيث يكون مبادر ايضا، وبالتالي هذا ينعكس في النهايه عليه وعلى ادائه وعلى سلوكه، ويكون ايضا موظف ناجح في سوق العمل. إذن إحنا بنقول إنه ستيم يزود المجتمع بنوعين من رأس المال البشري. وغالبا ما دام إحنا يعني في شغلنا في ستيم في تركيز على الجانب الهندسي والجانب المتعلق في الجانب العلمي، إذن هو إحنا العلماء والمهندسون يسهمون في استمرار التطوير ما يؤثر إيجابيا في الاقتصاد، يعني أنا عادة كأنني بوجههم لهذا الاتجاه، وبالتالي سيكون لهم أثر كبير جدا في المجتمع وسوق العمل. أو أن يكونوا عمال مهرة، يعني ممكن يكونوا ما وصلوا مهندسين لكن عمال مهرة، هذولا اكتسبوا مجموعة من المهارات الموجودة في ممارساتهم بنظام ستيم، سواء كانت من الجانب التكنولوجي أو الهندسي أو الجانب الآخر، وبالتالي أصبحوا أيضا مؤثرين وأصبح لهم دور كبير في المجتمع وسوق العمل. يعني هيك بس هاي تعتبر أهم المهارات المطلوبة. أهم المهارات، في مهارات كثيرة جدا مطلوبة لسوق العمل، وعادة المهارات تتطور، يعني مثلا قبل 10 سنين كان عندنا مهارات، بس الآن المهارات الموجودة مش زي المهارات اللي قبل 10 سنين. حتى النظريات التعليمية اللي كنا نطبقها زمان السلوكية وجدنا أنها غير ملائمة، ولذلك تحولت. يعني الحالة اللي بيكون فيها موجود اللي فيها الآن حالة المجتمع هي اللي تفرض أيضا شو المهارات المطلوبة. فعندنا مهارات القرن ال21 وهي معروفة أتوقع يعني أشبعت بحثا وفي هذا الكلام. الجانب الثاني القدرة على التكيف مع متغيرات العمل. يعني بيجي موظف بتخرج بقعد له هنا 6 أشهر 5 أشهر هون 4 أشهر، لماذا؟ ومش قادر يتكيف مع البيئة الموجود فيها، لأنه لو مر سابقا في تجربة فعلا أصبح أنه مثلا هو عمل شغله وفشل فيها، بعد شوي راح لشغل ثاني إلى آخره. هنا هذه تصبح عنده أصبحت في سلوك عند الشخص، وبالتالي هو بالنسبة له يستطيع أن يتكيف مع الواقع في أي حالة موجودة. فإذا نوع التكيف هاي من المهارات المطلوبة. الذكاء العاطفي والمشاعر وما يتعلق فيها أيضا هاي مطلوبة في يجب أن تكون موجودة. يعني ما يكون واحد يصل إلى درجة الجفاف أو ما يتعلق في هذا الأمر. لابد أن يكون هناك أيضا من المهارات المطلوبة. إدارة العلاقات مع الآخرين، مهارات التعلم والابتكار. يعني أي مؤسسة يذهب لها الموظف في عندها نمط وفي عندها نظام أو عندها أيضا توجه، وتريد أن ما في مؤسسة، يعني كل المؤسسات الموجودة حاليا على المؤسسات الكبيرة اللي فعلا تريد أن تحسن وتطور لابد أن يكون لها قسم خاص بالتطوير والتحسين وإلى آخره. ولذلك عملية التعلم والابتكار مطلوبة للأشخاص الذين سيلجون سوق العمل. هذه اكتسبها من خلال نظام ستيم. طالب بس هو مبتكر عنده. ثم معنا أيضا المهارات الحياتية، وهي طبعا أكيد موجودة، والعمل ضمن فريق والمرونة. لما نتكلم عن العمل ضمن فريق، وأصلا كل ممارساته التي تحدث داخل المؤسسة نفسها الموجودة هي ممارسات بتتم من خلال العمل ضمن فريق. طبعا أنا بجوز نظرت للموضوع من هذا الجانب، هو استنتاجي شوي، يعني اجتهدت فيه حتى نشوف يعني أثر التعلم هذا على هذه الحالة. وإحنا بنقول إنه نظام ستيم إحنا بيننا نموذج، عملنا نموذج وبيننا 4 سنين وإحنا نشتغل عليه، ثم كتبنا النموذج ثم أخذنا عليه اعتماد دولي. الفكرة بالموضوع إنه إحنا يمكن أن حتى هاي اللحظة اللي إحنا فيها الآن يعني قاعدين بنفكر نطور. نعتقد إنه أصبح هناك في نوع من وجود حالات، يعني خلينا نقول وجود شيء متطور أكثر، وبالتالي إحنا نسعى للتطوير وللتطور، ولذلك ممكن إحنا نغير فيه. لكن في أعمدة رئيسية في أي نموذج في ستيم يجب أن نعتمد عليه. مثلا ما أقدرش أقول أنا عندي نموذج ستيم بس ما في تكاملية. نقدر؟ لا، يعني لما إحنا هي تعتبر من الأعمدة الأساسية، لكن كيف أنفذ التكاملية وكيف أشتغل عليها ومنين أجيبها وشو الأمور الأخرى اللي خلينا نقول الأشياء الأخرى اللي ممكن إحنا نطور فيها، هو هذه حالة التطوير التي نتحدث عنها. ولذلك إحنا بنقول إنه يعني المستقبل الآن هو لا شك إنه الستم، لكن أنا بعتقد إنه بعد مجموعة من السنوات راح يكون في عندي نسخة ثانية غير النسخة الحالية في ستم، تكون متماشية مع التطور الموجود في المجتمع. هذا تقريبا ما عندنا، وإذا في أسئلة تفضلوا. أنا التزمت معك صح المرة هاي، إذا في أسئلة حول الموضوع حياكم الله. تفضل.
الطالبات أيا كان لسوق العمل من خلال توجهات الرؤية الآن اللي هي تحقيق النمو الاقتصادي بالإضافة إلى تحقيق الاستدامة، وهذه العنصرين ما حتتحقق إلا إذا أنا أدخلت مفهوم الابتكار وريادة الأعمال في المقررات الدراسية وتوظيفها من خلال منهجية ستيم، عشان يكونوا الطلاب هم قادرين على إنهم فعلا يكونوا مواكبين لسوق العمل ومتطلبات سوق العمل. لأن مميزات هذا الجيل خلال هذه الفترة شباب يحب الاستقلالية، يحب أن يكون معتمد على نفسه. كيف حيكون مهووس بأنه يكون له براند أو شركة أو علامة تجارية، حابب أنه يكون زي إيلون ماسك وغيره من اللي نقول المؤثرين في المجتمع، زي ما شخصيات ريادية، شخصيات ابتكارية ناجحة حققت دخل مالي جدا عالي، وقيس عليها من المؤثرين الموجودين. فالشباب الآن البعض زي ما حضرتك انت ذكرت، احنا ممكن نطلع بمهندسين او نطلع باطباء، لكن البعض ممكن يكونوا مهارين. البعض يقول لك انا ما الاقي نفسي في الجامعه، لكن انا من خلال هذه المهاره انا ممكن اكون ريادي ويكون عندي بزنس خاص وعلامه تجاريه واحقق ثراء اكثر. فهي في كلا الحالتين انا اشتغل على جانب الابتكار ورياده الاعمال عشان انا اهلهم للتطلعات ورؤيه 2030. يعطيك العافيه.
تمام. يعني في مثال عندي نفس الكلام اللي تفضلتي فيه. عندنا طلاب خلصوا المرحلة الثانوية، مؤهلاتهم كانت تأهلهم يدخلوا طب، طلاب 2 هم ما راحوا طب، واحد راح بزنس واتوقع واحد يعني إدارة، يعني كلهم في إدارة الأعمال، وهم طلاب كان عندهم شغف نحو يعني إيجاد منتج، لأنهم إحنا علمناهم إنه كيف يبرمج وكيف يشتغل مشروع إلى آخره، فكان شغفهم إنه إيجاد منتج، فهم استطاعوا أن يوجدوا أول شغلة يعملوها، أوجدوا منتج لعبة وأخذوا عليه براءة اختراع وباعوها، واستطاعوا دخلوا الجامعة وصرفوا من الجامعة من هاي اللعبة. بعد شوي وهم في الجامعة أسسوا شركة، نفس 2. طبعا هاي الشركة كانت غذائية، وبعدين باعوها الشركة وعملوا تطبيق وباعوه، وبعدين اشتغلوا بشركة، الآن بيشتغلوا بشركة برمجيات، أتوقع رأس مالهم بجوز فوق 10 مليون. أوكي. هم لسه طلاب خريجين جداد. يعني أنا أقصد أنه زي ما تفضلتي، يعني هناك في يعني مهارات يمكن أن يكتسبها الفرد من خلال التعلم تؤثر فيه، وبالتالي تخدم المجتمع، وبالنهاية يكون هو ناجح في سوق العمل. وهذا اللي بتكلم عنه مثال حقيقي، يعني اسمائهم عندي معروفين، يعني هم مش بس هم، في آخرين أيضا. ولذلك فعلا احنا زي ما تفضلتي تمام صحيح الكلام.
شكرا جزيلا على المحاضرة القيمة. بس أنا عندي استفسار بالنسبة للطالب. أفضل مرحلة عمرية الطالب يدخل فيها في نظام ستيم، هل يفضل من الكي جي ولا ممكن يدخل في مرحلة عمرية في الجريد 12 مثلا، يعني جريد 6 جريد 7 وبرضه يقدر يكتسب المهارات؟ فما هي أفضل مرحلة علمية إنه يدخل في نظام ستيم؟
أعطيك تجربتنا. احنا طبعا مدرسة ستيم من الكي جي حتى الثانوي، عندنا كل المراحل تعمل على ستيم، بس في جرعات، يعني في جرعة. الكي جي لهم يعني خطة معينة يمشوا عليها، لكن هي متسلسلة. تبدأ مثلا ممكن نعلمهم في تحديات ستيم وأمور بدائية وإلى آخره، وكيف يشكل وكيف يفكر وإلى آخره، ثم ننتقل بعد ذلك للمرحلة الابتدائية بشكل أعلى شوي، ثم المتوسطة. الإبداعات الموجودة اللي احنا بنتكلم فيها كتجربة بيبدعوا في المتوسط والثانوي. يعني احنا مثلنا المملكة في العالم 13 مرة مراكز أولى، حتى بجوائز حمدان وكذا سنويا من عندنا واحد اللي هو الطالب المتميز. احنا بنتكلم على انه هناك في تركيز على هذه المهارات وهذه الجوانب، وبالتالي الطلاب عندهم شغف. هذا الشغف في النهاية سيؤدي إلى أنه يعني يكون في منتج. لكن يعني دائما تعرفين في ما يسمى الفروق الفردية بين الطلاب، يعني في طالب هو بيستوعب ويفهم ممتاز وكذا وإلى آخره، لكن هو ما بده يشارك كثير، لكن هو بيستوعب تمام. وأنا طبعا في دورين، في دور على الأهل، دور على اللي هو المدرسة، دور على الأهل، دور على المدرسة، دور على الطالب. دور الأهم يعني أفضل أكثر الأدوار فيما يتعلق في المدرسة أن تحاول أنها تكتشفه وتوجهه في الاتجاه الصحيح. لكن زي ما قلت لكم في موضوع الفروق الفردية، ليس كل الطلاب زي بعض، يعني مش زي بعض، في مش راح يكونوا كلهم نفس الشيء، وإنما يجب أن يكون فيه هناك اختلافات. لكن الشيء المهم في التعليم أنه نتبنى الطالب، نعتبر الطالب كمشروع. عندنا إعلان أو عندنا مشروع عندنا نظام أو برنامج إحنا عندنا اسمه الطالب مشروع، هيك النظام عندنا، إنه كل طالب من الطلاب بعتبره له مطالب خاصة في التعلم. إذا أنا ركزت على هذه المطالب واستطعت إني أكتشفها وأوظفها بطريقة صحيحة سأخدم المجتمع فيها. أخدمه هو في النقطة اللي تكلمنا عنها اللي هي الاستثمار في رأس المال البشري، إنه أنا بستثمر فيه. رأس المال البشري إذا استثمرت فيه بشكل جيد سينعكس ذلك وين؟ على سوق العمل، وبالتالي على الدولة كلها بشكل عام، لأنه هو أصلا سيساهم في يعني في النهاية إلى في اقتصاد البلد. وكلما يعني استثمرنا أكثر في المهارات كلما أنتجنا أكثر، يعني كان عندنا إنتاجية أكثر، وكان عندنا أيضا اهتمام أكثر، وساهمنا في البناء. أي سؤال آخر؟
لو سمحت لي أنا بس بدي أعقب على موضوع العمل في فريق، تعقيب فقط وليس سؤال. نحن في مدارسنا لما نشتغل على العمل الفريقي المعلمات مباشرة بيضعوا الطلاب في مجموعات ويبدأ العمل. والحقيقة هون عم يختصروا جزئية جدا مهمة، وهي جزئية التفكير الفردي الانفرادي بالأول. يعني إعطاء فرصة للطالب أنه يفكر بالأول، بعدين يشارك فكرته مع حد من زملائه يلي بنسميها المزاوجة أو البيرينج، بعدين بنروح للعمل في مجموعات. اختصار هذه الجزئية عم بتحد من إعطاء الفرصة للطالب سواء طفل ولا صار يعني طالب في الإعداد في المتوسط أو الثانوي، للتفكير يعني بالجزئية، يعني بالمنتج أو بالمخرج التعلمي اللي نحن بدنا نساعد الطالب على إنجازه. فضروري ضروري جدا إنه المعلم لا يختصر هذه الجزئية. وضع الطلاب مباشرة في مجموعات ليشتغلوا، عم نضلنا نلاقي إنه في حدا عم يعمل سيطرة على الثاني، لأنه أصلا أنا ما أخذت فرصتي أفكر لوحدي لآتي بالجديد للمجموعة. فهيدا يحفز وهيدا يعني التشديد على هيدي الجزئية بيقوي العمل في المجموعات وبيعطي فرصة للكل إنهم يشاركوا.
أحسنتي. لا شك أنه هناك في استراتيجية أيضا هي مبنية على يعني حتى بناء الفرق يعني يكون ضمن استراتيجية، ليس اتفاق ولا شكل عنه ولا عن الفريق وبعد ذلك هو الفريق عبارة عن واحد. يعني لما نتكلم عن أنه نعطي حصة، المعلم يعطي حصة صفية يقول لك أنا بستخدم اللي هي المجموعات، يعني التعلم من خلال المجموعات. تحضر أحيانا عند بعض المعلمين تلاقيها مش مجموعات ومحطهم شكلا وبعدين هو بيشتغل تقليدي، وهو أنا ما استفدت. يعني إحنا لما نتكلم عن المجموعة نروح لروح التشكيل نفسه كيف يكون من خلال استراتيجيات متبعة، وبنفس الوقت زي ما تفضل حتى يصير في إتقان ويكون كل أحد له دور.
السلام عليكم. كنا نقول أنه في مدارسنا نقوم بالعمل أولا بعمل العصف الذهني لجميع الطلاب، نقوم بتوزيع الأفرقة، ولكن الأفرقة تتم بعد ما نقوم بعمل العصف الذهني. نأخذ الأفكار، نأخذ أفكار الطلاب في حل المشاريع وفي لكن بعد ما نقوم بأخذ المشاريع نقوم بمناقشتها على الملأ على الجميع، ونقوم بدراسة هذه الأفكار ونأخذ النتيجة الأفضل والفكرة الأجمل، ثم نقوم بتوزيع هذه الأفرقة. هناك المصمم، هناك المبرمج، هناك من يقوم ببناء النموذج، ثم اختباره، ثم الوصول إلى النتيجة النهائية للمشروع.
أحسنت، شكرا.
شكرا جزيلا.
لو تسمع شوي.
هذه يعني اللفتة القيمة على الموضوع. أنا بس تعقيب أو سؤال بسيط. تعقيب يعني النقطة اللي ذكرت فيها مثلا awareness، الوعي العام. هذا أيضا متصل، لأنه مثل ما نقول كل شيء متصل ببعضه. متصلة ببعض المهارات، مهارات التفكير، مثلا التفكير النظمي، أو مثل ما نقول systems thinking. يعني إذا نظرنا مثلا إلى أي مشكلة من المشاكل العالمية، مثلا التغير المناخي أو الاحتباس الحراري، فنجد كل شيء أو كل هذه الظواهر متصلة ببعض العوامل الأخرى التي تؤدي إلى هذه المشاكل العالمية. يعني ستيم هو في النهاية يهدف لإكساب الطلاب أو الطلبة القدرة على إيجاد حلول لمشاكل أو ابتكارات أيضا للصناعة أو للمستقبل. السؤال الآن، يعني هذا التعقيب، السؤال كيف يمكن مثلا إكساب الطلاب هذه المهارات، مثلا مهارات التفكير النظمي أو السيستم ثينكينج، التفكير النقدي، التفكير الحسابي computational thinking، عندما نتكلم في هذه يعني العملية التعليمية لفصول ستيم أو حصص ستيم بالنظر إلى الواقع. عندما ننظر إلى الواقع، الفصول، وقت الحصص، الجدول المزدحم، أيضا كفاءة المعلمين، من خلال خبرتكم في التربوية هذه، يعني كيف يمكن التغلب على هذه المعوقات وتحقيق هذه الأهداف وتقويمها بالشكل المطلوب، مثل ما أيضا أشار الدكتور عدنان في البرزنتيشن السابق.
شكرا. سؤالك بالنسبة بده وقت طويل للإجابة بس بنعطيك مقتطفات بسيطة. يعني احنا وانا اتكلم قبل شوي عن عن الستم بشكل عام كنظام، احنا اشرنا الى نقطة مهمة جدا. واحدة من الاشياء اللي احنا ممكن، واحدة من الممارسات التعليمية التي تمارس ضمن نظام ستم وتؤدي الى رفع مستوى التفكير العلمي والتفكير الناقد، اللي هي التكاملية. يعني واحدة منهم التكاملية، في كثير لكن أنا بضرب بس مشان نحكي عشان الوقت ونحكي عن التكاملية. لما احنا نجعل يعني من ضمن منهجيتنا انه نشتغل على التكاملية. شو التكاملية؟ أنا باجي بحلل، بشوف مفاهيم والموضوعات اللي لها ارتباطات ببعض، إذا أنا فكرت، ثم بشوف إيش الفكرة التكاملية تربط بين هذه الموضوعات، ثم بعد ذلك بنحاول نعمل عليها عصف، نعمل عليها عصف ذهني، نعمل عليها ستيم اكتيفيتيز، يعني أنشطة ستيم تكاملية حتى نربطها مع بعض، ثم بعد ذلك يستوعبها لنبني عند هذا الطالب شيء شمولي مرتبط ببعض. وهذا طبعا هو زي ما كما تعلم هو القاعدة الأساسية للاختراعات والابتكارات. يعني أنا بدي واحد بده يبتكر أي شيء، ستجد أنه هذا الابتكارات فيه انتجريشن، نفس الابتكار تجد أنه في علوم، في رياضيات، في ارتباطات، في هندسة إلى آخره. فإذا أنا بنيت هذه الفكرة عنده وخليته يفكر أكثر، سواء يعني بالتفكير كل أنواع التفكير، المهارات العليا من التفكير، فإذا استطعت أني أنا يعني أشتغل على التكاملية بهذه الطريقة، سأساهم في مساهمة كبيرة جدا أني أنا أعلم الطالب كيف يفكر. إذا فكر بشكل جيد سيحصل أفضل. إذا كان وصل نفترض للمرحلة الثانوية راح يجيب بالقدرات والتحصيلي أكثر. ليش؟ لأنه فكر، لأن القدرات والتحصيلي والأسئلة بتعتمد على التفكير مش الحفظ. ولذلك احنا كلما نزعنا إلى هذا الجانب كلما أوجدنا جيل مفكر مبتكر مبدع مساهم في المجتمع، وفي النهاية سنجد أنهم كلهم عندهم براءة اختراع. ولدينا أمثلة، عندي 4 بنات كل واحد عنده براءة اختراع، شيء بسويسرا وشيء، كلهم من بناء من نواتج، خلينا نقول مخرجات ستيم. أنا بتكلم لك عن مدرسة تمارس ستيم كنظام وليست برنامج أو منهجية. شكرا لكم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
العافية. دكتور أسعد صبحي أبو حسين، شكرا for your insight and sharing your experience and المتقدمة schools for STEM learning and education output and outcome, learning outcome. I would like to call Dr. Hariri to honor our distinguished speaker, Dr. Asad. Please give them the warmest applause. Thank you so much, Dr. Asad. Our last presentation, our last topic, please remain. It's 20 minutes. Very fascinating topic, amazing. It may change your perspective from different, angle, from different aspect. With our distinguished speaker, a versatile and accomplished professional education, Mr. Faiz Rai, an academic consultant, curriculum consultant, examination consultant, and academic vice principal based in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Mr. Faiz Rai will be presenting on integrating sport sciences into STEM education, a proposal for enhanced learning. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Faiz Rai. Why it's cold? Again, please.
Go ahead. No worries. Assalamu alaikum. First of all, thank you for staying. I know you're all tired. It's been a long day, so I hope you're all awake. And I hope that this helps you think of STEM, STEAM in a different light. Okay? So just before I begin, my name is Faiz Rai. As Mr. Khalid introduced me, that's who I am. However, I'm initially a human biologist, after which I went into education. But prior to that, I've worked in pharmacy and with medical practitioners for the space of approximately 7 years. My whole life goal was to become a doctor. It wasn't to be, at least not in the traditional sense. I'm working on it, we're getting there, but I then became a human movement specialist. And after that, I have recently started my master's degree in strength and conditioning. Unfortunately, I did have to drop out of that for personal reasons, but this is what triggered me into thinking about STEM and STEAM in a different light. Wrong way. Okay, so with regards to science in general, obviously it's the S within STEM and STEAM. So we're all accustomed to that. And within schools, we know who our children are who are focused on science, on math, and so on. We're always catering to those in STEM and STEAM. But what about the children who are kinesthetic learners, who are, for example, good at football, good at volleyball, good at basketball? They don't necessarily always get integrated into the lesson. What I mean by that is, sometimes those are the students who don't necessarily interact with mathematics, with engineering, with the sciences, not in the traditional sense. So the purpose of this is for me to shine a light on those students. STEM, obviously, as we know, prepares us not just with 21st century skills, it prepares us for 21st century challenges. That's the big thing that you need to take away from this. Skills is one thing, we can impart skills, but are those skills preparing these children for the challenges they will face? STEM drives innovation in technology, scientific discovery, it shapes our modern lives. The importance of interdisciplinary learning is something that we do take for granted when we say STEAM or STEM, because yes, those subjects, we automatically put them together. But what about the other subjects that don't necessarily get mentioned? As I said, for example, PE. The whole point of my talk today is to help you kind of understand pushing towards excellence. I will keep touching on the interdisciplinary nature of STEM and STEAM, but in the perspective of sports sciences, in the perspective of PE, and because initially I'm a human biologist by trade, I will tend towards more the biology side of things, but that's not to discredit anything else. One of the main things I want people to realize is Saudi as a country is investing so much in Vision 2030, in Riyadh season. Why is no one investing in the children in terms of as educators? What I mean by that is, for example, just the other week, Saudi had a UFC event in Riyadh. Okay, with Vision 2030, there's so many things that Saudi wants to achieve, but the best people to help us achieve that and to move this country forward are the learners of today. Now, I will touch on the sports science side of things in more depth later on, but I'll move on to my next slide, which is why. And something I would like you all to just take a note of is, I've been in this country for 8 years. I'm not born and raised here, I'm born and raised in the UK, in a little town called Bolton. But of the 10 years of my practice in education, 8 of those years are here. One thing I have noticed, whether it's with the students, whether it's with practitioners, whether it's with parents, PE is a subject that is passed. That's it. You could potentially have a child who's never taken part in a lesson, yet he passes. Because PE is just one of those subjects. I'm sorry, but that's not what I grew up with. I work for my achievements. And it shouldn't be any different within PE as well. Now, another thing is, whilst I've been in Saudi Arabia, I've seen a huge, huge untapped potential for PE, for the sports sciences. For example, coming from the UK, one of our national sports, other than football, is rugby. The amount of students I see in school who are built to play rugby, who are built to play other sports other than football, that's another pet peeve of mine. I'm British through and through. Football runs in my veins. But football is not the only sport when it comes to PE. There are other disciplines, there are other sports. These sports that we teach our children, it's not just about, okay, they're open to new sports and new ideas. Those disciplines transition into other areas of their everyday lives. But unfortunately and culturally, as much as I do love football, PE is not just football, and it shouldn't just be a subject that's passed. So, sports sciences encompasses such a wide range of topics. You're going to be, and the thing is, as I mentioned, it's interdisciplinary. You can look at, for example, sports medicine. You can look at nutrition. You can look at biomechanics. You can look at physiology. But all of these are still looking at those learners who we know who they are, the top flyers essentially. But one thing that PE has that almost no other subject has, and it's guaranteed every time, is kinesthetic learning. Hands-on learning. You can grab a child's attention just by making something more practical. Now, when it comes to PE, almost every child, I work with boys, so all the boys, yes, we've got PE. However, I will have a group of, let's say, 5 or 6 boys sometimes that do not want to take part in PE. Not because they don't like PE, but they don't like football. They might not want to take part in PE purely for that reason. However, what are we doing to integrate other parts of our normal education into that lesson? I will touch on more ideas later on, however, but just think about it whilst I go on. These children, at least from my personal experience, are the ones who are the high flyers in school, who don't necessarily always want to take part in physical activities. But mathematics comes into PE. What's the speed of the ball as it travels once it's kicked with this amount of force? Calculate the trajectory of the ball. You could even take a picture and trace out essentially an inverse parabola for mathematics as the ball, as you throw it for basketball, for example, and it arcs. There are so many different side of things. From a biologist perspective, which muscles are being used? How are they being used? The contractile nature of these muscles, the force they're contracting with, and so on. So it's important to remember that sports science and PE in general is not just face value. As I mentioned, it's multidisciplinary. I will touch on a few examples, such as studying biomechanics. A golf swing. It involves so much biomechanics that even, I'll be honest, even my PE teachers wouldn't necessarily think of the amount of biology, mechanics, the science that goes into a golf swing. Okay? Calculating the trajectory of a ball, as I mentioned, as it's thrown into a basketball hoop. Force generation. Specific techniques with regards to force generation. Because if I'm playing tennis or if I'm playing badminton, the way I hit the ball or the shuttlecock, which grip I use, the angle I hit it in, all of that changes the amount of force I'm using. So there's so many different ways you can look at sports science and at PE as well. One thing I would like you to think about is the fact that subject matter becomes more accessible, especially to those who don't necessarily integrate themselves within PE. Why? Because you've now said to them, hold on, PE, yes, it is physical education, but there's also something else you can look at. But at the same time, if you introduce those scientific methods and scientific calculations and knowledge, even to the children who are absolutely amazing at PE, who are your essentially, they're the team that you would pick if you're playing a football match, for example. As I mentioned earlier, these students are usually the ones who don't necessarily always do as well in the traditional subjects. But if I now ask my students, hold on, he kicked that ball really hard, he couldn't save the ball. Why? Because it was traveling too fast. Okay, let's calculate how fast it was traveling. How do we do that? Immediately, you've taken mathematics, you've taken physics, you've taken science, implemented it into a lesson which generally is not associated with that particular area. And by doing so, that child who might not necessarily always want to be involved in science has now seen a link. That link might be the single one trigger that changes his entire outlook on life. It might be the single thing that pushes that child to want to do something more than just go work in a business or work for his father. The children I work with, mashallah, they're very privileged. So usually it's, okay, what are you going to do after school when you leave? Oh, I'm going to work for my father's business. But that little connection may be enough to say to that child, hold on, I didn't think of science in this way. So it's important that all students are exposed to different disciplines. Now I want to come on to Vision 2030. Especially post-COVID, there has been a great amount of increase in the risk of heart issues, in the amount of obesity within the country. There's been an increase within diabetes within the country. And the fact is, sports science in general and sports as a whole encourage a healthy lifestyle. You don't necessarily have to be an athlete to be able to access basic sports, basic movement. Now, it comes into the fact that I can think of one particular student right now who, unfortunately, at the age of grade 4, I could be I could be standing right here right now, and opposite side of the room, I can hear him breathe. And it is scary. I have raised this with my teachers, I've raised this with the administration and with his parents. But the fact is, it's all because his life has become ever more so sedentary since COVID happened, because he's now used to sitting down, because he's now used to not doing things. Okay? Those are the kind of children I want to target, so we're not worried about the healthcare system of tomorrow. Yes, it's important to think about that, but we do not need to worry about, will this child survive beyond 40 years old? There is so much sports infrastructure and participation within Saudi Arabia at the moment. Like I mentioned earlier, with Riyadh season, I have 2 friends who sit on boards within the Saudi Ministry of Sport. I have multiple friends who compete for the nation of Saudi Arabia in different disciplines. Now, one thing that I will keep touching on, PE is not just football. PE is not just a subject to be passed. Teaching beyond the discipline of football is absolutely essential. Otherwise, the athletes of tomorrow, where they could have been representing their nation, are now sitting on the couch. Because we, as educators, didn't do enough just to spark that intrigue into them. It then progresses onto youth development. With Saudi aiming to create so many new jobs within so many new sectors for Vision 2030, the sports sector is one of those sectors. And sports does come into STEM and STEAM education. So it's important that we look beyond science, technology, engineering, arts, mathematics. With regards to international competitions and recognitions, I've got boys at the moment within the school I work at. They are competing on the Lego robotics. And that is an internationally recognized competition. However, there are so many different internationally recognized competitions where I said, for example, our learners could potentially be like at the forefront of it, but we've not pushed them enough. As I mentioned before, rugby, that's just one sport, okay? I have children who've approached me on multiple occasions whilst I've been in Saudi Arabia. These are the same children I work with, and for the last 8 years have offered to pay me a ridiculous amount of money per month just to coach them, because I am also a strength and conditioning coach. I'm not there to take their money, but I will guide them, because the fact is, the one thing that irritates me the most is these boys will then Google some famous YouTuber or famous Instagram model to see how they train. I have 2 bulging discs in my lower back because no one taught me how to train. I now compete in strongman. I'm an amateur strongman athlete, including with the bulging discs in my back. Oh, I don't know what I did. Sorry. So I don't want these boys and girls going through the pain of what I've been through just because someone didn't educate me. Now, do injuries happen? 100%. Are you going to live your life without having been injured? No. But if someone is there to guide you onto how to do something correctly, the chances of those injuries are prevented. So, there is a current gap. STEM in KG to 12 focuses on traditional subjects, but lacks integration with PE, as I mentioned. We have siloed education systems in that the subjects are completely separate. We think of them separately. The same way we think of science, technology, engineering, arts and maths, PE should be incorporated into that, as well as other subjects. There are so many missed opportunities with regards to kinesthetic learners, because these are the children who are sat at the back of the classroom. They didn't engage with the engineering, with the mathematics, purely because they didn't have something tangible in terms of learning. But that also means our educators themselves need to be educated on how to implement such strategies, on how to think beyond just their subject. It's not an easy thing to do. There are benefits of integration. For example, the engagement. Sports science provides a context that's relatable. It's an everyday thing. So you're not trying to, for example, being a math and science teacher, I have so many students asking me, why am I learning this? When will this ever be of use to me? But if I'm now going to incorporate sports science into that, I can immediately give them an example. Well, you're going to use this here. For example, going back to tracing the arc of a ball as it's thrown and enters the hoop of a basket. That goes into an inverse parabola for mathematics. When am I going to use that, sir? Well, let's trace this. Now, do you see the shape? Oh, wait, yes, I do. And then integration comes into it as well, if you want to push it towards calculus. So you've got to think beyond what we already do. Health and wellness, I think it's self-explanatory how sports science comes into health and wellness. There's diverse learning opportunities and modalities. Combining physical activities with the most traditional subjects. So it gives you as a practitioner a different way of looking at your own subject, and you become more engaged with your subject. For example, I know many teachers within my school who've been teaching the same subject for so many years, longer than I've been alive. Okay? I'm 36 years old. I'm not the oldest, but these teachers have just been doing the same thing for year after year. Are they good quality teachers? 100% they are. But are they thinking beyond the parameters of their room? Absolutely not. So this is where the cross-disciplinary skills comes back into it. Now, sports science, it does open students up to critical thinking, strategic thinking, logical thinking. It's also data-driven. For example, if I'm going to monitor a heart rate of myself, for example, before and after having completed an exercise, and then record that data, I can provide that to a student within a statistics lesson. I can provide that to a student within a biology lesson, asking what's the difference? Calculate this and calculate that. So it's absolutely important that we do think beyond these points. So, STEM concepts when sports meets science. Now, on the very first slide I had, when I think sports science, I think of a laboratory. Okay, and that's what my first slide was about. It's in a lab, measuring, for example, FEV max, the force expiratory volume of an athlete, and so on. That's what I think about when I think sports science. However, you've got physics incorporated there, analysing motions and forces. You've got biology. Biology, I think, is the most self-explanatory side of sports science. Okay, you've got mathematics. You've got technology. For example, if you want your children to think on an engineering plane, you can bring the mathematics into it. You can ask your children for an art project, design me a golf club. Now, within physics, what material are we going to use? And why are we using it? Because it moves quicker through the air, because of its lightness, and so on and so forth. Then, the biology side of it. Okay, we've designed that golf club. What are the ergonomics of that golf club? How are we going to grip that golf club? What muscles are being utilized when I'm swinging that golf club? And so on. So there are various examples here. And I go back to, for example, tracking fitness data, using wearable tech. If you were to utilize wearable tech inside a PE lesson, you could pick one single student as you teach your regular PE lesson. They wear that tech, you record that data, the next lesson, whether it's whether it's science, whether it's math, whether it's PE, you can now go back and say, right, this boy, this young man, he wore this equipment and these are the results as and when throughout the lesson. You've opened them up to different ideas. You've opened them up to different disciplines. You've opened them up to thinking beyond the confines of the four walls. These are just some more examples. So for example, you've got a high school football program. You can incorporate physics into that in terms of trajectories. You've got an elementary lesson where you wear the heart monitors, as I've just been mentioning. You've got middle school engineering challenges and so on. One thing that we do at the school that I work at is we do project-based learning. And this is something I'm going to be pushing for this academic year to be incorporated, hopefully, with not only the PE team, but the science team. So we're not just looking at math, English, and science with regards to those projects. When it comes to integration from KG to 12, at the primary level, KG to grade 5, you can focus on basic movement patterns. Children will understand that. We underestimate as adults how much children understand. We do not give them the credit they deserve. Yes, we can talk about technology all day long, but we have essentially little doctors with us. They can tell you, oh, if I move in this way, I'm using this part of my leg. They might not know the name. They might not understand the biology side of it, but they can tell you what is being used, why it's being used. When it comes to middle level, so grades 6 to 8, that's where you can introduce technologies that record certain pieces of data. You can start introducing statistics. You can start introducing logic and strategy. For example, as much as my boys do love football, not a single one of them actually think beyond playing football. But a football team doesn't exist without the manager, without the physiotherapist, without X, Y, and Z. So why don't you, during one lesson, have someone strategizing how they should play? Why don't you, in another lesson, have the scientist of the group teaching the boys, teaching his own peers, right, today we're doing this technique. From the research I've done, we're using this muscle and this muscle to achieve this. At high school level, you then go into more in-depth analyses. You can go into advanced statistics, applications, and so on. So there's so many different aspects you can look at. Now, the picture here, before I do move on to the actual content of the slide, this is the most powerful powerlifter in the world and in history. He's got a combined weight in terms of bench press, deadlift, and squat of over 1,000 kilos. In this particular picture, he's squatting approximately 500 kilos. 501 kilos is the world record deadlift, and this man decided to squat it. So, can he do that without science? Absolutely not. How does that come into it? You've got nutrition. You've got the muscular development. You've got, for example, planning training. Planning your training is so underestimated. There's a strategy I use called linear periodization. Linear periodization increases the amount of weight you push on a weekly basis based on a percentage of your maximal weight. So for myself, I can comfortably, when I don't have an injury, deadlift 220 kilos. Now for me, for my weight size, that's not enough. But that's my max. However, that doesn't mean I'm trying to lift that weight on a weekly basis. So educating our boys and girls to understand you cannot maximally go into 100% effort on a weekly basis. Why? Because it depresses your central nervous system. Because after depressing your central nervous system, if you don't allow yourself recovery, you are opening yourself up to your immune system becoming weaker. There's so many different aspects to look at, as well as just the general, okay, muscles need to recover. So it's important we think about so many different things. Now, the roles of us as teachers and educators is to collaborate. We should no longer be thinking of mathematics simply as mathematics. We should no longer be thinking as art as simply just art. It's our responsibility as 21st century educators to begin to collaborate if we haven't already begun doing so. And if we haven't begun doing so, we need to sit back and ask ourselves why. Why haven't we already begun this? Because it's always been there, but gone are the days of the traditional didactic teacher who stands at the front and essentially lectures his children and then says, here's a worksheet, complete it. That's no longer applicable to today. So there's a lot more to collaboration than just, okay, yeah, I worked with him because they created let's say, a design. Okay, what did you do with that design? Did you apply your mathematics side of things into it? Did you apply science, your physics? Professional development is needed. It's easy for me to stand here and say, yes, go ahead and do this. But this I actually do as a hobby. This is my personal passion. The reason I started my master's degree was not because I'm trying to move into another job. It was purely because it's my passion. But I'm not asking for our schools to pay for master's degrees for our PE teachers and so on. But at the same time, schools need to think professional development is needed. If my science teacher doesn't think that PE can be incorporated, okay, let's educate him on how it can be. Instead of just saying, you're just thinking within these four walls and that's it. Don't blame him. If we see he has a problem, it's our responsibility as educators to help him get educated, just the same way as it is our responsibility to help the students become educated. We are lifelong learners. At least that's what we try and tell our children. That's at least what we try and push as a quality. But if we're not recognizing that the teachers also need that, then we are failing as a collective. Curriculum alignment, I think that comes self-explanatory when it comes into the collaboration side of things. However, you could potentially say, for the last 6 weeks of the year, the academic year, let's work on a project with science, with mathematics, with art, with the PE, and so on. So you could essentially allocate a given amount of time for that project to be done. It could be the end of the year, it could be the beginning or the middle, but curriculum alignment is important. So when that child walks out of his PE lesson and he walks into his math, that teacher can turn around and say, right, I know you guys have just done this, now we're going to analyze this data. Or goes into biology, I know you guys just did this particular exercise, which muscles were being used? Excuse me. There are challenges, just like everything in life, there are challenges. There's resource limitations, teacher buy-in, some teachers will simply not buy into the idea. An assessment then comes into it as well. There are so many different ways and strategies of assessing these students when you incorporate sports science, but that becomes a whole nother presentation in itself. The call to action is on each and every one of you. I can stand here and say I would like this to go ahead. It's up to you to pilot these programs in your schools. It's up to you to think beyond. The collaborative opportunities, even amongst schools themselves, are huge. There's so much ongoing research, and yes, we've heard so much about AI today. ChatGPT has a particular section called Scholar AI. If you use that with your science classes and research some papers in relation to sports science, you could essentially change your science lessons. One final thought before I leave you with a quote is the integration of sports science into STEM. It's not about enhancing just the school's name. It's not about just enhancing outcomes. It's about inclusivity. It's about fostering holistic and engaging physical learning environments. And yes, you will still have those children who don't necessarily invest in the PE side of things. But that's then your responsibility to invest the science into that PE lesson to intrigue that child. Until then, we're not doing enough. And I wanted to leave you with this quote, which simply states, bringing STEM to life through sport offers a dynamic way to develop problem solving, critical thinking, and collaboration, all while staying healthy and active. That is the main goal, especially considering Vision 2030. It all comes hand in hand, and to be honest, we need to do everything we can to try and achieve this and go beyond this. Thank you very much. Do we have any questions? Yes.
Thank you very much for this insightful presentation.
Thank you.
I agree with you, and I think that this presentation with a comprehensive proposal may change the STEAM or the STEM or the stream into STEAMs.
Yes.
Or STEMs or streams. Yes, integrating the PE or the sports is highly important, and it can be integrated, yes, in all subject matters, definitely. It enhances the education, it enhances the learning outcome, with no doubt. I have an example. My boys, long ago when they were here in Saudi Arabia in the American school, their PE teacher used to integrate the writing in the PE, the research in the PE, lots of things in the PE. And I agree with you that PE is highly underestimated in our classes. I really cry when I hear, for example, that even in inclusive classes, in inclusion, when we have a student with learning disability,
They don't pull him, for example, if he has dyslexia, they don't pull him from the Arabic or language classes
They pull him
to
from
be
PE.
taught in a differentiated strategy. They pull him from the PE. Yes, hand in hand, inshallah, to include the sports in the STEMs, and this will enrich the STEM or the STEAM and the stream. Thank you
100%.
for your efforts and for this brilliant
Thank you.
proposal and presentation.
Thank you. One thing I would like to actually comment on with regards to that. I had, until I want to say the last 3 years, I had no differentiation occurring within PE lessons. And it was at that point where I said, look, PE is not just football, PE is not just to be passed. We got the teachers on our sides, we got the students on our sides, but then the parents begin to complain. Why are you pulling my son away from this activity and making him do another activity? For example, one particular child that comes to mind, he couldn't physically do a push-up. Why? MashaAllah, he's a big boy. Okay? Now, what we did, we made push-ups accessible for him. We asked him to go on his knees rather than in a traditional push-up. He was able to achieve that. He felt he'd accomplished something. Yet his father came into school and he reprimanded me like I was his child. How dare you? And this is the thing that I mean. Culturally, unfortunately, PE has become a lesson you just pass. You don't need to differentiate. You don't need to do this. You don't need to do that. We as educators, we need to change the mindset of the parents. It is our responsibility. It's not going to come easy. It's not going to be just a single year that it's done. It will take a number of years. But when the importance of it is seen, it can truly be felt not just by the educator, by the student, but by the family as well. So yes, I 100% agree with everything you've said. Thank you.
Or a question?
I want to add something. Last week it was the integration week in our school. So me as a capstone coordinator, I help the new teachers to think how they can integrate with the other courses. So I help them to integrate with PE actually. Most of the English teacher said, I'm teaching grade 2 and I have the pronouns. How can I help the student to understand the pronouns? So I search and I look, so I found the suitable integration actually with PE, like the jumping. They draw the we are, I was like this. So it was amazing training, and they can help the student to get the idea and keep it in their minds in playing. So really, I agree with you. PE should add it to STEM.
See, I forgot the name of the gentleman who spoke earlier. His phone number was from the UK. He had the Eastern European Italian name. I can't remember his name. That's the one. Yes, that's him. But he touched on that subject with sensory pathways being developed with regards to certain subjects. English and PE traditionally don't go hand in hand. But now, exactly, and now you've had those children do something, they've built that sensory pathway, they've built that neural pathway. So for them to be able to recall that particular skill, they can, okay, they might not necessarily recall it immediately, but if you turn around and say, do you remember this lesson? Wait, yes, I do. And that's it. So much of our problems can be resolved and solved just through integrating in a different way. For us to think, and we're adults, if anybody's stuck in their ways, it's us. Children are open to all new ideas, even if the ideas don't make sense. They're still open to it, but it's us that we're not open to it. That's the biggest issue. Thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Question?
Right.
What's an amazing session. Don't you agree? Definitely, I wish this session was in the morning. Research proved that sport enhances confidence. My single observation with my kids, definitely, sport enhances confidence. And when you have confidence, definitely you will excel in different excel. Yes, definitely.
So just going off that, yes, I competed in my school. I was, for example, on the swimming team. Till today, I can't dive. Every race I started in the pool. So I was laughed at. I was always singled out. I swam butterfly. I was on the basketball team. I was the biggest guy on that team. I was on the football team, the badminton team. But the confidence wasn't there until someone else recognized that, hold on, he's good.
Amazing.
He's good at this. Sports became a passion of mine. My confidence was dropped after I left school because I no longer had that to lean on. That's when I took up strongman. Strongman is a sport I'm working hard with my friends in the ministry to try and bring to Saudi Arabia. It's a sport that exists, but it doesn't get the recognition it deserves. And it's a different discipline entirely, and it has students thinking outside of the box. For example, some of my students have found my picture, and I'm not proud of this, but they found my picture where I pulled a fire truck during a competition. It weighed 7 tons, 7,000 kilos. That particular day, I remember that day purely because of that event.
Amazing.
My students found that. They find it inspiring. But are we doing enough within schools to increase that confidence? I don't believe we are.
Definitely agree. As you stated before, sport is not a football. And the parent mindset should be changed. Reaching to this point, thank you so much for being patient. I would like to thank Mr. Faiz Rai for this amazing and wonderful presentation. I would like now to call Dr. Abu Hussein to honor our distinguished speaker. Please help me with the warmest round of applause. Thank you so much for being patient. Thank you for staying to the end. Definitely, I would say let's be guided by what we have learned today. The experiences we learned, the skills, the concept. Let's spread them, and this is how we utilize the conferences. So have a nice day. We'll see you tomorrow, and come early in the morning at 9 a.m. See you tomorrow. Bye. Bye.
Thank you so much. Yeah? Abshir. Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Integration. This be because my name is Dr. Masood. I have 2 international schools here.